It began, as all great things do, with a dream. One man's dream to create a ribbon of tarmac that would test a driver's skill like no other. A circuit designed to separate the great from the good. And when dream became reality, it needed an event designed to separate the great from the immortals. And so, in 1996, Kartmasters was born. For over a quarter of a century, drivers from all corners of the globe have descended on this hallowed parcel of Lincolnshire countryside to try and conquer Kartmasters, to try and earn the right to wear the coveted GP plate. GP, those two letters, two simple letters that mean everything. But what makes Kartmasters so special, so unique, so intoxicating? Does this give you your answer? With the biggest, richest prize fund in British karting comes unequalled pressure and unrivaled action. 4 days of fast, frantic, furious racing, inches, no, millimetres apart from the moment the track opens until the second the final checkered flag falls. Each Grand Prix has more twists and turns than the circuit itself, for being the fastest isn't always preferable. Leading at the start of the last lap is rarely rewarded with victory. But being the toughest, mentally, physically and psychologically, is critical. Kartmasters is our sport's survival of the fittest. The Kartmasters Roll of Honour is filled with the greats, a list only outnumbered by the greats who have fallen short, sometimes agonisingly short, year after year. For this is where legends are born. Who can forget Lewis Hamilton claiming his first GP win in 1996, long before Formula One came calling, or Marco Ardigo's masterclass in those screaming Super Libras, or Mark Litchfield and Mike Simpson making the event their own in early years. For over a decade, Simpson's 7 titles seemed unmatchable, until Ben Barnicoat, the boy from Bolsover, finally eclipsed that record in 2019, becoming the first driver to achieve that elusive double-duty win in the process, as he claimed GP victories 8 and 9. We have witnessed Gabby Weir beating all the boys, George Russell's 3 in a row, Callum Bradshaw's wave, Cian Dewis winning from the pit lane, and Brandon Carr's historic last to first. But Kartmasters' greatest moment? That is yet to come. Of that we are certain. For Kartmasters is, and shall remain, karting's grandest prize. Good morning, hello, and welcome to day 2 of on-track action at the 2024 Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix from the home of British Karting, PF International in Lincolnshire. The scene has been set. If you've been watching the preview video, you will know what this event means. My name's Henry Beaudette, and it's an honour and a privilege to be bringing you this, the 29th edition of Kartmasters. But it's not just me. Piers Pryor and Nicole Sutherland will be joining me to complete the presenting crew this weekend, and we look at a very damp 1,382 metre circuit. The rain has arrived. It was forecast. Qualifying will be wet. However, as you see on the forecast this afternoon, when we get into heats 3 and 4, for every one of the 287 drivers that are entered, the track should, and I quote the word should, be dry. It will make for a very interesting day. because we are halfway through the heat process of Kartmasters 2024. Yesterday, every single one of the drivers in our 8 classes competed in 1 time qualifying session and 2 heat races. It will be the same format today, another qualifying session and 2 more heat races. That will set the grids for the pre-final, and it will also decide who in Senior Rotax, Junior Rotax and Senior X30 has to go into the dreaded repechage. But as we saw yesterday, it's me up in the commentary box for time qualifying, and Piers Pryor is down in the pit lane. Take it away, Piers.
Yes, thanks Henry very much. We've got another day of racing, but things are looking a little bit different this morning. Yesterday, bright sunshine, lovely weather, everyone had the sun cream on, the sunglasses out. Today, I've got the coat on, I'm freezing. I actually had to borrow this coat because I didn't even look at the weather forecast, silly me. Yeah, wet tyres on the karts. We couldn't have 2 days of summer in a row, could we? No, we absolutely couldn't. It's going to make things interesting though, because that'll make the sort of this ebb and flow of Kartmasters more interesting, with people having pace in the dry, maybe other people having better pace in the wet, and throws another spanner in the works, another variable. The first time qualifying session is going out in approximately 5 minutes, which will be the time qualifying 3 for the second day here. Senior Rotax first, pretty much rinse and repeat from yesterday, same timetable, same timings, same drivers, different conditions though. Very much looking forward to seeing how things play out. We can see brand new wet tyres on a lot of the karts, or some scrubbed wets as well. That will be a decision that the drivers and teams will have to make for qualifying too, because we've only got a 5-minute session, and when it's wet, lap times are much longer, well over a minute. I think in practice this morning, we were looking in seniors about 1:17 compared to the 56-second lap times we were seeing yesterday. So making sure you get 3 good laps in qualifying in what will be a lot of spray, a lot of traffic, is fairly tricky for these drivers to manage. Same, I think, similar groups to yesterday. We're going to, in practice, despite the weather conditions being very different, we saw the similar names than we saw yesterday up at the front of the field. We saw Caden McQueen, who was going very quickly yesterday in the wet, in the dry conditions, was quick in the wet. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how all plays out. Of course, after today, there will be an intermediate classification, which is a combination of yesterday's results, today's results. We'll then have pre-finals on Sunday, and then, of course, the grand finals on the Sunday afternoon. We're going to head, with just a couple of minutes before we head off for the grid, we're going to head back towards the back of the grid and talk to you about some of the other things as well. The air temperature is much cooler today. Yesterday we were well in the mid-20s, we're currently about 18, 17 degrees, and even though it's scheduled to dry out in the next hour or 2, that will mean that slick tyres come out, the track temperature will be different, so the setups might be different as well. The track conditions will certainly be different, having had the circuit washed with all this wet weather and the wet tyres going round, so that'll be something for the drivers to consider. And for those of you who have joined us maybe for the first time, or can't remember, or maybe want to know a bit more about Kartmasters in general, Henry is about to take you through all of the way that the format of the event and everything to do with Kartmasters 2024 in a little explainer video.
Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix is back in 2024. Now, in its 29th year, this could be the biggest and best it has ever been. But what is Kartmasters? Kartmasters is a one-off event held at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit on the first weekend in August, spanning 3 full days of racing. In 2024, more than 300 drivers from all over the world will try to win a coveted GP plate in one of the 8 classes competing, ranging from cadet to seniors. Kartmasters officially begins on Friday morning with timed qualifying, which sets the grid for 2 heat races on Friday afternoon. Saturday sees a repeat of Friday's format, with another qualifying session creating new grids for everyone's 3rd and 4th heat races. Drivers aim to score the fewest points possible in the heat races to try and qualify for the Grand Prix finals on Sunday. The top 30 drivers with the lowest scores in each class after the heats go straight through to Sunday's pre-final and the main event. At the beginning of the event, every driver starts with 0 points. The finishing order in each heat awards the following: first place is 0 points, second place is 2 points, third place 3 points, and so on. non-starters and disqualifications are given 1 point more than the total number of drivers in that particular race. Any ties are broken by drivers' qualifying positions in Friday's qualifying sessions. All drivers who finish the heat outside the top 30 in points have to battle it out for one of the final 6 starting places in the pre-final Grand Prix in Sunday morning's repechage. Heat point rankings plus the repechage finishing order sets the grid for the pre-final, and the finishing order of that race determines the starting lineup for the Grand Prix, which decides our Kartmasters champions. Like any motorsport event, technical regulations are a major part of the weekend, with engines, chassis and tyres being the main focus. Each driver are given controlled slick tyres at the start of the event, which have to last them the entire weekend, highlighting who has looked after their rubber and who hasn't. With drivers only allowed to nominate 1 chassis and 2 engines for the event, looking after your equipment is key. Make sure you don't miss out on any of the action by watching all 3 days of racing on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. In a nutshell, that is the format of Kartmasters. Now, once again, we would like to welcome you all on the Alpha Live chat. This is going out on the Trent Valley Kart Club Facebook page and the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Big hello to everybody already making themselves known on the live chat. Please keep it respectful. Please keep it karting related as we look at the first group of senior Rotax drivers heading out on to the track. They go out of the start-finish across the start-finish line, underneath the bridge through the Bruno Ferrari S's, out onto the bowl, the banking, then through turn 3 in the foreground here at the opposite end of the bridge is turn 4. Now they come down the hill towards hairpin number 1. And of course, this is a 5 minutes qualifying session, and the driver's best 3-lap average is what decides qualifying positions, not a one-off lap time. Out of hairpin number 1, this is hairpin number 2 you're looking at now. Up the short chute towards the Terry Fullerton S's. There go the carts climbing over the curbs through the Fullerton S's onto the back straight and now into Bobby Game Corner. This is Bobby Game Corner here, the right-hand 90-degree turn into the Mike Wilson Complex. And that's named after 5-time World Karting Champion Mike Wilson. This corner here is Mick's Corner, named after Mick Barrett, one of the original Trent Valley Kart Club committee members, still active in the paddock with several drivers racing here this weekend. They come out of the last corner onto the start-finish straight. That is a lap of PF International. Now, you will notice that nobody has hung back on the dummy grid because it's only a 5-minute session and because it's your best 3-lap average. Lap times are obviously a lot slower in the wet, and some of the Water Swift and Micromax drivers will struggle to get 3 fast laps in regardless. Yesterday, several classes saw some of the front runners get badly held up. They didn't get an extra lap in, and that cost them dearly in qualifying, but everyone has gone out early, and you can see the different racing lines that are used in the wet. This don't go near the traditional early mid-corner apex. That's where the rubber is. That's in the wet conditions. Where the extra rubber is, that's where it is more slippery or slipperier. And so drivers taking very, very unique lines. Now, on the timing scoring pylon on the left-hand side of your screen, that won't give you an accurate rundown yet because nobody has completed their 3 laps. Now, the senior Rotax classification at the end of yesterday, Guy Cunnington leads on 5 points. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Joshua Graham, Cian Geraghty and Liam Hartley are your top 5. Drivers that need a desperate need of a good day today. Well, how about last year's runner-up, Matthew Higgins? Only 31st in the standings after retirement in his first heat race. the top 30 at the end of today go automatically through to the pre-final. In senior Rotax, we have 51 drivers entered, so there's going to be a lot of drivers in the repechage. So it's Higgins, Jack Steadman, Morgan Hudson, Jack Collins, Luca Osmond, Price, Neo Clark. They are the first 6 drivers currently not qualified for the pre-final automatically. Kai Hunter, who led the point standings until the last lap of the last heat yesterday before getting involved in an incident, he is 20th overall in the standings. At the moment. So there is Matthew Higgins, the Welshman from Trefeglois. At the moment, it is Marcus Littlewood, who has the best 2-lap average. Now we get the third laps in. So Jamie Perilli, best 3-lap average, 1 minute 18.98. Gustav Uzakovs, 1 minute 19.43. Ollie Goodyear at 1 minute 21.36. Now Jack Lilly goes to the top of the chart. So Lilly at the moment sits on provisional pole in this qualifying group. This is only half the senior Rotax drivers, don't forget. Higgins goes second, Perilli third, Alex Adams-Acton is fourth. Don't make that fifth because Marcus Littlewood completes his third lap, and his 3-lap average is a 1 minute 18.58. Sorry, his best lap is a 1 minute 18.58. His 3-lap average is a 1 minute 19.26. Jack Lilly second, Matthew Higgins third. We're looking at Jamie Perilli now for the Jack's Motorsport team. Perilli fourth at the moment. The good news is all 26 drivers have completed 3 laps, and now the seniors, we know, will be able to fit in 4 flying laps in this 5-minute session. We cross the line. That'll be Perilli. Best 3-lap average of 1 minute 19.22. He stays top of the board at the moment. Usakovs is 5th, Nagelvort 6th, Longley 7th. We still wait for Marcus Littlewood, Jack Lilly and Matthew Higgins. Lilly stays 3rd, Tyler Harris moves up into 5th position. But the driver they have to beat at the moment, Jamie Perilli. Best 3-lap average, or 3-lap average of 1 minute 19.22. Matthew Higgins takes the checkered flag, stays 3rd, and Marcus Littlewood is virtually the last cart across the line, and he goes to top spot in group number 1. 3-lap average of 1 minute 19 flat. 1 minute 19.000. It's Littlewood from Perilli, Higgins, Lilly, Harris, Uzakovs, Nagelvort, and then Adams-Acton. Zach Heslop is 9th, Morgan Hudson 10th, then Sam Longley, Luke Bates, Danny Shields, Ollie Goodyear, Luca Osmond Price, Joshua Graham. A poor qualifying effort for Graham, only 16th in this group, and Guy Cunnington, our current points leader, is only 18th in this group. However, yesterday, Guy Cunnington only qualified 21st overall, but still came through to finish 3rd and 2nd in his 2 heat races. So Guy Cunnington admits that he's not the best qualifier, but he is one of the best racers. Mark Quinn brings at the rear of the field, the Irish driver. Jabba Al-Sabah from Dubai is also down at the bottom end of the timing and scoring sheets for this session. Here come the carts going into the weighbridge. They go over to make sure that every single kart and driver is up to the minimum class weight. And as the drivers come to the weighbridge, they are heading towards Piers Pryor, who I would imagine is trying to take shelter from the weather at the moment. But Piers, if you can duck out from underneath a garage, there you are. It's not raining because he's not got his hat on, and he's got his hair cut there. Well, Piers, a good session. Marcus Littlewood, fastest of all.
Absolutely, yeah, it is. Rain has eased off, certainly. It's still drizzling a little bit. We'll grab Jamie Perilli, who got second place. Jamie coming alongside me. Jamie, you were first over the line, top for most of that session. A little bit disappointed in it, I could see when I showed you the result for P2.
Yeah, it was a great result, P2. Can't complain, like I said, but wish we was first. But still a really good drive. Feeling confident in the wet, so it's all good.
Do you reckon it'll be wet or dry for later on for the first heat, or do you not care?
Don't really bother me. I'll take both, to be honest.
Well, you've been quick in both this weekend, so congratulations on a decent qualifying. I'm hoping we can grab a word with Marcus Littlewood. We'll wander this way, because Marcus Littlewood has gone top of that session, and he was noted last over the line. Marcus Littlewood, if I can grab Marcus, he'll wander over to me, hopefully. Hopefully the camera doesn't break up too much. Marcus, I don't know whether you know, but you polled for that one.
Yeah, it was really good, actually. I picked the right track positioning, and yeah, managed to come out on top. But yeah, definitely wasn't the most perfect set of laps I've done, but considering I've been car racing all year, I think that's not a bad effort. Yeah.
Absolutely not a bad effort. Pole by 2/10 on the 3-lap average, ahead of Jamie Perilli, and Matthew Higgins was third. You were the last one over the line. Clearly that was a good position to be in. Clear air, no spray.
Yeah, 100%. I knew that from the start. Considering I had a little incident yesterday, I was starting mid-pack in the classification, so I just had to think smartly about it, not panic, and then yeah, pick out the right track positioning.
What about the kart? How does it feel on circuit? Is it slippery? Because it's a lot wetter than it was in practice, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Adapting to it is quite a big thing. I think practice was actually sort of worse because we all went out on a dry setup with just the wets. So now we got out on quite a wet track with just a full wet setup. Actually, yeah, it felt a bit better.
Marcus, congratulations. Fast in the first session. We're going to head and see time qualifying 4 for senior Rotax.
Thank you, Piers. And through the gloom and the spray, the second half of our 51-strong senior Rotax field makes their way out onto the banking to try and get the first of what should be, if the drivers you know, have got it about themselves, should be 4 flying laps. So they've even got time for sort of one, well, this is technically the start of their first flying lap because they come out from the dummy grid and then cross the timing beam. So this is their first flying lap. They'll get 4 in total, provided they don't slow themselves down or have any issues getting off the dummy grid. Here's Teddy Pritchard-Williams in kart number 5, the Strawberry Racing driver. Teddy's sort of trying to convince everybody in the paddock this is his last full-time season in a kart, and that he'll only be a part-time racer afterwards. I wait to see if that actually turns out to be true. So many of these drivers, they retire and then they realise, actually, no, I do enjoy karting and I want to go back to it. Macaulay Bishop is the O-Plate champion. He is currently fastest at the end of 1 lap, but of course we can't get you an order until every driver has completed 3 laps. On the live chat, the Mikey Walker seems to have a very large fan club in attendance. He'll be going out next in junior Rotax. The order, I see Gary Townsend asking, it's senior Rotax then junior Rotax. They've both got 2 sessions. Senior X30 has also got 2 groups. Oh, and there's a spin for the number 72 kart of Austin Lee. He gets going again. After the senior X30s, the 2 groups, then we have Water Swift Restricted, Water Swift Inter, Micro Max, Mini Max, and last of all, Junior X30. Now, the one thing I do like about wet weather is the fact that all the drivers have clear visors. That means you can see their eyes and how much they are concentrating. Macaulay Bishop in that very, very distinctive driving style that he has, plain white wet crash helmet. Some of the drivers use 2 different crash helmets, a wet crash helmet and a dry crash helmet. Into the Bruno Ferrari S's under the bridge. Bishop has done 2 laps now, and his average lap over the 2 laps is 1 minute 19.01. That is fastest of all the drivers have completed 2 laps so far. There's the number 17 car. That's Ryan Ward for the Jax Motorsport team. Ryan is, let's have a look, where is Ryan in the standings? He is currently 24th in the classification. James Fitzhugh on the live chat. Hello, James. Normally producer James, but today he's best man James at his best friend's wedding. So hello to James, and hello to Chloe as well, who did a fantastic interview with Dan Ashton for at Chennington last week. She asked Dan, what's Dan been doing? Dan says, oh, I've been looking after the go-karts, I've been clarking the course. She went, boring, goodbye. Which is a fantastic interview technique, I have to say. I wish I could get away with that. Here is Bishop. Now, Bishop will come across the line now to complete his 3rd flying lap. We'll get his 3-lap average. Now, his 3-lap average is a 1 minute 18.96. So already, this session looks like it's going to be slightly quicker than the first session. The rain is just about stopped, but of course the circuit is soaking wet. There's number 70 kart. That is Jaden Tien, the Dutch driver for Dan Holland Racing. Jaden was fastest of all in qualifying yesterday on his Kartmasters debut. But at the moment, well, he hasn't completed 3 laps yet. He's coming across the line to complete his 3rd lap, and Jaden has it. There he goes. Jaden Tien goes 5th fastest, and of course PF International, it's a very difficult track to get round in the wet, so all the overseas drivers who don't race here regularly are going to be in for a steep learning curve today. Bishop, Ryan Ward, 2nd fastest at the 3-lap average. There is Ward in the number 70 car going past Jaden Tien. Caden McQueen is 3rd fastest after his 3 laps, 1 minute 19.54 3-lap average. So Bishop takes the checkered flag first. He improves his 3-lap average to 1 minute 18.45. Ryan Ward, well actually no, that's 2 of the other Jax Motorsports car, Deacon Russell and Jack Steadman. They go 4th and 5th overall. Cian Geraghty has crossed the line in 10th position. Ralph Youngling is up into 10th now, pushing Geraghty back to 11th. Geraghty and Bishop, 2 of 12 drivers doing double duty in Kartmasters this year. Oh, somebody's had a spin coming out of the final corner. We'll have a look to who that is. I think that's Adish Mehta. Or was it Adish Mehta or Jeremy Montgomery Swan? It was Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who's come over from Dubai, where they don't do a lot of wet weather racing, so this is a real baptism of fire for Jeremy. But Macaulay Bishop, 1 minute 18.45 3-lap average. He is on outright pole position. Caden McQueen, 2nd fastest, a 3-lap average of 1 minute 18.83. Ryan Ward, excellent result for Ryan, 1 minute 19.06 3-lap average. And Neo Clark in kart number 28, who is one of the drivers outside the top 30 in points. Good result for the Thule Motorsport driver, Neo Clark. He's 4th overall. Kai Hunter, the GP plate holder, the reigning British and Kartmasters champion. And he is 5th fastest. Then Jaden Tien, Deacon Russell, Ben Folland, Jack Steadman and Ralph Youngling, your top 10. Down towards the rear end of the order, Adish Mehta from India, 25th. Jeremy Montgomery Swan from Dubai is 24th. And Zain Salim from Egypt is 22nd. But Piers Pryor, please, take it away. You've got a very soaking wet, but probably a very happy Macaulay Bishop with you, I would assume.
Correct, Henry. I do have our fastest driver in senior Rotax time qualifying, Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, you got out at the front and just, I suppose, got your head down.
Yeah, obviously, I wasn't starting first on the grid, so I had to do some overtakes and out on the opening lap. And yeah, just got a gap and I was just doing my own thing, really.
Yeah, it was interesting that in the first session, Marcus Littlewood was fast and he was last over the line. You were first over the line, so clearly getting some clear air was important.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously when you were behind other drivers, they may not be taking the right lines and stuff like that. So I think when you're out front, it's you can just do your own thing.
And Dan Holland karts fastest in first and second as well, so clearly the karts are good underneath you.
Yeah, the karts were on rails, to be fair, so yeah, it felt really good.
Don't think you drove too badly either. A cool 4/10 clear at the front of the field.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I didn't really see anyone, so I was doing my own thing.
Macaulay, congratulations on another good qualifying result. I'm interested to grab a word with Ryan Ward, the number 17, because we didn't see much of Ryan yesterday, but very, very fast in that one. Is Ryan kicking about in here, Ryan? Ryan Ward for the Jax, is it Jax? I think it's Jax. Yeah, Jax Motorsport team. Ryan, P2. Oh no, P3, sorry, P3.
Just went round really. I know I'm confident here in the wet, so yeah, quick, but hit a little bit of traffic on the last lap, so.
It's still not too bad. I mean, third place, only a couple of tenths behind Caden McQueen, and you know, a good position. Would you prefer it to stay wet for long today?
Yeah, I'd hope it stays wet all of today and all of tomorrow.
I think that's unlikely, but what can you do if it does dry out? You reckon you can use this grid slot?
Yeah, obviously if you start further forward here, you normally stay there, so just got to hope the heats go well.
And the pace was clearly very good. Was it the wagon, was it the driver, or a bit of both?
Bit of both, I would say.
Well done, congratulations. Sorry, say that again.
Jack's obviously getting it right.
Brilliant, and yourself as well. Well, that's interesting to hear from the drivers in the senior category. Up next, we have Junior Rotax time qualifying 3.
Thank you, Piers. And let's have a little look. Hold on, live chat, people. Oh, Mikey Walker's not in this group. So you can continue to hype the Jax Racing number 26 entry, Mikey Walker. He's not in this group. So the first 20, well, we got 50 junior Rotax drivers, so 25 going out in this session as James Sherrington can get a shout out to Steve Walker and AP Air Conditioning for allowing Mikey Walker to do Kartmasters. Yes, we can consider Steve Walker and AP Air Conditioning well and truly shouted out. Mikey Walker, for all his online support, is 4th in the standings. Leading the points at the moment, the halfway stage with a perfect score, is Harry Bartle, the British Open champion for Strawberry Racing. Harrison Whitcomb is 2nd in points. Harrison Crowther is 3rd in points. Then it's Walker, Lewis Goff, Hugh Moulton, Kai Clark, Lucas Blanford, Lloyd Hare and Charlie Neve. They are your top 10 in points as of last night. Outside the top 30, look out for drivers like Nathan Cappan, Aidan Mitchell, Eva Morris, Shane Chandaria. They're the first group of drivers that are currently outside the top 30 and not automatically in the pre-final and the Grand Prix on Sunday. Motorsport Magpie asking, is anyone going to risk slicks? No is the answer. The very firm and definitive answer is no. You will not see anybody on slicks for a considerable while, even though it has stopped raining. The clouds here in Lincolnshire are very low, as you can see on the Alpha Live cameras. There is very little wind as well, and there's some hot air being blown in the commentary box, but that is always the case. But with very little wind outside, that means the track does take longer than usual to dry out. Now, the senior Rotax field all managed to get 4 laps in. I would assume that the juniors would also be able to get 4 flying laps in. The ones that start at the back of the field and came out of the dummy grid last, they're the ones that are going to be a bit nervous. Now, as we progress through the day, we're going to have several special guests in the commentary box. And our first special guest is coming in right now. This is the youngest member of the Mick Barrett Racing clan. What's your name, young man? Ollie Barrett. Now, Ollie Barrett is how old? 7 years old, and you are Mick's grandson, yes? Okay, now, I've been told that you're an aspiring commentator, is that right? Okay, now, and you know all the drivers' numbers and the names? Not all of them. Well, I tell you what, when this session finishes, would you like to have a go at reading the order of the karts at the end of this session on the live stream? No? You just want to have a watch instead and see? He's a bit shy. When I tell you what, okay, you can watch here. So this is how the magic happens. We're watching on screen Harrison Crowther in kart number 17, but if you look behind you, young man, you can see you've got a commentator's cam. So what we can do, we can give a big wave to everybody out there. So if you stand up there, young man, stand up on the chair. There he is. So this is the latest member of the Mick Barrett Racing dynasty. So big wave. There we go, and we're going to watch the rest of it. So you can come and sit down now. We'll go back to the actual track. There we go. So, number 17, Harrison Crowther. He completes his 3rd lap, so he's got a best 3-lap average of 1 minute 18.55 seconds. I'm trying to see, there's no Mick Barrett Racing entries in this. I tell you what, let's... On the live chat, we can stop supporting Mikey Walker for a minute. Let's, everyone in the live chat, say a big hello, and on the live chat, to young Oliver Barrett. Oliver Barrett, Bridges, Ollie Bridges. So in the live chat, so get typing in, hello to Ollie Bridges. 7-year-old want to be commentator. He's going to be taking my job before I know it. Let's see the comments coming in. Fiona Goff saying good luck to Lewis Goff and all the Sam Pollock Racing team. Now, checkered flag is coming out. We're watching the Coles Racing number 17 of Harrison Crowther. Still fastest overall, the 3-lap average. He's going to be the very first driver to take the checkered flag. Oh, there you go, Motorsport Magpie saying hello, Oliver. Ethan Page saying hello, Oliver. Ian Carey, Ruben Bagri saying hello from all over the world. They're saying hello to you, young man, who's a keen karting live stream supporter. Now, Harrison Crowther, best 3-lap average, 1 minute 18.31. That's incredible. That's over a second faster than Lewis Goff. On the 3-lap average, Harry Bartle is 3rd, Lloyd Hare is 4th, Kai Veach is 5th, and Harry Freeman is 6th. So, Harrison Crowther, what a performance from Crowther. He is 3rd in the point standings. Now, Oliver, this is what we're going to do. In a minute, you're going to throw down to Piers Pryor in the pit lane, okay? So when I tell you, you're going to say, Piers Pryor, take it away. Is that okay? No? Okay, that's fine. A little bit shy, but we'll get through that. There's more people saying hi, Oliver. There we go. Thank you very much. Live chat. Everyone there supporting. Of course, karting is a family sport, and, you know, it's good to have the families here watching. So, at the moment, Harrison Crowther is the driver that they all have to beat, the Coles Racing driver. 1 minute 18.31, 1.2 seconds faster than everybody else over a 3-lap average. That's incredible. Lewis Goff, Harry Bartle, Oliver Smith, Lloyd Hare, Kai Veach, the rest of the top 6. Down the bottom end of the wrong end of the timing charts, Nathan Kappan and Theo Palmer are 2 drivers from the Middle East, from the United Arab Emirates. Unsurprisingly, they are struggling in these wet weather conditions. Let's they go through there. So there goes the number 92 kart. That is Jack West. And, well, Harrison Crowther, Piers Pryor, I would make a bold prediction that 1.2 seconds is going to be the biggest margin that we see of in qualifying in any class. That was absolutely tremendous by Harrison Crowther, Piers.
Absolutely tremendous. I mean, 1.2 seconds clearing quali is something you don't hear very often, and absolutely put the laps in. I can see Harrison having a debrief with his mechanic in a moment, and I'm going to hopefully grab him as he comes over. Just double check. I've never actually met Harrison Crowther before. I'm assuming you're Harrison, yes? Harrison, come in this side for me. Not many times do people go pole position by 1 point something seconds.
Yeah, it's amazing, thank you. Got to just get the points in today, try start on pole for the pre-final tomorrow. We're P3 in the classification overall, so it's easily doable.
Clearly the kart was good underneath you.
Yeah, I had a little crash through the wall on the inside coming off the bridge and warm up, and then changed everything. Just went round fast.
Absolutely went round fast, and clearly that car. Clearly you drove it as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was very good, thank you. Hopefully, I can do the same job in the heats.
We'll keep an eye on you, and I suppose you'd probably like it to stay wet, wouldn't you?
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Also, being interesting to grab a word with Lewis Goff, who had a strong day yesterday, fighting his way through the field. But Lewis today qualifying right up at the top of the order. Is Lewis in here? The number 133. Lewis, should we grab a word with you again? We saw yesterday, we spoke to you after you were on the podium in one of the races. Very different conditions this morning, but still very good result, second.
Yeah, but I think the team did quite well to adapt to the wet straight away, and as me as well, going to X30 different compound as well. I mean, I think we all did a good job together.
Yeah. Tricky conditions out there because it was wet this morning for practice, but a very different type of wet in the qualifying session.
Yeah, I think it's just carry on raining, it's just making the track harder and harder.
Yeah. And did you have to change the setup much from this morning to now?
Not much. I think we just stayed the same, I think, yeah.
Just drove it well?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations on another strong result, and that'll set you up nicely for the 2 races we have coming up later. Next up, we have Senior X30 time qualifying 3.
I believe that Piers Pryor has been, he's tripping is what he is, because it's not Senior X30 just yet. It's the second round, it's the second half of Junior Rotax, including, wait for it, Mikey Walker, who is now the most popular driver here. Now, I have a feeling everyone who says that Mikey Walker's going to get pole position is probably going to be proved wrong, unless he can pull a rabbit out of the hat, because that 3-lap average from Harrison Crowther was absolutely spot on. Now, good luck to all the Zip Factory drivers, says Lee Starbuck. Barbara Lapper now. Nanny Barbara Lapper, Albie Lapper's nan, she's actually here in the paddock, so both Albie Lapper's nans are here. The whole family have come to Kartmasters. Let's see, Albie Lapper at the moment in the point standings is 24th. So he's currently, well, he's not safe, but he's currently in the pre-final and the Grand Prix as things stand. So we'll wait to see that. So the number 26 kart is Mikey Walker, almost crashing. There we go, that proves you all wrong. No, I'm only joking. He goes into Bobby Game corner. Now, young Oliver here, there's something that you don't know about karting. So we come into Bobby Game corner here, and then we go into the micro compound. Do you know what this corner's called? It's called Mick's Corner, after Mick Barrett. They've just named it this weekend. So that corner there is Mick's Corner. Happy with that? Young Oliver nods. Right, Hugh Moulton, another of the Coles Racing drivers, is quickest at the end of the first lap. Eli Baden for Cato Motorsport is second. Cole Denham is third. Aris Majewskis is fourth. We're already singing on the live chat. If you want to see the results, go to motorsport-timing.co.uk. That's where you can see the results and the live timing screens. Now, it seems the tactic for Coles Racing, we saw it with Harrison Crowther, and we've seen it now with Hugh Moulton, is to get the front of the dummy grid, get out early, clean track, and go. And it is working at the moment. So, here is Moulton. 1 minute 19.71 on his opening lap. Now, let's not forget that Harrison Crowther did a 1 minute 18.4 3-lap average. So, we'll have to see if anyone can come close to that. 25 karts. I'm really pleased to say that Isabella Stansmore-Wilson for the Sam Pollock Racing team is back today. She was involved in that multiple kart incident in qualifying yesterday, tweaked her wrist, sat out of the 2 heat races yesterday, but she's back this morning, so she is still in there. She is understandably 50th and last at the moment in the points standings, but the only way is up. That's what Yaz sung about a long time ago. Now, okay, Mikey Walker update, ladies and gentlemen. He, at the moment, after 2 laps, his 2-lap average is 11th. I mean, Charlie Longman Racing, I mean, yeah, do you want to propose to him? You know, there's an absolute love fest going on in the live chat for Mikey Walker, who, to be fair, is 4th in the point standings at the moment. So he's doing the business for the Jack's Motorsport team. Now, Hugh Moulton, he will be coming around to complete his 3rd flying lap very shortly. Here he comes. At the moment, he is fastest with a 1 minute 19.45 2-lap average. Let's see what he does on his 3rd lap and where that 3-lap average then puts him. And he crosses the line. 3-lap average of 1 minute 19.22. Still some way behind Harrison Crowder. He goes underneath the bridge. There's number 224 kart. That is 224. Oh, hang on. Someone has changed their number. That's an NLC Motorsport kart. Junior Rotax 224. I don't have a 224. I have a 214. Jake Flewitt. Let's have a little look. Where is Jake Flewitt? He is 5th. Why is he down as 214 on my entry list? Oh, dearie me. Easily confused I am, ladies and gentlemen. But Jake Flewitt for the MLC Motorsport team. He is doing really well. He's up to 5th position overall. Harrison Whitcomb is 7th. It's Hugh Moulton from Jack Baker, Alfie Thompson, Cole the Closer Denham, Jake Flewitt and Eli Baden, your top 6. Now the checkered flag is out. Everybody, with the exception of Adam Wooden, has completed their 3 laps. So they've got a 3-lap average that we can show you. Adam Wooden crosses the line now. He will only get 3 laps in. He goes 17th. Here's Hugh Moulton across the line. 3-lap average, 1 minute 18.84. And that is still quicker than everybody else in this group by 3/4 of a second. Cole Denham goes 2nd fastest with a 3-lap average of 1 minute 19.59. Riley Cranham, 1 minute 20.37, 6th fastest. Harrison Whitcomb, the Welshman for Argenti Motorsport, 1 minute 20.51. He is 7th fastest. We wait for Jack Baker to come across the line. So Jack Baker is now the only person that can depose Hugh Moulton, and he doesn't. Jack Baker stays 3rd, the Australian driver, 1 minute 19.67. And, Michael Walker fans, 10th for your man. Now, that will probably work out at about 20th, maybe a little bit lower than that when they combine all the 50 drivers and their best 3-lap average speeds. So the most popular driver at Kartmasters so far will be starting from the middle of the pack as we come in. I love this way. Commenting. Well, thank you, Mikey Walker, for allowing me to, wax lyrical about you. It is my honour to be able to talk about the man, the myth, the legend that is Michael Walker. There we go. How's that? Now, there is the number 62 kart of Cole Denham going through. Well, Piers prior, it's a Coles Racing domination in the wet in Junior Rotax. Don't you agree?
Yeah, well, we were watching them in practice, weren't we, Henry? And they were quick in practice as well, but not quite as quick as Hugh went in that qualifying session. Also, apologies to everyone at home when I said it was going to be Senior X30. I was getting ahead of myself. It's Senior X30 time qualifying next. I forgot about the 2nd Junior Rotax. But let's grab a word with Hugh, because, of course, Hugh went very, very quickly in that one. An average time of an 18.84. Just taking a screenshot of that before I forget. Hugh, we chatted to you briefly yesterday after what was a strong result, but even stronger in that one. Fastest lap by almost a second in that session, and putting yourself in a good position for the heats.
Yeah, I think me and my teammate are 1-2 on the grid now, which is good for the heat, so it should be good fun.
Cole's clearly doing a good job at putting the car in a good place for you.
Yeah, it's been mega, especially today, so hopefully we can win it tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Hugh. I'm going to grab away with number 62 is Cole Denham. Cole, come over. Oh, no, hang on. That's right. Yeah, Cole. Solid session for yourself. I think P2.
Yeah, it's been, I wasn't really expecting that, as I've not had quite the pace in the last couple of weeks in the wet, so I'm very delighted to come out and piece it in second after the last couple of weeks struggling in the wet.
What do you think the improvement in the last couple of weeks has come from? Is it in the car? Is it in yourself? A bit of both?
I think we've now found the setup in the car, and you just need to find the limits, really.
What had you been struggling with? Was it oversteer, understeer, or is it just overall grip?
Overall, and my height, it doesn't help because I'm that small, so yeah, a lot of the other kids have got a bit of an advantage as if their height, so yeah, I'm delighted to come out in P2 after that.
It's all right, Cole, I'm not very tall either, mate, don't worry. You'll probably be taller than me in about a year's time, so I wouldn't worry about it, and clearly if you're driving well at your height, when you grow a bit, it'll go even quicker, but we'll look forward to seeing how you get on in the heats.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries, and that was Cole Denham, second in that one. I'm just going to grab all this Jack
just a
Baker
moment,
if
Piers,
he
I
is
hate
around.
to interrupt you. Can
Go
you
on.
please satisfy the viewing public by finding driver number 26, Mikey Walker, and interview him, because he has
Number
got
26.
about 1 million. He's a Jack's Motorsport kart. He's got about 1 million fans on the live chat. If you can't, then don't worry. It's just that all the viewing public will hate you. It's no pressure.
Yes. No, it's okay.
Right, okay.
I could do that.
Online chat.
I'm hearing that the number 26 of Mr. Walker over here, you've got a lot of fans on the live chat. I'll let you take your helmet off for a second. Everyone at home is screaming to say hello. Do you want to just, first of all, say hello to all your fans on the live chat?
Hello, Charlie Longman and James Sherrington. Shout out to them for support. And yeah, thank you for the support, everybody on the live chat.
How about that session? Let's talk to us about your quali. How was it?
It wasn't the best. I was made for a better result, but yesterday I had a similar result and I came forward in heat, so I'm hoping to do that again today.
Well, there you go. We'll hopefully see more of you later on, but before we see more of that, we have Senior Rotax, Senior X30, time qualifying 3.
Thank you very much, Piers. Apologies if interrupting you there mid-flow, but right, now, we at Alpha Live, we held up our end of the bargain, and Mr. Robin Andrews, James Sherrington, Chai Longman Racing et al. Now, this is what we want you to do for us. You must, if you haven't already subscribed to Alpha Live, do so immediately. Hit that notification button, hit the subscribe button, and then on your social medias, share this live stream to all your online friends. If you don't, I will know, and we will never mention Mikey Walker again. So, here we go. Are you doing it? Are you all sharing? Are you all subscribing? If you're not, I'll find out. Don't say cheers, Alpha Live, Chai Longman Racing. Subscribe, like, share. We had 12,000 viewers yesterday. We're going to double that today, and it's all down to the Mikey Walker fan club. If we don't get 20,000 viewers today, it's your fault, Mikey Walker fan club. How's that? Right. Back to the go-karting. It is Senior X30, the first group of Senior X30s. Once again, 49 entries in this class. Can you give money to see more Mikey Walker? You can give money to buy me Iron Brew. How's that? How's that? No, okay. So, Jack Nettleship has not gone out in this session. Now, we spoke to Jack Nettleship in the Paddock show last night, which is available on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And the first half of which will be shown once again during the lunch break today. And he was changing chassis because he felt something breaking on the TB kart that he had. Something had worked loose. And he's not gone out this morning. has Jack Nettleship. There is the driver that is fastest after 2 laps, Fred Green, for the Croc Promotions team. Thank you very much for liking, sharing and subscribing, by the way. I was only semi-joking when I said if you didn't, then I would never mention Mikey Walker again, but semi-joking. Macaulay Bishop is second fast after 2 flying laps. There he is, the number 68, the premium karting entry in X30. So he's doing double duty for 2 different teams. There are 2 drivers doing double duty for 2 different teams. Cian Geraghty, he's driving for his own team in Senior X30, Cian Geraghty Racing, and he's driving for Strawberry Racing in Senior Rotax. Bishop driving for Dan Holland in Senior Rotax and for Premium Karting in Senior X30. So not only are they jumping from one chassis to another, one engine to another, one sort of brand of tyres to another, they're actually doing 2 different awnings, incredibly. So let's watch. So Bishop, he was sensational in Senior Rotax qualifying. He is second fastest at the moment, still behind Fred Green. It does appear as though if you get out early off the dummy grid, then you tend to qualify better than the drivers who go out in the middle of the pack. Now, not quite sure why that is. You know, spray's not a problem because, as you can see, the track is not getting any wetter. The umbrellas around the banking have come down, so there's no active rain in the air. So how about this, Mikey Walker fan club? Yes, you're going to lay off the Mikey Walker love until his first heat race. Tell us, what about the other classes? Are you looking forward to seeing anybody else in any of the other classes? Who do you think is going to win Kartmasters 2024 in all the other classes? I mean, we know that Mikey Walker's got things pretty much sewn up in Junior Rotax, but what about all the other 7 classes that are racing? Who do you think is going to win come Sunday afternoon? Now, checkered flag is out. Let's have a look. There goes Fred Green, best 3-lap average, 1 minute 16.93. Bishop second, 1 minute 17.01. Louis Johnson Cool goes across the line in the second of the premium karting entries. He is 4th fastest. We still wait for, as we look at the number 12 kart of Tiger Dixon. There, you can see through there, there's the eyes of the tiger. Got that one in. He is... Dixon is, let's have a look down, only 22nd at the moment. Will he improve? Yes, he goes up to 9th for the MTL Racing team. Fred Green, Macaulay Bishop and Gus Lawrence, who we last saw getting nerfed into a barrier on the bridge, and he's, well, there was a bit of a territorial dispute in the last heat race of the day yesterday between Gus Lawrence and Gabriel Stilp. Lawrence ending up in the barriers. He is okay with a bit of a, a bruised hand, which is what happens when a croc drives over it, but he is absolutely fine. He's 3rd fastest. Gabriel Stilp and his cousin Oliver Stilp are 5th and 6th in that group. There goes Bishop, but there is Fred Green, the Croc Promotions kart, and he will be heading towards Piers Pryor soon. There's the PF plate of Henry Gregory, who lent me his wonderful sunglasses for the Paddock show last night. But Piers Pryor, who have you got with us this time?
Well, I'm hoping to grab a word, of course, with Fred Green, who's gone top as well. But I thought a notable driver that would be good to grab a word with, someone we caught up with on Thursday's Paddock show, was Louis Johnson Cool, who's had a very good qualifying session in that one, 4th place in that group. But first of all, while he's getting himself sorted out, I'll see if I can catch the eye of Fred Green. Fred, another very strong session in tricky conditions out there.
Yeah, it was a pretty good session. Made my life easier starting first on the grid, so I had good clear track. I drove well up until the last lap and I made a few mistakes which cost me half a second, but yeah, still on pole, so I can't complain.
Absolutely can't complain. Sure, you know, it's so close even in the wet conditions. I mean, that's the qualifying there. You were pretty quick, but, you know, in the 17s, there's 3 or 4 of you. Of course, second session going out. You know, you've shown you've got the pace in the wet, you've shown you've got the pace in the dry. Do you have a preference for the first heat this morning?
I'd love it to be wet, to be honest. I like the wet a lot more. I don't think I showed my true potential then, but we're still at the front, so hopefully we can be faster in the next session and be...
What was keeping you from achieving that true potential in the wet in that session?
Myself. Just didn't drive perfectly, to be honest, but still at the front, so it's okay.
Must be good confidence knowing that, you know, when you don't drive perfectly, you can still stick it a couple of tenths on pole position.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just a bit disappointed, but yeah, it's all good.
I don't think I've ever heard a driver be disappointed with pole position other than Fred Green, but that's the level of competition we have. It'd be good to grab a word with Louis Johnson-Cool, if he's happy to have a chat. Of course, yesterday he was fighting away, but today, a very good pace in the wet. P4 in that session, Louis.
Yeah, no, it was all right. It probably shouldn't be better. We got I didn't start at the pit lane, so I got stuck behind a lot of people I shouldn't have. Had to come through, but I think we got the pace now in the dry as well. We were struggling a little bit, just getting used to being back in a kart, but I think now we're there, and obviously a good quali now will help us massively in the racing. So yeah, no, can't really complain with P4.
Well, clearly pace is good in the wet. You said you made improvements throughout yesterday in the dry. It's touch and go whether it's going to dry out for the first heat. What would you prefer?
I do not care at this point. Like,
just going to send it regardless.
I think we've got good pace in both, so I'm happy with the kart and the setup, and I think there's no reason why we can't go out and try and get some wins. So yeah.
Love it, fighting to it. Louis, I will look forward to seeing that out because it will be good to see some drivers to different faces at the front of the field. Gus Lawrence is, of course, quick in that one, as well as Macaulay Bishop. But we've caught up with those a lot this weekend. I'm sure we'll be chatting to them again. So why don't we head up for the next qualifying session coming up in just a minute or so it's time.
Thank you very much, Piers. And I don't know why Fred Green is looking so, well, you know, less than impressed by his performance, because he not only says set pole position in that qualifying group, he currently leads the intermediate classification. Senior X30, Green has 5 points. He is ahead 1 point clear of Harry Platten, who goes in this qualifying group. And in fact, I think Harry is one of the first karts out of the grid, the O-plate chassis. There he is. Henry Gregory, the PF plate holder, he is third in the standings with 8 points. Cian Geraghty and Oliver Stilp tied for fourth on 9 points. Marcus Lucio, 6th. Louis Johnson-Cool, 7th. Alistair Cresswell, Harry Cottrell, and South Korea's Koo-hyo Lee is 10th in the points in kart 222. That's the Eichmann's GP. The EGP livery kart in number 222. They're running out of the McBarrett Racing awning, and Koo-hyo Lee and Belgium's Emilio Van Overberger are both in the EGP colours. Now, I'm not sure how much... I mean, I know Koo-hyo from the Rotax Grand Finals, and he's a very experienced driver around the world, but how will he cope with a wet PF International? Obviously, Koo-hyo is one of the drivers that wasn't doing a rain dance last night. He's top 10 overall, and there he goes at the inside. Well, he's already showing that he hasn't lost any of his aggression. I'm not quite sure that that's the best way around Koo-hyo. Let's have a little look. There's Dayton Coulthard going through. Now, drivers on that are looking nervously at the intermediate classification. Well, 28th place is Dayton Coulthard. 29th is Freddie Housley, and Jack Cox is 30th. So they're the last 3 drivers that have currently automatically qualified for the pre-final and the Grand Prix. CJ Bennett, the Irishman who celebrated a birthday yesterday, he's 31st in points. France's Tony Casaguel is 32nd. Jack Nettleship is 33rd, and his case won't have been boosted by the fact he didn't go out in qualifying this morning. David Marshall is 34th. Tristan Powell, Isaac March, and Eden Spanswick are the next drivers on the outside looking in. A whole bunch of our overseas international entries are already outside the top 30, and their cause won't be helped by the wet weather. I'm thinking about Natalia Dabek and Piotr Jurovic from Poland, Sak Al-Mashirji from Kuwait, he's 43rd in points, Emilio Van Overberger is 45th in points. But one driver who is doing extremely well on his Kartmasters debut is Monaco's Oscar Repetto. Now, I am told that Oscar can speak French, Swiss, German, Italian, Austrian, and English, which is remarkable. He can't speak Welsh, and he can't speak gibberish, like me. So he's not quite up there yet, but that's very impressive for young Oscar Repetto, who is 13th in points. The first ever driver at Kartmasters to represent Monaco. Now, Harry Platten, the O-Plate champion, a two-time Kartmasters winner in this class, 2021 and 2022. He is fastest after 2 laps, 1 minute 17.34. Caden McQueen, who has been very, very quick but has had no luck in this class. McQueen is languishing, well, how about this? 19th, Gabriel Stilp in points, 20th, Caden McQueen in points, and 21st, Gus Lawrence. So they have to really avoid any incidents and get another 2, competitive finishes in today to try and drag themselves back up into the top 10. And of course, the intermediate classification that decides the starting lineup for the pre-final, and the pre-final only. Jakub Milzarski, shout out to all the Polish drivers, yes indeed. Nick Meister asking, am I coming to the Dubai O-Plate again next year? Well, you have to speak to David Bright at Dubai Kartdrome. Time to get on the phone. It's in January. I've enjoyed doing the Dubai O-Plate the last couple of years, and hopefully I'll be doing it again. 72 hours in Dubai in January is, that's a real hardship, that is. So, let's have a look. Platten has completed 3 laps. Best 3-lap average, 1 minute 16.99. 1 second ahead of Marcus Lucio, whose 3-lap average at the moment is 1 minute 18 flat. Caden McQueen, 1 minute 18.10. There's Cian Geraghty in the number 73. He's entered as a privateer, but that's a Geraghty racing car. It's his own team. Now, he is on a quick lap at the moment. He is 5th fastest overall. He is, the leading privateer, the leading true privateer, is Rylan Eschberg. In the number, there's Ryan Ashberg in the number 273, coming out of the final corner now. And RPM Racing, can you tell us something in Welsh, please? Siarad I Cymraeg, bore da, Henry Beaudette ydw I. That's good morning, my name's Henry Beaudette in Welsh. How's that? And the best Welsh word is Popty Ping. Popty Ping is Welsh for microwave. How's that? Font of all knowledge. Caden McQueen managed to get round without spinning on the outlap, which is what he did yesterday in one of his heat races. Came out of the pits, give it a bit of Euro, and looped it in front of the grandstand, much to the delight of his dad, Andrew, much to the chagrin of his KR Sport Racing team. There is Harry Platten. Best 3-lap average, 1 minute 16.34. And do you know what I said earlier? I said that we're never going to get anyone more than 1.2 seconds clear in qualifying at the top. Harrison Crowther was 1.20 seconds faster than anybody else in his group. Harry Platten, 1.19 seconds faster than Marcus Lucio, who's second. Great result for Rylan Eschberg, a true privateer in 3rd position. Of best 3-lap average of 1 minute 17.80. I just saw Stu Stretton walking down the paddock. The only person here who is grateful of the rain because, let's put it be kindly, he's ginger and he gets sunburnt when he walks past a well-lit room, does Stu Stretton. But great to see him here as well as several other photographers. There's Cian Geraghty. Piers Pryor. Try and make sense of that one. Take it away.
I was about to say it's drying out, but I've got my rain face on again. So the rain started to fall just on that last lap. So that's probably potentially why some of the drivers didn't quite improve. Although driver that didn't need to improve on his last lap was Harry Platten, as we just heard. I'm hoping I can grab a word with Harry once I catch his eye. Harry Platten. Harry? Let's have a word with our fastest driver on qualifying. Watch out, cameraman Johnny, you've got a go-kart behind you. And also, we'll grab a word with Rylan Ekberg afterwards as well. Harry, that was pretty regulation for you, just driving around a cool second and a bit quicker than everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually quite difficult leaving the pits. I didn't quite get out of the pit lane with clear air, but managed to get on with it, get 3 half clean laps in, a few mistakes, which sort of a little bit disappointing, but yeah, good session.
Again, we spoke to Fred Green, who went quickest in the first, and he said, oh, I'm a bit disappointed, and you're the same, but you're both fastest in your groups.
Yeah, well, I mean, my best lap was the first flying lap, which shouldn't really be the case, but a few little mistakes here and there which we need to clean up on if it is wet for the first one.
Yeah, it did start raining a little bit during that session, so that potentially will be why.
Yeah, I mean, I could sort of see it when I went into the last sector, and obviously it's hammering it down again now, so we'll see what happens for the rest of the day, but I think I've got a while now, so...
Absolutely, you and Fred were both clear of the field. If you end up against each other in a wet heat, it's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be sort of who races best and who stays more consistent, really. But, I mean, Fred's very good in the wet, been very good in the dry as well, so have I. So I'm not really too bothered what the conditions are.
Just take it in your stride. Absolutely. Right, Harry, congratulations on a very, very fast qualifying second. Rylan Ekberg, very, very quick in the wet today. You were quick in practice this morning, I noted that, and then you've replicated it today in the qualifying with, where are you now? Rylan Ekberg, 3rd place.
Yeah, it was a good quali. I like the wet here. We had a bit of a rough day yesterday with some mechanical issues, but now we're higher up the order. It's probably going to dry out a bit later, so hopefully we can have a better day.
Would you prefer it to be wet or dry?
Well, probably wet.
Judging by the pace in this morning. But the pace yesterday wasn't too bad in the dry either.
Yeah, it was all right. We just had a few issues, some with the carburetor, and then our axle snapped in the last heat, so we need to get up the order, hopefully, so we can put ourselves a bit more in contention.
Perfect. Well, great to hear from you. Good to see you up there. My phone is not working, so I now don't have any of the results. It's raining so much. Let's just go and have a wander and have a chat with just someone random. Why don't we grab a word with a famous name in the world of motorsport, who I've never chatted to. Go grab a word with Dayton Coulthard, if that's right. Dayton, just before we pick up the car, just talk to us about the conditions out there. How hard is it?
It's slippy. It's just slippy. It's wet. It's a miserable day.
It is miserable, but it's due to dry out later on. And also, I'd like to grab a word with David Marshall. How are you going?
Oh, brilliant. I love the wet because I'm tall, so it's like I can shift my way around. So in the dry, it's dreadful. In the wet, love it.
Love it. It started absolutely hammering it down, so I think I'm going to very shortly head inside. But would you prefer it? I assume by the sounds of that, you'd prefer it to be wet for today.
Oh, love it, but it's going to dry out, sadly. So I'm probably going to feel... It's only as hot, yeah, so I'll probably filter down, but hopefully I can keep a good position. Yeah, do you have heating in the studio or AC? Because is that why you're out here?
I think it's quite funny that you're actually far happier than both of our pole sitters. They both said they were disappointed, even though they were both a second clear.
I'm just here to just enjoy driving, not to get like brain results. I just sort of like the driving. That's why I'm here. So
I love to hear it. Well, thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll see how you get on later, David. Yeah, the rain is properly falling. It's puddle central now, so as much as I thought it was starting to dry out, not for the moment. The next session is just about to go out, or has just begun to begin. The drivers will certainly be thinking about puddles, and the drivers that know this PFI circuit in the wet slightly better may have a slight advantage as well. Of course, a lot of the junior and cadet karts going out next. Those junior cadet karts, they actually tend to work a little bit better in the wet conditions because they don't have quite as much power. Johnny, should we head under some cover? Let's head just ducking because
actually, before you do head under cover, let's just keep the camera on Piers there.
Go on.
Piers, show us your rain face. Now, we're just going to keep the camera on Piers for a few more seconds so he gets very, very wet. We're going to wait until 3 drops of rain fall off the end of Piers' nose. Oh, he's not fair. That's Anthony Jordan would have stayed out there, Piers. Oh, dearie me. OK. Oh, look at that. That is drip, drip, drop little April showers. And the water swift restricted out there. And they are in the worst of the conditions. So these are the youngest drivers here in Kartmasters, age 8 to 11. Both these and the Micromax drivers are age 8, 9, 10 and 11 years old. I have to say that producer Rob, I think that Piers Pryor deserves a penalty for that, for not staying in position when we told him to. Now, speaking of staying in position, there was a great camera shot from our cameraman out there on the outside of the banking. Producer Rob, can you remind me of cameraman position 1's name, please? Andy. Let's all have a little look at Andy. Let's see if we can get I don't know if we can get a shot of Andy standing on the bank there. There he is, in the middle of, behind that little black thing to the right of the ambulance. Hello, Andy. Let's all say Andy needs to buy an alarm clock, I believe, because Andy was late this morning, weren't you, Andy? Yes. Yes, there's Andy. And oh, he was so late, he didn't have time to put a wet weather jacket on. Oh dear, Andy. Yes, that is the wave of shame. It's going to be a wet wave of shame. I'm just glad that for once I wasn't the latest person here. So I'm going to take full advantage of the fact that someone was later than me. Right. Why are we not running Honda Cadet GX200s? I don't know. We haven't run the Honda Cadet class for the last 2 years. 8 classes is pretty much the maximum that we can run at Kartmasters and get through the full program without, staying here till 10 o'clock at night, basically. So not enough space to fit them in, sadly. Now, next question. Yes, naughty Andy, tut. Why can't you take a jacket to him? That's nasty. Well, because he's a cameraman and they're disposable. The camera has got a wet cover on it. So the important bit has got a wet weather cover on it. The camera person has not. I don't know why. I'm sure he will. It was hard enough trying to get Piers Pryor a wet weather jacket. He doesn't deserve one either. But there we go. Now, Water Swift restricted. Alfie Davidson, pole position. A perfect day yesterday for Alfie Davidson in kart number 46 for Fusion Motorsport. Pole position and 2 heat wins. Daniel Ferguson, a pair of second place finishes. The driver you're looking at on your screen now, James Roots. Well, the Roots is on fire, but I think the fire may have been dampened a little bit. He's third in the point standings at the moment. Leading the way. Now, this is going to be interesting. So, with 30 seconds to go, Oscar Kenny and the first bunch of drivers that left the dummy grid, they complete their third flying lap. As we look at the clock ticking down, the drivers at the back of the field are, yes, everybody just about. Oh, George Greaves has not got a third lap in yet. And the checkered flag is coming out. So we saw Greaves have a spin. Oh, and that was the number 13. That's Atacamia. Almost losing it coming off the bridge. So Greaves comes across the start-finish line. He crawls across in the number 37 kart. Takes the checkered flag, so he will be down in 15th position. Sadly, Rex Pooley has, I believe, withdrawn from the meeting. So we're down to 15 drivers in Water Swift restricted. Now, the number 11, that's Hugo Williamson. That is the Good Times Racing number 11 kart. We spoke to Hugo and his family last night at the Paddock show. It's a very smart looking kart. And Hugo just decided he liked those colours, and that's why he wanted his go-kart graphics like. There is Oscar Kenny crossing the start-finish line, and his best 3-lap average, 1 minute 24.4, a whopping 1.3 seconds quicker than Alfie Davidson's best 3-lap average. Oh, Daniel Ferguson goes second, 1 minute 24.59, less than 2/10 off Oscar Kenny's 3-lap average speed. Alfie Davidson third, James Roots fourth, Mason Hibbert fifth, 1 minute 26.32. So yesterday we were talking about the top 10 drivers covered by half a second. Now we've got 1.9 seconds covering the top 5. Alessandro Salas, a good result for Alessandro, 6th fastest there. Then it's Chester Fawkes. Chester is absolutely okay. After his incident yesterday, where we saw him, go nose first into the barriers at the exit of the Fullerton S's. So tough little cookie is Chester Fawkes. He is 7th at the moment. Joshua Cook is 8th. Atacamia is 9th. And young Reggie Chandler on the Falcon, he is 10th. Finley Bedford, Hugo Williamson, Harry Fable, Harry Chapman and George Greaves are the rest of the running order. Now, let's have a little look. I love Heathrow. Where is it taking place? Lord, that is all sunny for me. Well, this takes place in Lincolnshire. Heathrow, a little bit, about 2.5 hours north of Heathrow. Let's have a little look. Kieran Mogg, yes. Henry, you said in the past you think racing is better in the dry at PFI. How come? Did you watch yesterday's racing, Kieran? This is shaping up to be quite exciting. Well, yes, it is, in a different way. Obviously, you're seeing a lot bigger gaps in with the wet weather. You're not seeing the slipstreaming and the battling. There goes Attica Mia. Have they ever run Rotax 177 in Kartmasters? Yes, they have, many, many times. Dan Holland was a double Rotax 177 champion. Before we head down to Piers prior, I just want to make Piers stand in the wet a little bit more. The last time we ran Rotax 177 at Kartmasters was 2011. Believe it or not, Lucas Orrock won that year. Now, there we go. Here we go. And already, like a good lad, he comes out ready for his interview. Okay, Piers, take it away.
I'm just checking, this is Oscar Kenny, isn't it?
Yeah.
The one that's on pole position.
Are we?
There you are.
Yeah. Cool.
Happy?
Mhm.
Did you know you were on pole?
No.
Well, you drove very, very fast, young man. Look at that. A good 10.5 clear. You must be pretty happy with that as well, mechanic. Mechanic, is that? Yeah, he seems very happy. Oscar, how are the conditions out there now?
It's very hard, obviously. In the way, you got to be tough with the wheel, not smooth with it, like proper yank it in. But yeah, it's got to keep it nice and consistent.
And you did just that, exactly. Of course, the conditions literally threw it down as you went out on circuit. Did you have to adjust your driving from practice this morning?
No, it's pretty much just keep it the same. Few little bits to work on here and there, but hold it.
Poled it, absolutely poled it. And can you do the same again in the heats coming up later?
Yeah, hopefully.
Absolutely. Good job, our E-play. Oscar Kenny, we'll let you go and celebrate a good qualifying position. But of course, qualifying is only one part of the job. It would also be good to grab a word with Daniel Ferguson or Alfie Davidson if they are kicking about. But I think they may be hiding from me. I don't know where they've gone. In which case, we'll grab a word with just pretty much anyone else. Why don't we grab a word with the number 54, who we have over here, Finley Bedford. Should we grab a word with Finley? Finley, happy to have a chat on the live stream. Finley, how are the conditions out there for you?
It's pretty slippery out there, it is.
But you did a pretty decent job. Do you feel like you drove well in that one?
Yeah.
Is Dad happy?
Yeah.
Dad, are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, we set a target on 126, about a 10th off it, so I'm happy. We'll take.
That's not bad. A 10th away in tricky conditions like that.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
And can we race through the field? Are we going to see you getting stuck in later on?
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, thanks very much for chatting to us. I think we're going to head up for the next qualifying session.
Thank you very much, Piers. This is Waterswift Inter. Same IAMI engine that the restricted Waterswift class has, but just without the restrictor. Therefore, it's not restricted, if you get what I mean. And 29 drivers. The Czech Republic's Zdeněk Babicek leads the intermediate classifications on 6 points. Jarlath Sayer, Fusion Motorsport, and Fusion getting plenty of support online now. Jarlath Sayer has 7 points. He's in a tie for second position with his teammate Sukmani Kira, the young lady, young English lady, Sukmani Kira on 7 points. Austin Newstead is 4th in points. Max Mason is 5th. And yesterday, the surprise of the day, Enzo Butterazzi, who polled it as a privateer, he is 6th in points. Some of the big names in this class are having a terrible time of it. Will Green, only 7th. Looking down there, Oliver Warner, only 15th. Austin Gibson, only 16th. The PF plate of George Clark, only 19th. But what about this? Finley Lines, the E-plate holder, one of the contenders for this year's British Championship, 28th out of 29. There he is, the Synergy Factory driver. Now, Finley's day went wrong in qualifying when he and a host of other big names didn't get an extra lap in because they spent the first lap slowing each other down, and that cost him number 1. He then drove from 18th to the lead in heat number 1, half a lap from home, got involved in a altercation, which then bent and snapped bent the chassis. In the second heat race, he was also up at the front from 18th on the grid, and then had another incident on the last lap. So Finley Lines has it all to do. Luckily, all 29 of these drivers will make the final. Stanley Clark, Henry, are we doing the predictions competition? Not this year, Stanley. We're not doing the winners predictions competition, mainly because I haven't got as many hands here in the commentary box to write down all the predictions. And number two, the last year we've done it, we promised prizes, and I'm not quite sure the prizes have been delivered. However, Stanley, fear not. Yesterday we did presenter trivia questions. Today we are doing Kartmaster Champion anagrams. That'll be once the heat races get underway. In the live chat, we'll be doing Kartmaster Champions anagrams for your guessing pleasure. So there we go. Right, it's Charlie Longman racing. Mikey Walker is not out for some time yet, so I know he's the karting version of Chuck Norris. Mikey Walker's the green flag waves, and Mikey Walker tells it to. Yes. Now, there's a spinner in the background. That's the number 57 kart of Orion Meta, the premium karting entry. He is 29th and last in the point standings at the moment. There is Austin Newstead. At the moment, after 2 flying laps, best 2-lap average is Austin Gibson's, 1 minute 22.18. Austin Newstead eclipses that, so Austin Newstead completes his 3rd flying lap. Best 3-lap average for Newstead, 1 minute 22.39. Will Green, 1 minute 23.68. Harley Musk goes second for Fusion Motorsport, 1 minute 23.53. Still over a second behind Austin Newstead, the BMR restart driver. Austin Newstead, 1.14 seconds. No, in fact, he's no longer 1.14 seconds up the road. He's dropped to second. Austin Gibson goes to provisional pole with the best 3-lap average of 1 minute 22.31. Newstead second, Musk third, then Will Green, George House, Max Mason, Blair Smith, and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Colby Patterson, George Clark, Mason Brooks are next. Yesterday's pole sitter Enzo Butterazzi is currently 12th fastest overall. A question, when do the heat start? Well, Sam Baker, I can tell you that heat number 1, it's race number 20, heat number 4 for senior Rotax, that starts at 10 minutes past 12 UK time in about just under an hour. But we've still got this qualifying session to complete, which it now does. Let's have a look. Newstead takes the checkered flag first of all. 1 minute 22.03, 3-lap average. Austin Gibson has yet to come round. Will Gibson eclipse Newstead's time? There's the Fusion Motorsport car across the line. No, there he is coming out of the final corner. What can Gibson do? The answer is he stays second. Austin Newstead holds on to pole position in Water Swift Inter. Looking back there now, we didn't have Zach Champney only completed 1 lap before coming into the pits with a mechanical issue. We didn't have Charlie Clough go out. So, there is Austin Newstead. Provisional pole sitter, subject, of course, to post-qualifying scrutineering. Looking down the order, Finley Lines, only 16th fastest, so it does not get better for Finley Lines in this class. Zdenek Babicek, the current points leader, only 15th. But, of course, Zdenek, he's done a bit of racing here at PF International, including last year at Kartmasters, which was the wettest Kartmasters ever. But even so, he still lacks experience around here in these conditions compared to all the British Championship regulars. Okay, someone answer. What's a good gearing to run on at PFI in the dry in X30? Finley Cadet 77. I haven't got a Scooby-Doo. Sorry. I have never driven an X30 round here. In fact, you know something? Here's an interesting fact. Of all the circuits that I have driven in the UK, PF International is not one of them. I have never so much as done a single lap around PFI in any form of go-kart. Probably, you know, which is my budget wouldn't stretch to come from South Wales to PF International. Meanwhile, Piers Pryor, he's driven some laps around here at PF International. He might be able to tell you what his gearing was. Piers, what's the gearing in the drive for a senior X30 at PF International? The people online want to know. Tell them.
You think I could remember that sort of thing? Absolutely not, Henry. I don't know. Probably best not to ask me anyway. I'd never had much success around here, but there you go. Let's grab a word with Austin Newstead. Austin? Yeah. Austin, fastest in time qualifying. Good job.
Thank you.
How was it out there for you?
Yeah, it was really wet and I just went straight away, and luckily I managed to get a gap from the rest of the field. I just kept on pulling away.
That was it, and clearly the kart was working well for you as well?
Yeah, the kart was all really good.
Team did a good job?
Well, the team did such a good job, they managed to freeze our camera. There is the story of the day so far, ladies and gentlemen. Moisture aplenty. It does, however, give me a chance to answer the question, what's my racing background? Senior Honda, was Senior Pro Kart, Super 2, Pro Kart Endurance, my own team, Senior TKM 4-stroke. That's about it, you know, raced to the Internations for Wales, did the Le Mans 24 Hours twice with my own team, Landau Kart Club Senior Honda Champion in 2005. Yeah, that's my racing background, as well as lots of other things. There we go, not that you needed to know that, but seeing as you asked, Robin Andrews, there we go. The rain has not abated, so Piers Pryor showed me his radar, and it said there's lots of rain on the way. And then Luke Austin from Alpha Life showed me his radar and said the rain was about to stop. I believe Piers' radar over Luke Austin's radar. It is hammering it down at the moment. And here come the next class. It is Micro Max. Why do they never run shifters at PFI? It's quite simply because the PF and PFI, Paul Fletcher, just won't have them. There is a noise issue with some of the local residents, but yes, a gearbox kart has never turned a lap here at PF International, and I have to say, I don't think it ever will. So there we go. Now, Micromax, 22 drivers in total. At the moment, Austin Oman leads for the Sam Pollock Racing Team. He has a perfect day yesterday. Pole position, 2 heat wins. What is your favourite name if you were to name a capybara? A capybara. I'd call it Reginald. How's that? Josh Husker is second. So Sam Pollock Racing 1-2. At the moment, Sebastian Behrman for Jackson Motorsport, third in the standings, the number 37 kart. Then Maximilian Abrahart for the Richardson Chassis Engineering Team is fourth. Now, there's Ava Lawrence in the number 80 kart. The young, Australian-born, lived in Singapore, now based out in Dubai. And just behind Ava was the very, very smartly liveried privateer entry of Otto Amy. Now, the 77 kart of Otto Amy, 13th in the points at the moment, and that is a true privateer effort. It's Otto, his dad, and Tom Smith of Tom Smith International fame, out in Paddock spot F13, under an easy-up awning, doing it old school. Old school, like trying to have a crafty cigarette on the back of the bike sheds when you were in school. That's how old school they are doing things. But I have to say, Otto is his first Kartmasters, is doing an exceptional job. There is the number 55, that's Josh Husker. Currently, he was fastest on the first flying lap. Connor Clancy on the live chat. Hello, Connor, formerly of this event, not racing it this time. He raced in Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. Tom Fawcett, yes. A gearbox kart has gone round PFI, a DD2. Yes, that's a 2-speed Rotax kart, but not a true 6-speed, KZ2 or KZ1 kart. But very, very, very good, Tom Fawcett. Let's have a little look. What's going on? How are we looking at? Isaac Barker saying, come on, the Pharaoh brothers. Who else is on the live chat? Can you give a shout out to Reese Owen, says Team Extreme Grasscut? Yes, Reese Owen, one of our privateers in the X30 category. He's doing a good job. So big hello to Reese Owen. He's got some support online. Connor Clancy. So let's talk a little bit about Connor Clancy, because 2 years ago, Connor and Maxim Bobrishov came here with the George Gibbons Motorsport team. Maxim had a massive crash underneath the bridge. Connor stopped in the middle of the track to help push his teammate out of the way, out of harm's way. And it was a remarkable feat of sportsmanship from young Connor Clancy. And this year, Connor will make his debut in the Rotax Grand Finals. Oh dear. Curse the commentator, it exists. I hype up Otto Amy, and no sooner do I hype him up than he bins it. That is, well, I hope that Tom Smith has got his Wellington boots at the ready, because he has to go and collect that go-kart from the banking. Oh dear. Come on, Charlie Page. Yeah, now Charlie Page, he's 10th in points. Oh, and my goodness me, there is George Climo, the Coles Racing driver from Cornwall, just finding a huge puddle at the outside of the Mike Wilson complex. Now, the rain has stopped. Well, it's not hammering down like it was, but of course the circuit has taken another huge dousing of water. Jos Hushka leads, best 3-lap average, 1 minute 24.22. Austin Oman, 1 minute 25.57. Max Jolly, the Hunter Motorsport team, 1 minute 25.73. James Roots, 1 minute 26.26. Alfie Mayer, 1 minute 26.28. Luke Millwood, 1 minute 26.35. Daniel Ferguson hasn't gone out in this session. We're looking at George Climo now. He qualified stone last yesterday, but he has gained a lot of positions during the heat races. He's up to 11th in points, but Austin Oman's perfect weekend is about to come to an end, courtesy of his Sam Pollitt Racing teammate, Jos Hushka. Look at the difference, the time difference. The best 3-lap average for Jos Hushka is 1.3 seconds quicker than anybody else. Absolutely fantastic for Jos Hushka. Oh, he runs very wide coming out of the last corner. He takes the checkered flag. He's improved again. His best 3-lap average, 1 minute 24.13. Austin Oman, 1 minute 25.2. So at the moment, we're waiting for Max Jolly, who's third fast at the moment. Alfie Mayer is still out there, so is Luke Millwood. Arthur Farrow goes third. What's my least favourite flag? The 1890 Canadian flag, very good. My least favourite flag. I have to come back to you on that one, Robin. We have a look at the running order. Otto Amy failing to complete 3 laps, so he will start last. Kuryu Kiyotake, the Japanese driver, down in 20th place. Ava Lawrence, 19th. Maximilian Abrahart is 18th. Teddy Higgs, spoke to Teddy on the Paddock show last night. He's up to 17th, which is an improvement over yesterday. But it's Jos Hushka who has snagged provisional pole position in Micromax. It's another Sam Pollitt 1-2. Sam Pollitt Racing, apart from time qualifying yesterday, when Austin Oman was fastest and Lucian Smith was second, Sam Pollitt Racing have finished 1-2 in every session on track in both heat races and qualifying this morning. Excellent job Max Jolly for the Hunter Motorsport team 3rd. Arthur Farrow, Joshua Cook and Alfie Mayer for the Zip Factory team in 6th. So as we look at the number 21 kart of James Roots going over the weighbridge, Piers Pryor is down. Oh, now there's a problem there. There he goes through. But Piers Pryor, who have we got with us now at the end of Micromax qualifying?
Currently no one, but I'm hoping to grab a word with both of our Sam Pollitt racing drivers. First of all, remind everyone at home who you are, and I'll tell you where you are in qualifying.
Josh Ushka, 55, Micromax. Yeah, just wonderful qualifying there.
And pole position.
Wow. I'm amazed there. I always thought I was going to get a top 3, but pole position is just so good.
So clearly you were driving pretty well, and the kart was underneath you was good as well, because your teammate Austin is right behind you.
Yeah, the kart was amazing. Just always been good in the wet, so yeah, just happy.
I suppose you don't mind whether it's wet or dry, because you had a good run yesterday as well.
Yesterday, me and Austin just pushed away, and then last 2 minutes we started to fight, and I got a 2 seconds, so really happy, and the pole position's just a big good bonus.
Great job, Josh. So I'm going to go and grab. Can you go and grab Austin for me, please? It'd be good to grab a word with Austin, of course, who had a very, very strong day yesterday in the Micromax Class 2. Amazing how close these 8 to 11-year-olds can race in such tricky conditions. We saw it in dry conditions yesterday. Maybe we'll see some racing in wet conditions. Maybe it'll dry out by then, because we've said this a couple of times, the rain has actually stopped a couple of times. But let's grab a word with Austin Oman. Austin, 2nd place in qualifying there. You must be pretty happy with that?
Yeah, obviously yesterday we were first. Good points, so hope we can do it again.
Hopefully you can do it again. It looks like Josh just had a little bit more than you in those sessions. How was it feeling out there for you?
It was definitely wet, so it's harder to drive than dry, and
still 2nd place, so you're happy with that?
yeah.
We'll see how you get on in the races. Would you prefer it to dry out?
I would prefer it to be dry, definitely, because this is...
It's just a bit more tricky in the wet conditions, isn't it?
It's hard in the wet, not easy in the dry, but not hard at the same time.
Anyway, congratulations, another solid result, another top 2. We'll see you get on in the qualifying. Next up we have, the next session going out has already gone out, so Henry, you better talk us through it.
Thank you, Piers. The next qualifying session, the penultimate qualifying session of Kartmasters 2024, is Minimax and Luca Holmes Paddock. The alternative method of getting around the banking backwards. Oh dear, and that is bad news. Oh right, now this could be significant. So 3 drivers coming together at the turn 4 part of the circuit. Now they all get going again, but at those 2 drivers at the back, those 3 drivers, they're going to be struggling to get a 4th flying lap in. Now Finley Lines has gone out like a scalded cat, straight at the front, and Harry Friel. Yes, Harry, I do apologise. I will, because I am very scared of Harry Friel's sausage dog, Darcy, so I'm going to give a big whoop whoop to Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Is that happy? Keep you happy? Just keep Darcy Sausage away from me. Darcy Sausage, the most aggressive paddock show pooch you've ever had. She knows what she wants, and she knows what she likes, and she doesn't like commentators with microphones, as myself and Anthony Jordan discovered on the Paddock show last year. Now, Finley Lines has gone off quickly. He doesn't want to get held up at all. He wants some clear track. In this class, Albert Friend, 2 heat wins yesterday. He leads the point standings over Finley Lines. Finley Lines and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, whoop whoop, again, just in case Darcy is around. He is joint 2nd with Finley Lines. Then it's Jack Collinson in 4th, Oliver Spencer, Max Wheatley, Jensen Chalk, Finley Hines, Theo Bradshaw, and Tom Reed as your top 10. That's the second time that Luca Holmes-Ballock has rotated. So I have a feeling that Luca Holmes-Ballock will not be too high up the 3-lap average, because that's 2 laps that he has spun on, and he's only going to get 4 flying laps in, so he's going to have to count one of those laps, unfortunately, is Luca Holmes-Ballock, so that is going to scupper his chances of a good starting slot. Now, you can... Oh dear, there is... that's a big one. That is the number 41 kart. That's Soren Gallagher for Sam Pollitt Racing. And Soren has decided to have a go at one of the green barriers, but Soren is out of the kart, so Soren is absolutely fine. Now, Zdeněk Babicek is currently fastest after 2 laps, and Zdeněk is, in this class, Zdeněk is down in 11th position. They go underneath the bridge, and the track is getting very, very greasy now. So the clouds are beginning to lift. It is getting brighter here, so I think the rain may have stopped, but the track is getting worse. Why, do I hear you ask? Well, those wet tyres on the go-karts, when there is like a lot of water, not standing water, but when there is like surface water on the track, that's when the grip, the wet rubber, can dig in and disperse the water. When it starts to dry out, it's very greasy. So the wet tyres have no water to disperse, and they just slide around. That's why you see, look at the understeer that all those karts have got. Coming to Bobby Game Corner, the drivers turn in. There they go. There goes the number 22 of Riley Murrow. You can see him. He turns in, right, and then waits. And of course, Emerson McAndrew-Uren now getting held up in traffic. This is not good news for McAndrew-Uren. On another spinner, so the track is getting worse and worse and worse. Oh, and in the final chicane, the one kart that we just saw spinning turned round. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has got a very badly damaged nose cone, so that is going to be a problem. Zdeněk Babicek is fastest, so he has done his 3 flying laps. So Babicek, Finley Lines, Benjamin Lawn. Well, Coles Racing is having a stormer. But check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Zdeněk Babicek's best 3-lap average is 4.5 seconds quicker than ever. 4.5 seconds, not 4.5 tenths. 4.5 seconds. Okay, Everett's still going to take the checkered flag. I would imagine that that gap will come down. Babicek, we're looking at the number 31. There he is, the Czech driver, and he's just hacking. Oh, look at the body positions there as he tries to come across the line. Now, clear track all around him. So, well, take a screenshot of that. 3-lap average, Zdeněk Babicek, 1 minute 17.89. Finley Lines comes across the line. His 3-lap average, he's second quickest, 1 minute 23.16. Zdeněk Babicek is 5 seconds quicker than anybody else. That is got to be a Kartmasters record. Oh, and you can see how greasy the track is. Look at all the drivers, just no traction. Oh my goodness me. And that's the number 45 kart. That's, what was it, number 45 kart? It was, we'll have a little look to see who that was. It was definitely a Strawberry Racing kart getting out of control, coming onto the start-finish line. It might have been, there was the number 15 kart of Ari Kallenberg, Strawberry Racing. It was a 1.5. I'm being told that Zdeněk Babicek may not have done the full 1,382 metres on one of his laps, so I'm busy saying about records being broken. Well, I think that Zdeněk will have one of his laps deducted, of course. So Finley Lines could have just moved into provisional pole. There's Zdeněk. Well, I mean, before Piers Pryor, gets him and says, "Congratulations, Zdeněk, you've won you've out-qualified everyone for 5 seconds. I think you might want to ask Zenek, did he cut the track by accident? Not deliberately, obviously, but I imagine he would have understeered and missed his braking point for the first hairpin and gone straight through the cut-through onto the back straight. So, Finley Lyons, Albert Friend, Emerson McAndrew, Ewan, the top 3 then. Piers Pryor is down in a drying pit lane.
Yes, I am. I'm going to grab a word with Zedenek because I think, Zedenek, it says you're currently top, but did you have a little bit of a shortcut at some point?
Yeah, because I got brake tested, so I had nowhere to go, so I had to.
As unfortunate, but still the pace when you were actually, when you got past that was still decent.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Congratulations, Zedenek. We'll see how it gets on with that. Also, I'll grab a word with Finley Lyons. Finley, do you want to take your helmet off? And I'll give them a chance to take their helmet off. You know, they're all wet and soggy out there. I don't want them to. Why don't we grab a word with Albie Friend first? Albie currently ignores Zedenek because I think he's went through the cut-through. So you're second after that one. You must be pretty happy after yesterday's results.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 0 points at the moment, so I'm just trying to keep consistent so I can start pole for the pre-final. And I mean, second in quali isn't bad, so I mean, I just hope it dries out because it will be a bit easier from the outside row there. But yeah, it was decent.
Still very happy. I'm sure that would be great. And we'll grab a word with Finley Lyons as well. Finley, I will believe you're going to be top after Zedenek's cut-through is removed. Another repeat of yesterday where you're struggling a little bit in Waterswift, but absolutely on fire in Mini-Max.
Yeah, I think we've got a problem because we don't do Waterswift a lot. I think we barely use wets, and we've had to use new wet tyres this morning. And we think that all the other teams have got better wets and like more stronger wets than us. But hopefully I can find. I think I can definitely find some more pace in both classes. That hopefully help me in the racing.
Well, yesterday was a strong day for you in the Micromax. You had good pace. Today in the wet still as well. Would you prefer it to be wet or dry?
In the Miami, I think I prefer the dry, but in the Rotax, the wet.
Interesting to hear that. Well, congratulations on another strong qualifying. Who else shall I grab a word with? Emerson McAndrew Ewan, I think, was quick in that one. I think it was third, but I'm not sure whether he got a nose cone or not. Let me see if I can see the number 33 kicking around somewhere to see if his nose was intact. Is that 33 in there? Let me have a quick look. Because there was a lot of jostling in the mid-pack, and that's a 31. Where is the 33? I can't see him. But also a struggling session also for Luca Holmes-Ballock, normally at somewhere near the front of this group. Unfortunately, way down the order in 29th place, so he'll be fighting his way through. Why don't we grab a word with someone else on the grid? Let's chat to... Who should we go for? Why don't we go? We chatted to Jensen Chalk's mum yesterday, so
Piers,
we had a lot of
I'm sorry to interrupt. Again,
go on, Henry.
The audience are demanding that you speak to Nat Johnson. Nat Johnson, who is in
Nat Johnson, number?
Yes, I'm telling you now. Nat Johnson is in... Oh, I've forgotten. Never mind. Who cares? It was... What, Nat Johnson cares? I can't find him. He's not even... Right, the people on the live chat are lying to me.
I've lost
Nat
Henry.
Johnson isn't
I don't know
even
if he could, I can't hear Henry anymore. Henry, I can't hear you.
No, it's okay. They're lying to me. The people in the live chat are lying to me because Nat Johnson's not even in this class. He's going out on circuit now. They lie. Fibberoonies. Sorry,
You're just sending me out on a wild goose chase, aren't you?
I just want to see what run around the paddock and try and get this. So, thank you very much, Piers. Now, Piers, as you know, every kart racer has to have merchandise. It's a really, really good way of promoting yourself, your brand, and making a couple of extra quid. This is Reggie Chandler's merchandise. That is Funky Cole Medina fresh, Fab 5 Freddy fresh. That is cold merch. On the back there, he's got his Waterswift, he's got the crown. Drivers, parents, families, get merch and make it as cool as this. I'm drinking my iron brew out of it. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, it's a valid point. All these drivers, they've got to build a brand. Some of them have got nicknames. Other of them have got, crash helmet designs. And some of them have got a car in a barrier. Well, full 360 into the barrier and back out again. That is number 94, Alfie Brown. And then he makes a move going into the chicane. Unbelievable. But serious point. Drivers, start thinking about how to market yourselves. Market yourself, your brand. You've got one identity. Make it stand out. So there we go. And I've got to say thank you to Reggie Channel. That is a great mug. This mug is now drinking his Iron Brew out of my new mug. Right. Let's have a look. Now, this is our final class. It is Junior X30, 33 drivers in total. Currently, in the point standings, the defending GP plate champion, Taylor Orridge, is leading the way. Clean sweep yesterday for Taylor, now on the George Gibbons Motorsport KR chassis. Harrison Mackie is second in the point standings. Morgan Moore is third. Lewis Goff is fourth. And privateer driver Rocco Leon Shenton rounds out the top 5. I hope that Rocco's kart is fixed because he snapped his chassis yesterday. We saw his dad heading off down to the TIG to get it welded. So Rocco trying to defend 5th place in points. Joey Brown, George Edgar, Aston Sharp, Zach Green, who you're looking at now. The number 8 kart is 9th in the point standings. And Riley Cranham rounds out the top 10. But it is Harrison Mackie, the British Championship point leader. He is, at the moment, 3rd fastest after 2 laps. So it's the best 2-lap average at the moment is Harrison Mackie's, 1 minute 17.81 seconds. Riley Cranham, his Fusion Motorsport teammate, 1 minute 17.99. Then Zach Green, Joey Brown, Aston Sharp, Morgan Moore, Lewis Goff and Nat Johnson. Benjamin Baker on the live chat. I am debating on whether or not to get Piers to interview Nat Johnson because you lied to me. You confussed me. I got confussed. Now, Fionn Jenkins, Spencer Allen, driving for St David's Hospice Care in memory of his mum. Well, that's excellent. So, Spencer Allen is in the number 65 kart. The driver from Newport. He's struggling in the point standings, 32nd in the points. Can't see where Spencer is. Let's have a little look. Is he doing better? Well, he's from Newport. You know, the best things to come out of Newport: cheese on your chips, the Goldie-looking chain, and Spencer Allen. There you go. Newport County, they're a decent football team. Rodney Parade and Superkart in Newport, the first 2-leveled go-kart track in the country, believe it or not. So there we go. Spencer Allen driving for St David's Hospice Care in memory of his mum. That is for Fionn Jenkins, Spencer's big sister. That's a very, very worthy cause, and we will try, if we can find Spencer on the circuit, or at least in one of the heat races, we will try and showcase that MDL Motorsport kart. Maybe not right this minute because the checkered flag has come out, and I have to say that where is Spencer Allen? He's 24th in this session at the moment. Up at the front, Harrison Mackie. Best 3-lap average, 1 minute 17.51 seconds. Riley Cranham and Zach Green are 2nd and 3rd, but they haven't taken the checkered flag yet. Joey Brown has taken the flag, and he is 4th fastest. Then it's Aston Sharp, Morgan Moore, and Taylor Orridge. Well, there's another driver whose perfect record in Kartmasters 2024 has come to an end. And let's have a look. Cranham stays 2nd. He improves his 3-lap average, but he is still 0.6 of a second behind his Fusion teammate, Harrison Mackie, and he's now 3rd because Zach Green goes to P2 for the Jamie Green racing team, and that is a 1 minute 18.11 3-lap average. But there he is, Harrison Mackie. Really nice story. Harrison's older brother Lewis Mackie, he raced for many years. He's given up racing and now mechanics for Harrison. Mum and Dad are here. I think both. Well, Nanny June is on the live chat, but I think Nanny Silv is coming up here to watch. So again, lots of families taking the opportunity to come out and support their loved ones at Kartmasters, as is always the case. There goes Aston Sharp, the son of former Formula 3 racer Ryan Sharp. Here is Morgan Moore for the premium karting team. Morgan qualified 6th. And there is Taylor Orridge. I've got to say, that wet weather crash helmet for Taylor Orridge is sweet. And Taylor is 7th. Now we look for the number 86 kart coming across the line. That is Rocco Leon Shenton. Obviously his kart is fixed. Now, for the final time this morning, let's throw it down to Piers Pryor. Piers Pryor will interview a selection of drivers, then we will take a short break. The next race will be at 12:10 local time. So Piers, you've got 30 minutes to wax lyrical. Take it away, son.
Sure, right, well, I've got yesterday's dominating driver, Taylor Orridge. Taylor, not quite so strong in that one, unfortunately. 7th place, but still not bad.
Mate, it's just so boring in the wet, isn't it? Like, this track is just about which wet's the fastest, you know what I mean? But, you know, the car didn't feel too bad. But it's just getting on the power, it's just the traction, it's just, like, there's good sets and bad sets at the minute. Just struggling to find a good set. But hopefully it dries out because we had a really good pace in the dry yesterday, you know, taking both of the heats, so it was quite a confidence boost in the dry, but it's just wet.
It did look like you had great pace in the wet yesterday, of course, taking victory, taking a couple of victories yesterday, but it wasn't all plain sailing. You did have to fight through in one of those, I think, if I remember correctly. So can you do the same again?
Yeah, the second heat, we dropped down a little bit, I think down to 4th or something, made our way back up to the lead. And then just keep on getting the gaps, you know, that's what's important, getting a gap and driving by yourself in your own air, making sure that it can't catch you, really.
Taylor, thanks very much for chatting to us, so we'll see how you get on in it when it dries out later on. Taylor hoping for a dry race. Someone who doesn't really care probably whether it's dry or wet, is Harrison Mackie. Harrison fast in that session by a comfortable margin.
Yeah, we showed good speed in warm-up. We were better than everyone by half a second, so it gave me good confidence going into quali.
Absolutely. And Harrison Mackie, your closest, one of your close rivals, is a bit further down. Not Harrison Mackie. Taylor Orridge, you're Harrison Mackie. A bit further down, we just chatted to him. He said he's struggling for traction in that one. Clearly, you weren't struggling with the same issues.
Yeah, I think good drivers are made in the wet and dry, so obviously that's part of it, innit? So,
brilliant. There you go. Well, clearly believe in yourself. That's good. I like to hear that. And also, it'd be great to grab a word. Let's grab someone further down, because we get a lot of chat with the drivers at the front of the field. I'm sure we're going to hear more of them later on. I'm just going to wander around and grab a word with anyone. Let's go with the 57 of Cameron Edmonds. Cameron, that white crash helmet is not quite as white as when you started the session. I'll let you take it off for a second. I can see you trying to get that nice or gross wet helmet off, because it's pretty unpleasant when the helmet gets sodden with water. How was that out there for you?
It was all right. At the start, I had someone who I accidentally took out, but yeah, pace was all right, grip was there, and yeah.
There's clearly a bit of rubber and muck offline, because quite a lot of it is currently on your face.
Yeah, yeah. I had my lid open a bit, so that's why I had all the muck on my face and that.
It's okay. It shows that you're battle hardened and ready for the fight. Exactly. Well, good to hear from you. And also, who shall I grab a word here with? Which is the number 86. Looking down the list, the Rocco Leon Shenton. Rocco, that looked like a busy session for you out there.
Yeah, it wasn't the best. Didn't feel like the cart was fully underneath me, but there we are, 10th.
Well, yeah, it's not too bad at all. What do you reckon you need from the kart to be able to just put you that much further forward?
I need a bit more grip, but hopefully first heat's dry.
When you say more grip, just want more overall grip, front grip, rear grip?
Just a bit all over, really. So hopefully we can get a bit more of that.
Where can you get that from?
Put more caster in the cart.
More caster, get it jacking?
Yep, that's it.
Brilliant. Rocco, thanks very much for chatting to us. Right, I think all the mechanics are about to swarm this area, so I'm going to get out of the way before I get mown down. I don't fancy fighting that lot. So, Henry, I'm going to come and join you in the comments box very shortly, but before I do, we've got a word from a few of our sponsors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you just saw there the advert, the World Karting Championship coming to PF International on the 12th to 15th of September. Now, we have a few minutes to talk nonsense before the karting starts again. I do apologise. Don't blame me, because I was outside having a cigarette. I could not possibly tell Piers prior to interviewing Nat Johnson. It's totally Piers' fault, so blame him. Now, yesterday we had trivia questions. Today we've got Kartmasters Champions anagrams. In the live chat, pinned to the top of the live chat, is the first of our Kartmasters Champions anagrams. So here we go. The anagram challenge. Who is this Kartmasters champion? The name is Krabby Nation. Krabby Nation. Which Kartmasters champion is that an anagram of? It's pinned to the top of the live chat. Get your guesses coming in. We will do a few of these over the course of the day. Hello to Josh watching from Brisbane, Australia. Good to see you on board. It must be gone midnight in Brisbane. Glad you're staying up late on a Saturday night. Crack open a couple of, cans of the amber nectar. So there we go. The anagram challenge. Krabby Nation. Is it Mikey Walker? Not quite, Charlie. No. Mikey Walker, he can't have a Kartmasters champion anagram until next year when he wins this one. So, Piers Pryor has made his way back into the commentary box. He's drinking some water. Now, Piers, so look at this. See, I'm drinking from a brand new Reggie Chandler merchandise mug.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, do we get comms cam on?
You have got a water bottle. There we go, but I've got a mug. See, from one mug to another.
There's three mugs in this commentary box.
It just gives you a good idea. So behind us there, behind the Iron Brew, there we go, product placement, ta-da. There is producer Rob, is behind there. We have got Kieran, who's eating a pasty at the moment. Behind there, we've got Des Woodcock and Yasmin Manchester, the timekeepers from motorsport-timing.uk. Luke Austin is here from Alpha Live as well. There's Piers with his... how wet are you, Piers? Just on a scale of 1 to wet, how wet are you?
I'd say I'm about a 5 now. I was up to about a 9.3 at one point. That was when I had the rain face on. Luckily, the commentary box yesterday in here was sweltering at points.
It was rather warm.
It's actually quite pleasant in here now. I'm taking the wet jacket off. Thanks very much to Mike Yao, who's helping out in the live lounge with Nicole Sutherland and Darren Hassan also behind the scenes.
Yes.
He lent me that jacket because if it wasn't for that, I would have been in a t-shirt and I may have perished. I would have come in here with blue lips, but I'm just free. I mean, my hands are cold, Henry.
Oh, they are cold.
Yeah, I'm a cold-blooded human though, so pretty much
cold hands, warm heart.
Thank you.
Which is why my hands are always warm, so I ain't got one. However, we have underestimated the intelligence of our live chat because already Ian Carey, Isaac Barker, Reza Siawuthan, all have all guessed that Krabby Nation translates into Ben Barnacote. Do you get it? But none of you managed to spell Ben Barnacote correctly. So
Barnacote, Branicote.
It's not quite Enzo von Dickenberg. No. Does Andy have a coat now? Okay. Oh, right. Andy Cam, turn 1. Does Andy, our cameraman out at turn number 1, have a coat? No, he doesn't. But then it stopped raining now, so it doesn't matter.
It's still pretty chilly out there, though. Yesterday was genuine.
He had enough time laying in his warm bed this morning. Poor old Kieran Mogg had to go out there and man a camera. Look at him. Look at that poor man there in the orange thing. Look at that. There he is. Hello, Andy, again. Oh, that T-shirt looks nice and wet, doesn't it? Are you cold, Andy? Yes, he is. No, he's not. Oh, he's got a little bit of, self-insulation going on there. Right then, how does a commentator mispronounce the best for... Well, because Reza... now, we asked yesterday, someone said, is there anyone from the Rob Dodge School of Karting in the fields? No, there isn't. But Reza... go on then, say it.
Siwaruthan.
Siwaruthan Reza Siwarusan, he is a former pupil of the Rob Dodd School of Karting, and that is why he's the best Formula 4 driver at the moment. Kasper Piecki asking, where are the drivers? Where are the glasses? Well, it's not sunny, so we can't have sunglasses when it's not sunny.
No.
Michelle Reeves, a shout out to the scrutineers, especially the trainees. First big event this weekend. Yes, big shout out to all the scrutineering teams. Right, it's time to go racing. Race number 1 of the day, Senior Rotax up next. Okay, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Our first heat race of the day. Senior Rotax, your starting lineup is as follows. Pole position, Marcus Littlewood alongside him on the front row of the grid, Caden McQueen. Ryan Ward and Matthew Higgins on row number 2, Jack Lilly and Kai Hunter on row 3, Jaden Teen and Gustav Usakovs on row number 4.
Row number 5 has Brandon Klein, Nagelvort and Ben Folland. Row number 6 is Jack Stedman and Zach Heslop. Row number 8 has Morgan Hudson and King Garrity. Row number 9, James Lingard and Danny Shields.
On row number 9, we have Ollie Goodyear and Alexander Cole, who is stuck on the dummy grid. The top 20 rounded out by Sam Baker and Liam Hartley. Then it's Guy Cunnington, Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Jack Collins and Luke Bates.
Row number 13 has Omar Ganoum and James Tester. Row number 14, James Swindles and Charlie Webb. 15 is Harry Hannum and Iggy Smith. Row 16, Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Harry Blore. And then rounding out the grid, Enzo Dickenberg and Mark Quinn. Henry, there's a dry line out on the circuit. Well, it's a drying line on the circuit, especially into turn 1. So this start is going to be interesting. Marcus Littlewood on the inside of the front row. Caden McQueen on the outside. We are
not
false
racing.
Starting because the people at the back of the field are barely even out the last corner.
And that is going to be a bit of a theme for the next few races.
Will that give, sorry, Henry, will that give the 114 the opportunity to regain their grid position? Have they got out on the circuit? I didn't see if they came over the line.
Alexander Cole, no, he's not out there.
No, he's still...
So he is still stuck. They may allow...
It's a bit late now. I don't think he'll catch up.
Yeah, I mean, they may let him out, if I don't know what the exact ruling is, when the drivers do take the start, when eventually the race does get underway. Yeah. I think if his car is ready, they might let him out at the back of the grid after everyone has crossed the line.
A quote-unquote pit lane start, as you would have in Formula 1, for example.
Exactly.
Yes.
But we'll have to wait and see. There probably will be quite a few false starts here, but for the simple reason it's so difficult to get out of that final corner, get the kart into the tram lines and pick up speed without it all chaos ensuing.
There's one thing specifically about PFI that I always found when I drove here in the wet, which was especially that last corner, the paint at the PFI is extremely slippery.
Yeah, because they keep repainting it. They keep the circuit so well maintained.
Looks lovely, but in the last corner, if you even get your wheel anywhere near that white line, you just end up wheel spinning. You lose probably 3 or 4 kart lengths, which is probably equivalent to a couple of 3 tenths, which is enough to lose 1 place into turn 1. Then you're out of position, a couple of places into the bowl. Then you're going backwards. A small mistake on the exit of the last corner can cost you big time, which is why the drivers at the front will be looking for a nice, clean, consistent race. But we're going to go once more again. Again, inside line on the left-hand side is shot. Marcus Littlewood outside, Caden McQueen, and we are green this time. There's some potential tramline infringements, but we'll keep an eye on that for now as straight across the grass goes the number 20... No, number 17, I couldn't quite see who it was.
21, Deacon Russell was one of them.
Yeah,
there was a Dan Holland racing car also going over the grass, and a whole host of others.
Yes.
But they all managed to keep it straight, and so far, so good. And sadly, Alexander Cole has not made the start.
Unfortunate for Alexander Cole, but it's a good start at the front of the field from the MSA Academy Young Driver of the Year, Marcus Littlewood. Didn't really show what he could do yesterday in dry conditions, but in the wet has been unleashed. That Dan Holland racing Lando Norris kart underneath him, clearly working very well. Those a lot of Norris karts inside the top 10 in both of the senior categories. So Marcus Littlewood actually scampering away at the front of the field. He will be hoping that he doesn't. He will be hoping that he doesn't have his tyre pressure set too high and end up going off the cliff at the end of the race.
And that is Charlie Webb, the precision racing driver.
Oh, what a move! Sorry, Henry. That was number 2 there of Higgins getting overtaken on the inside of Bobby Game, and he went all the way around the outside to regain that position, and Kai Hunter making a move as well.
Now, we've seen Charlie Webb retire. Alexander Cole 26th in the points. This is not going to help his chances one little bit. He now has to have a good result in his second heat race to make the pre-final and Grand Prix automatically. Also out in the early stages, Charlie Webb. Charlie's 9th in the point standing, so he's got a little bit more of a cushion, but still, it's not good news for Charlie Webb.
I'm expecting things to change in terms of the pace to shift backwards and forwards between drivers throughout this race, because I think it's drying out quicker than a lot of the drivers will have expected. We've got a dry line almost all the way around the outside of the bowl. We've got a dry line down into turn 1, dry line in the braking zone for hairpin 1. Oh, change for the lead. Marcus Littlewood has been overtaken by Caden McQueen.
That is going to be a pure experience. You know, Marcus Littlewood, he normally doesn't race in Rotax. He's normally X30. Then, of course, now he's gone to Radicals. Caden McQueen knows this place like the back of his hand.
Yeah. It's actually impressive to see Marcus Littlewood having a little kart experience this year, coming out being so quick in the wet, because in a car, you drive the wet completely differently to how you drive a kart. In a car, it's all about being smooth, rolling the speed through the middle of the corners, staying away from the white lines. In a car, we just get in and we absolutely bash it.
Jack the wheel up and as much as you possibly can. Now, you'll see the drivers coming through mixed corner, using the curb to actually rotate the kart. So, there's Jane Teen passing the number 73 of Cian Geraghty.
Yeah, Cian Geraghty. Those two have been pretty close throughout this weekend. Teen not quite showing the pace in wet conditions that he had in the dry yesterday, and I suppose understandably so, not with the reduced number of laps that he's done compared to the British drivers, but still a good showing from him in qualifying. Qualifying, I think it was at the 4th row of the grid and holding position so far. Henry.
A spin at the top of the hill. Coming off the bridge, somebody gets turned around.
White helmet.
They
DHR number.
Now, was that Cian Geraghty?
No, it's not. It's number 93. That is number 93, who is... I can't
Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort.
Oh, he's got a different helmet on. But again, the wet helmet's throwing us off, and we see some rubbing his racing going into hairpin 2 out the window. But with this, looking at the screen right now, Teen is just pulling a small gap away from Geraghty and the number 89 also of Gustav Uzakovs, again wearing a different coloured helmet, which is throwing me off.
So here we go. Here's the battle for what is 10th position. So Guy Cunnington has already climbed 9 positions. He's got Teddy Pritchard-Williams also following him up through the field. There's Matthew Higgins. So Higgins, like we said earlier, he starts today 31st in points. Currently, he would be on pole position for the repechage, not where the runner-up of last year's Grand Prix wants to start. So he's got to get a good result here, and that should solidify his place in the top 30. Oh, a
bit of side-to-side jostling there between the GP platers of Kai Hunter as he goes past. Is that the 17 of Jack? No, Jack Lilly's not there.
That's the number 77.
Oh, am I reading it wrong?
Actually, it's the 70.
No, it's the 17 of Ryan
17,
Ward.
yes.
Sorry, we're getting confused there.
Well, it's my eyesight is the problem. You know.
Yeah, but it's Kai Hunter, potentially the experience of Kai Hunter coming into play here. It seems like he was a little slow on the first couple of laps and actually is coming back towards the rest of the grid. Let's have a look at the sector times. We'll ignore Caden McQueen at the front of the field only because he's got clear air and no one else on the circuit does. But Kai Hunter, first sector, yes, fastest of anyone around him. Second sector, fastest of anyone on that lap. Only other than Matthew Higgins. So, yeah, those Kai Hunter definitely seeming to be coming into a good run of pace at this stage in the race, but Marcus Littlewood still holding with Caden McQueen at the front, gap less than a second.
Now, obviously, all the drivers on wet tyres. However, the setups of the kart, some of the drivers will be on full wet setup, and others will be on a dry setup. You know, the ones that have gone on a dry setup, they're going to start coming into play as the race progresses, because you can see, even in the space of, we're now on lap number 5, the dry line has widened and is far more visible to the naked eye. It's no longer sort of greasy. There are some full dry weather patches on the track now.
Move.
There's a move from Kai Hunter. He goes up to P3 at the expense of Matthew Higgins.
It says thanks, pal, for not making that too difficult. But it's really interesting. It'll be interesting to watch in the later heats when things start getting drier, because there are certain sections of the circuit that are certainly dry and would be quicker on slicks. But then there's areas like, for example, this corner here, the Mike Wilson complex, especially hairpin 1, where there's still standing water on the road. And if you're on slicks, you're going to lose all your tyre temperature. But for now, that's not an issue. Again, dry here through the final sector as well. But actually, at the front of the field, Caden McQueen did pass Littlewood and started pulling away.
But Littlewood is now reeling him back in.
Absolutely he is. This is interesting to see. I did say that the gaps will ebb and flow, and actually, Henry, you did mention that potentially some of the drivers will be on dry setups. I do disagree. I think everyone knows that it's going to be wet and they're on full wet tyres. However, there will be variations in how wet their setup has gone.
Yeah, they will... it won't be full wet setup, that's for certain.
Dry coming off the bridge.
Higgins now coming back at Kai Hunter. Neither of these two drivers can afford to make a mistake. Hunter 20th in points, Higgins 31st in points. So they're going to need to be smart in this race. Caden McQueen at the moment is 6th in the point standings, and Marcus Littlewood is, I'm having a little look down, where is Littlewood? He is 29th. So, like Higgins and Hunter, Littlewood needs a good result. Now, Caden McQueen can use that to his advantage. If Littlewood gets close to him, Caden can defend and say, OK, Marcus, if you want to try a move, I'm going to make it very difficult for you, because if you take us both out, then I'm all right in the points. You're not. So Marcus will have to be thinking about that as well.
Marcus having a look for the lead, going up the inside, gets a good exit. You saw that McQueen just touched the white line on the exit, lost in that place, as I said at the start of the race. Critical not to, you have to be so precise to get lap times around here at PFI in the wet and damp conditions. Teddy Pritchard-Williams making his way up the field after his not the strongest qualifying from him.
He's up to 8th.
Yeah, so he's made a few places. Guy Cunnington up 11 to 10th place now, so he's doing pretty well. He's actually leading the intermediate standings, considering he qualified 11th.
Well, yeah, I mean, Guy Cunnington has 5 points coming into this race. Teddy Pritchard-Williams has 8 points. They both qualified badly, but with Pritchard-Williams running in 8th and Guy Cunnington in 10th, that will shave 2 points off Cunnington's advantage. I'm looking back there. Cian Geraghty, Caden McQueen is on course to potentially take over the points lead in this race.
Should do. It's interesting. Marcus Littlewood just gets a little wobble, and McQueen straight back up. There's a great racing.
Yeah, and Caden McQueen. And Kai Hunter. Talk about opportunism into mixed bed, and Matthew Higgins takes advantage.
This is brilliant racing. But that shows.
That could be
some jostling again. I think Hunter was backing up into the last corner to try and get a good exit, to try not to do what Caden McQueen did last time, and the opportunist became the opportunee.
Well, I mean, so Caden McQueen, he went for a gap that was closing,
but
it was closing. But he knew that Marcus Littlewood can't afford to turn in. So he went for the move, got ultra aggressive, and took the lead. Littlewood now finds himself back in 3rd position, and we are getting reports from our camera crew that the rain has started to fall again. Just when you thought it was safe to put the umbrellas down, I can't see it personally on the camera, but our camera crew out on the bankings saying that there are more spots of rain. Oh, and there's... See, I shouldn't laugh. That's Kai Hunter saying thank you to Marcus Littlewood for the previous lap when Kai Hunter felt besmirched. So he was besmirched, and there was a retaliatory taking of the racing line there from Kai Hunter. And Marcus Littlewood's like, hands in the air, like, what are you doing, boy? Kai Hunter's like, I'm passing you for 3rd position. In 5th position at the moment, as we start the final lap, is Ryan Ward. Teddy Pritchard-Williams storming up into 6th position. Jack Lilly 7th, Jaden Tian 8th, Guy Cunnington 9th, and Gustav Usakovs 10th. So, I mean, interesting in the point standings. This is good result for Higgins, Hunter and Littlewood, it's fair to say. I think Caden McQueen is the one that's going to be sitting prettiest. He's 9 points behind. I think it could be a tie between Caden McQueen and Guy Cunnington at the top of the standings at the end of this race, with Teddy Pritchard-Williams maybe 1 point behind them. Really interesting developments, but it's Caden McQueen. There he is, the number 142 kart for KR Sport. Into Bobby Game corner, Matthew Higgins with the fastest lap of the race, doing exactly what he needs to do in this race, just bag the points. Kai Hunter under investigation. Marcus Littlewood, you must be careful, he is not. Oh dear, there's going to be more there's going to be more investigations than an episode of The Bill in this race if they carry on doing that. But the checkered flag waves for Caden McQueen, Matthew Higgins second, Kai Hunter and Marcus Littlewood discussing third position. Ryan Ward, excellent drive from Ryan Ward. He finishes fifth. Teddy Pritchard-Williams in sixth, and the the mid-pack drivers come across. There is the CRG of Ollie Goodyear finishing 16th. And there's a disappointed number 91 kart there. Number 91, number 31. Sam Baker crossing the line there. We haven't got the updated point standings now, obviously because some drivers have done now 3 heats and others have done 2. But oh my word, that Jack Dex racing car almost crashed after the checkered flag. Here is your provisional finishing order for Senior Rotax Heat 4. Caden McQueen wins by 0.3 of a second from Matthew Higgins. Kai Hunter and Marcus Littlewood finished third and fourth, with Ryan Ward rounding out the top 5. Teddy Pritchard-Williams beats Jack Linney for 6th position. Guy Cunnington comes home in 8th. Gustav Usakovs is 9th. Jaden Tian 10th. Jack Stedman, Ben Bolland, Liam Hartley and Kian Garrity round at the top 14, with Luke Bate, a valuable result for Luke Bate, 51st in points. He picks up a 15th place finish. Ollie Goodyear, Brandon Klein-Nagelfort, Morgan Hudson, Zach Heslop and Harry Hannam round out your top 20, ahead of Sam Baker, Jack Collins, James Lingard, James Tester, Danny Shields, Enzo Dickenberg and James Swindells. Harry Bloor is next, followed by Omar Ghannoum, Iggy Smith, Mark Quinn and Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Sadly, Charlie Webb and Alexander Cole failed to finish. So as you look at a rapidly drying ball, I have a feeling that our cameraman was mistaken. I cannot see any more spots of rain on our camera lens or falling on the track as the number 146 kart of Harry Bloor moves into park for me. Piers Pryor has made his way back down to the pit lane. What's going on, Piers?
Well, it's raining again, that's for sure. I'll let Caden get his wetsuit off. Why don't I grab Matthew Higgins, if Matthew Higgins is happy to have a quick chat. Higgins just finishing in 2nd place in that one. So it was quite a good fun race, that one, actually. You made the most of the situations that presented themselves in front of you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a hard race, especially at the start. I think maybe a little bit low under pressure and a bit of overdriving for myself. But yeah, towards the end we settled down and the pace was really good, so yeah. Yeah,
and that is, getting the pressures right in the conditions like that is very important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think we're too far off. I think it was probably more me than anything, to be fair.
But still, second place after, of course, Caden and Marcus got away at the start. Not a bad result.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, good points after yesterday. Currently 31st in the classification, so yeah, just got to build our way up slowly.
I'm sure you'll be aiming to be a bit higher than 31st after today. Anyway, we'll let you go and cool off and get ready. I'm going to have a grab a word with one more person. Teddy wants to show me something. What's going on, Teddy?
Just that.
Oh, Kieran. Yeah.
Just can you have a look at that? Cheers.
No worries, Teddy. Teddy had a good result there, moving up through the field, finished in 6th place. Why don't we grab a word with our winner, Caden McQueen? We'll move out of the way of the carts. Johnny, just come this way a little bit. Caden, you and Marcus had a good little race there.
Yeah, for me, the track started drying up a little bit, so I think it was quite important to try and look after the wet tyres just in case it does come again. I managed to get back past him, went a little bit faster, saw that I had a massive gap and just tried to make sure that I was nice and stable and kept it on the road, really. Yeah,
you chose a good moment to get past Marcus, actually, because as soon as you got past him, a bit of a battle sort of ensued between Kai and Matthew as well, but a good result for yourself.
Yeah, no, really good. Hopefully we can keep the momentum going.
Absolutely. Been quick in both wet and dry conditions, so I'm sure you'll be confident for the rest of the day. Let's head up for the next race, which is Junior Rotax.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. But before we get to the starting lineup, very quickly, the Teddy Pritchard-Williams showed the Kieran McCarney, the little symbol. One of Teddy's best friends who raced karts and who sadly passed away in 2021. So here is your starting lineup for race number 2 on the day. It is Junior Rotax. Race 21, here we go. It's Hugh Moulton and Lewis Goff on the front row of the grid. Then it's Harry Bartle and Jack Baker on row 2, Alfie Thompson and Lloyd Hare on row 3, Kai Veach and Riley Cranham on row number 4. Harrison Whitcomb and Jacob Woods go from row number 5, followed by Ayman Bansal and Josh Turnbull. Michael Walker is from P13 on the grid, alongside William Archer. Zach Turner and Aris Majauskis are on row number 8. Row number 9 is Charlie Neve and Jack Go West. Life is peaceful there. And of Ryan Gill, Corey Fowler, Sebastian Luce, Joe Anderson, Oliver Meek, Isabella Stansmore Wilson. She'll be racing for the first time after withdrawing from the 2 heats yesterday. Logan Howes, Ellis Bell, Harry Holland. Oh dear, what's this? That's Ellis Bell going slowly. Lucas Blanford, Jack Robinson, Theo Palmer, Braith Murdoch and Riley Sims-Ezard with Charlie Cox at the back of the field, but it looks like Ellis Bell will not take the start. In fact, he pits the Dan Holland racing machine and we are somehow off and racing. I think it's just a case of, look, if we try and get a perfect formation, we're going to be here all day with the track conditions as they are. So through the banking and the bowl section and up turn number 3, Ellis Bell, Riley Cranham also not out there on the grid. Oh, hello.
Let me turn my mic on. Spinner off the bridge there, Henry. We'll keep you updated. I haven't quite caught who that was.
There is someone... Riley Cranham, I think that might be the 118 kart of Cranham. Yes, it's a Fusion race suit underneath that clear wetsuit. Cranham, where is Riley in the point standings? That is not going to help him. He's 22nd.
Yikes.
That is going to put Riley Cranham bang in trouble.
Yes, we've had at the front of the field, I think a change for second place. Or is that Bartle just trying to get through? As the circuit's definitely drying out fairly rapidly at the moment. Bartle goes for the move up, Mike Wilson complex, but gets done back again in mix. Then Bartle's going to be up the inside into the final sector, and it really is single file through this penultimate corner.
This has to be done, Piers. It's not a very pleasant thing to do, but it has to be done. Teddy Pritchard-Williams showed you the symbol. That is for Kieran McCarney, Teddy's best friend, who took his own life. He raced at Fullbeck. He was a champion at Fullbeck.
Oh, sorry, Henry, 59 spun.
That's okay. And there's an event every year at Fullbeck in Kieran's memory, and it is for the. It's in conjunction with the Papyrus Prevention of Young Suicide. It's a 24/7 helpline, and they're all around. So, Kieran McCarney no longer with us. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, always tries to remember him with symbols and with logos on his karts. And yes, it's a horrible thing to say, but we have to say it. The Papyrus Prevention of Young Suicide, they've got a hotline open 24/7. Anyway, that is that. Now I'll get back to the go-karting, Piers.
Go-karting, yeah, not much changing actually in the middle of the field, though. We see the number 26 going very wide on the exit of the Fullerton S's. 26, am I only 26? Yeah, that was Michael Walker getting on the curves, which is showing quite visually how much reduction in grip you get if you do run wide off the line. As we see the 60 having a nice move up the inside. Charlie Neve into that corner. It's actually one of the overtaking spots of choice in wet conditions. It's harder to do so in the dry, it's a bit more on a single line, but in the wet you can throw it up the inside because the quickest line when there's not a kart there is to go slightly wider.
Yeah, 7 minutes, 15 seconds plus 1 lap to go. Moulton, Bartle, Goff, Thompson. Alfie Thompson's having a good run. Then it's Baker, Veach, Hare, Whitcomb, Turnbull and Mike. So, James Sherrington and the live chat, he's got some great, Mike, if you watch the darts like every red-blooded man. But there's only one Mikey Walker walking along, singing a song, walking in a walk of wonderlands. That's great stuff.
Yes,
now,
we've had a change for the lead in the
while
meantime.
I was singing, there's been a change for the lead. Sorry, Piers.
Yeah, we didn't. Well, no, we didn't actually see it. I think it was. I don't know if we were just singing the way of the darts and thinking about different times. But anyway, Harry Bartle has actually taken the lead, although going very wide at the Bobby Game corner, getting 2 wheels on the curb. It's interesting in qualifying, all the drivers were keeping it neat and tidy, especially these drivers at the front. But in the race, when you've got someone breathing down your neck, it's a lot easier said than done just to keep it clean and tidy.
Yes, indeed. Look, you can see the field lots more spread out, single file, because of course with the dry-ing racing line, it's even harder to try and make a move because you've got to go off the preferred surface onto the wet line, the full wet line. Now everybody is on wet tyres.
Yes.
Nobody has gambled yet.
No, and it's not going to be... Oh, the 133's gone off. That's Lewis Goff had a spin off the bridge and he's lost 1, 2, 3. It's behind the 75 now, so that'll be behind Kai Veach down in 8th place.
But, I mean, a spin in these conditions isn't necessarily as costly as a spin in the dry because the field is more spread out.
You'll lose the same amount of time but fewer positions.
Yes.
It's also harder to follow closely in the wet because drivers and setups will have ever so slightly differing ways of getting the lap time out of the kart. Some drivers will brake later and go into the corners harder and stop it and turn it. Other drivers carry a bit more speed, and if you don't quite get the kart set up right for the corner for the way you drive it, you can then lose so much, half a second on the exit of a corner just by not having the kart set up correctly. When I say set up, not the kart set up, but having the kart in the right attitude to be able to grip and not have wheel spin. Wheel spin costs you so much time in the wet.
Absolutely, and there is Goff just clambering over the curb. And there's the number 16 kart. That is Joe Anderson, and that is a rear bumper.
Yeah, it's got a saggy rear end.
It's got a saggy rear end, yes. Enough about my personal life. Joe Anderson will be our next retiree. We lost Riley Cranham on the start. Ellis Bell has got out there. So Ellis Bell pitted, didn't go into the pits, went into the recovery, into the repair lane.
Yeah.
Whatever the problem was, Graham, his dad, has obviously fixed it. Hit it with a hammer, and he's out there.
Bartle's clearly made a mistake because he's lost over 3 seconds this lap. He's now down to third place. So Bartle's lost positions to Moulton and Thompson in the first sector. I would imagine maybe going too deep into the bowl.
I think that would be a correct summary of events. And Lloyd Hare in the number 87 now moves into... Well, let's have a look. That would put Lloyd Hare into 3rd position. Well, Hugh Moulton leads Alfie Thompson. No, the 87 kart. Then it's Lloyd Hare. So Jack Baker, then Bartle, then Lloyd Hare. Let's just think. Team Evolution have got 3 karts in the top 5. We talked about the team in Micromax, it's Sam Pollock Racing, and the team of the class.
Yes.
I would say in Junior Rotax, it's Team Evolution. They're the team of the class. They have gone above and beyond expectations. They don't always race the British Championship, but they know how to set up a car, the Team Evolution. It's gone through a couple of ownership changes over the years as Team Evolution. It was formerly owned by
moves to second.
Ash Whitcroft used to own it, but now they went away for a little bit and they're coming back. It's great to see Team Evolution, back up at the front of British karting, I have to say.
Yes, they have been around for a long time. I mean, they clearly have done, because I remember they were a team when I was racing cadets, Henry.
Yeah, they've been around for a while. I'm trying to think, Brett Ward's raced for them. I think Bobby Thompson raced for them for a little bit. I'm trying to think, Ollie Varney might have raced for them back in the day.
Bartle wide and loses that place he's getting. Bartle's just been a bit scrappy this race. He's certainly got the pace. Not the fastest on the circuit. That is actually Joshua Turnbull in 5th place. But Bartle's got... His lap times are faster than these drivers around him, but he keeps making little errors. Cost himself the lead, dropped to 3rd, got up to 2nd, another little mistake cost him again.
Because he then tries to push hard, and it's so easy to just push that little bit too hard in these conditions.
It's so easy to, when you make a mistake, try and recover the time that you've lost, which is impossible to do, and then end up making more errors and compounding the losses that you've had.
Yes, indeed. So Bartle now settles in 4th position. Hugh Moulton, the Coles Racing team, they have had a wonderful Saturday so far in Junior Rotax. don't forget, Hugh Moulton and Harrison Crowther blitzing the opposition in their qualifying sessions. Absolutely fantastic. And Hugh Moulton leads this one by 2.1 seconds over Alfie Thompson.
Comfortable, and actually he's lapping faster than everyone apart from Joshua Turnbull down in 5th, but he's nearly 4 seconds off the lead and has karts in between, so unlikely to be able to take the lead, as actually Moulton is going faster every lap. Well, everyone is, because the track's drying out. But let's have a look at some movers and shakers. Charlie Cox up 11 positions from 33rd to 22nd. We've had 6 position gain for Corey Fowler in 14th. We've had 6 for Jack West in 12th, 6 for Aras Majauskis in 10th, and up 7, Joshua Turnbull, who has been one of the fastest drivers in the last few laps.
Now, that's interesting. The drivers are still going off the racing line to stay on the dry portion of the track. If these wet tyres were overheating, you would see the drivers move off the dry line onto the wetter part of the track just to cool the rubber a little bit.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that yet.
This is the point at which the wet tyres will begin to overheat. We've had pretty much, there's been dry sections, but largely the corners have been wet. We're starting to see, for example, this corner here, Bobby Game, the actual racing line is becoming dry, and that's when the tyres start to overheat. Going in a straight line, the track's dry, yes, you're not losing temperature, but the tyres don't tend to actually gain too much heat. But when you're cornering, the circuit is scrubbing across the surface of these wet tyres, pulling on those blocks of rubber. That's when they start to tear up and effectively melt away.
And Alfie Thompson, the last 2 laps, Alfie Thompson has come very wide coming out of the last corner, which tells me that his tyres are beginning to go off. He's struggling for rear end grip, and his teammate Jack Baker has reeled him in. Yet now Alfie Thompson looks for that extra wet bit of track to try and sort of cool the tyres. But look at the different attitudes of the cart. Thompson turns in. Now the back end of Thompson's cart washes out a little bit. No, not too much there. But I think coming out of this next chicane, the Fullerton S, this is where we'll see Thompson will probably go wide over the outside curbs. Yes, he does. Baker, not quite as wide. This is the battle for second position. And I have to say, though, they're both closing in on Hugh Moulton. Although I think Moulton may have just eased back a little bit to save his tyres just in case the rain returns for his next race. But I'm saying Hugh Moulton, he's easing off an awful lot. I've got to say, as we start the final lap, the gap that was 2.1 seconds is now just 0.8 of a second as we head under bridge the final time. And Alfie Thompson, I thought he was struggling. His car has now come back to him. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. There's your top 3. Bartle and Turnbull, 4th and 5th, with Lloyd Hare in 6th, and Veach, Goff, Majewskis and Ayman Bansal, the Indian driver. This is Ayman Bansal's best performance of the season so far. Up in the top 10. Well done, Ayman. He is a driver, well, he's 37th in points coming into this race. This result could move Ayman into the top 30. Oh, Alfie Thompson getting very, very wide coming out of the Fullerton S's. But this is the run to the checkered flag. And, I was going to say, I don't think we're going to see a move from Jack Baker as he looked at the inside there. But no, quite wisely, Baker sits behind his teammate. But it's Hugh Moulton who takes the win with Alfie Thompson second and Jack Baker in 3rd. Harry Bartle finishes in 4th position. And Bartle's perfect score is now over. So he has lost his 100% win record. Josh Turnbull is 5th. Lloyd Hare, Kai Veach, Lewis Goff, Aras Majewskis, Ayman Bansal. The field very well spread out there. And the orange crash helmet, that is Ellis Bell crossing the line. He finishes 2 laps down in 32nd position. No retirements. There goes Isabella Stanmore Wilson across the line. She finishes 29th, and I'm sure that she's still in a little bit of pain. Ethan Page saying it's time for slicks. I'm not sure it is. I think that it's, certainly parts of the track are for, parts of the track are dry, but not enough to go on to slick tyres yet. Here is your provisional result. Hugh Moulton, Alfie Thompson and Jack Baker, your top three, 0.7 of a second separating them. Harry Bartle, Joshua Turnbull, Lloyd Hare, Kai Veach, Lewis Goff, Aris Bievskis and Ayman Bansal are your top 10. Harrison Whitcomb finished 11th, disappointing for Harrison. Jack West, Charlie Neve and Corey Fowler as the best privateer home in 14th. Then it's Ryan Gill, Mikey Walker, yeah, like the football. Don't the GP plates coming home. William Archer, Jacob Woods, Oliver Meek, Charlie Cox, your top 20. Riley Sims, Ezard, Zach Turner, good result for Zach Turner after a poor day yesterday. He finishes 22nd with Logan Howes, Jack Robinson, Sebastian Luce, Johannesson, Harry Holland. Next up. Lucas Branford, Isabella Stanswell-Wilson, Braith Murdoch, Theo Palmer and Ellis Bell are your remaining finishers. Riley Cranham went out on the rolling lap. Ethan Page, they were doing 111s at the start. Yeah, Ethan will agree to disagree. Let's tell you what, spot poll. This is race number 21, just finished. What race do you think they'll go on slicks? Let's have a chat with Piers prior to see how wet it is down in the pits.
I'm down here, and Hugh's going to get sick of chatting to me. We're getting chatting a lot, but you're not going to get sick of these results.
Yeah, no, it's another mega result. Hopefully the same in the next heat.
Absolutely. The pace looked like it was really good, especially at the start. You pulled the gap, and then you didn't really need to, from what we could see, you didn't need to push too hard to maintain the gap.
Yeah, no, it was dry pretty much everywhere, so I was just trying not to wreck the wets, because otherwise I'd fall off the cliff at the end, so I managed it quite well.
Henry and I were speculating just a moment ago, when do we think that the transition to slicks is? Is it this race now, or is it the one after?
I think it could be this race. It's dry pretty much everywhere. There's a dry line. So, but it'll be difficult to overtake on slicks. So
amazing, right? Well, Hugh, I'll let you go and chill out. Nicole Sutherland, who's been in the live lounge, is actually helping us out by having a look on the grid and spying for us. What's Nicole saying? Let's have a look. So, Lucio on slicks, Johnson Cool on slicks, Pole Sitter on slicks, 24 on wets, Gus Lawrence is on wets. This is going to be interesting, Henry. Over to you.
Okay then, Ethan Page. I'm semi-corrected, not fully, because we've got a mixture of tyres. Here is your starting lineup. Fred Green on pole position on slick tyres. Marcus Lucio also on slicks on the outside of the front row. Rylan Eschberg and Gus Lawrence on row 2. They're both on wets. Then it's Louis Johnson Cool on slicks, and Cian Garrity, not sure what he's on. Then it's Lewis Bird and Oliver Stilp on row number 4. Aaron Brown is on wets. He's next, followed by David Marshall. Isaac Marsh is on wets, followed by Tiger Dixon. Then Ella Stevens, Dayton Coulthard, Christopher Bingham and Tristan Powell. Oscar Repetto, Joel Hull, Robbie Buckley and Charlie Morrison-Jones round out your top 20. Ty Makia, Morgan Hill, Harry Ewell and Daniel Archer on row 12. Then Emilio Van Overberger, Micah Taylor, Natalia Dabek, CJ Bennett, George Mayo, Harrison Morrow, Tony Kazagil and Peter Jurevich. We are not racing. Right then, cameraman challenge time. Let's see how many sexy close-up angles of the go-karts we can get as they're slowing down to try and figure out who is on what tyres, because Ethan Page is getting a bit chirpy on the live chat, and I want to show him that I think if Gus Lawrence is on wets, that's the right call. There is Eschberg. He is on wets. Lawrence, wets. Let's have a look there. There's a nice bit of tarmac. I mean, it's right. I think, Piers, prior, that more than 50% of the field are on wets.
Yes.
That could get expensive, but it could be a masterstroke.
Yes, Nicole Sutherland doing an absolute solid for us and just popping onto the dummy grid there, knowing that it was going to be the transition. Henry,
journalistic integrity on that young lady is very good.
Pole position and second are on slicks. The next are on wets. We're going to have a false start this time. I'm going to call it another false start.
We're going to have a bit of a traffic jam going through turn number 1 because the front row drivers will be tippy-toeing in there, and of course, all guns blazing. Eschberg and Gus Lawrence. This could, if I were Fred Green and Marcus Luzio, I would be rather nervous right
Here
now.
we go. We're going to go for one of the most interesting races of the weekend so far. Another false start.
Oh, that's not what the wet tyre drivers needed.
No, it is not. The thing is, going on slicks now is probably faster over the race distance. But the trick is also making sure you can make it around the first lap. I think the guys on pole and second place, they've got a good opportunity at a good race here. But if you're in the middle of the pack on slicks around a lot of drivers on wet, it's going to be so hard because all they have to do is just shovel you a little bit wide and you have absolutely nothing.
Right, you can tell the drivers are on wets because they're the ones that are not warming their tyres up. The drivers on slicks are furiously trying to get temperature into those slick tyres, and the drivers on wets are sort of tiptoeing around, realising that they may have just made an expensive mistake. I will have to see. George Quartermain said, yeah, quite correctly, 2 false starts will help the slick runners, no doubt.
I think that the slick drivers will be doing everything they can in their power to make as many false starts as we physically can, because the circuit actually has a decent amount of warmth in it from the warmth and sun we've had over the weekend, and it was mild overnight, so it's drying even without the karts going around.
Now, the number 12 kart on slicks, that is Tiger Dixon, and the number, there's Dayton Coulthard, he is on wets. Right, third time lucky, Piers.
This is going to be touch and go as to whether we go green this time. It looks like everyone's a bit more better behaved this time, so we may be going green. Here we go, it is green on the inside, Luzio on the outside. Let's see what happens here. The wet shod runners are going to have grip on the first lap, but it looks like actually the slick drivers actually have a decent amount of grip through turn 1 and 2. We've had 2 spinners at the back. 33 or 32,
That's
35.
the number 35 kart. That's the Audrin Henry Racing kart of CJ Bennett. I think Harrison Morrow was the other kart going over the grass. The fact that the slick tyre runners are still in the lead is bad news. Ethan Page, I don't do this often. I stand corrected. I am not worthy of your tyre predictions, sir.
Yeah,
but don't get chirpy. Wind your neck in now, Ethan. Let's talk about some go-karting.
The middle of the field is where it's going to get tasty here, Henry. You're going to have drivers on different tyre strategies coming through. As you can see, a wet shod runner of 24 going up the inside. That's Bird trying to go past Garrett. He couldn't quite get that done.
Yes, and of course the drivers on slicks will be hesitant to move offline because look at that. Yeah, there's number 26 kart. That's Christopher Bingham. He gets shuffled a little bit wide on slicks and he loses a couple of positions simply because the minute that you get any moisture on those tyres, they cool a little bit.
I think also we're going to see potentially more nose cone penalties in this race than we've seen at any other point this weekend. As we have a change for third place as Johnson Cool, who is also on slicks, goes past Gus Lawrence. So turns out wets are not the correct option at this stage, and it doesn't look like it's going to rain again. But at the front of the field, it is still green from Luzio, but Luzio is ever so slightly closing that gap.
Yes, indeed. Rylan Eschberg is 5th on wet, so Gus Lawrence is the Class B leader at the moment.
Yeah, with Eschberg, who's second. It looks like he's almost got he's either got a flat right rear or they've gone so low on the tyre pressures that it's rolling over.
Half a PSI, I think.
Look at the rear end of Eschberg's car, and we're actually currently looking at Garrity. Garrity's gone pretty low as well. You can see the tyres almost like pulling on the rims.
Yes, that's...
I think the drivers, because you have to have your setup and kart and tyres, everything on the grid 2 minutes before the green, before they go green. So therefore, the drivers who have gone on wets will have realised maybe they were too late, and all they can do is remove some tyre temperature. Ella Stevens has gone around.
Now, is she on slicks?
No, wets.
No, she's on wets. So now here's Christopher Bingham. So this is significant. With 50 drivers in Senior X30, Christopher Bingham in the point standings. Well, let's have a look. Well, he's 24th in points, but he's on the right tyre. That's good news for Bingham. Drivers who let's have a look. CJ Bennett has retired. Daniel Archer, the M Sport driver, well, he's already 47th in points, and he's down at the back of the pack as well. This one, Harrison Morrow, 27th at the moment. He's 40th in points, and I'm trying to see. If he's on slicks, though, that could be an inspired call. So Christopher Bingham having a great job. That's a smart crash helmet.
Yeah.
And it's a really cool S8 race. Well, that's I don't know what sponsor that is. It's an S8 racing kart. but it's very smart indeed.
I tell you what, though, it's as much as the slick tyre is certainly the tyre to be on in terms of lap time, it's not easy to go around there on slicks because the dry line is still on the wet line in places, so around the outside of the hairpins, but also through the short apex corners. So, for example, the left of the Fullerton S's, Bobby Game corner, and also the last corner. The dry line is on the curb, so it's only half a kart's width that's dry on the inside. So the drivers on slicks still have to fully commit to the corner all over the curb, a curb that you would not normally go anywhere near on slick tyres. And if you go slightly wide and choose the normal dry line, you could very much end up in the wall very quickly. Tell you someone who's not having a very particularly good race is Repetto in the 85, a bit further down the road. I've just seen him go wide at the first hairpin. He's on slicks and going, still not making a huge amount of progress.
And yes, this, of course, you said about the nose cone penalties, yes, because suddenly, you know, karts... Oh,
there you go. Closing speeds are just so high, and it's so hard to predict. When you're on slicks, you can't predict how much grip someone has on wet tyres in front of you, and they may break 15 metres earlier than you expect, and through no fault of your own. In fact, there's a nose cone penalty for the number 12 by the looks of it.
Well, we'll have a little look to see
Tiger Dixon.
Tiger Dixon, who is on the right tyre.
He's got a flappy nose.
Passing Lewis Bird, who is on the wrong tyre.
Yeah, I think we are at the stage where we can definitively say there is a right and a wrong.
I think, yes. I think it's time to stick a fork in Bird because he's done.
Well, the thing is...
He's been plucked, roasted, and is about to be eaten alive by the chasing pack.
The drivers on wet tyres are done, but they also still need to concentrate in this race, try and get as damage limitation, because if you still finish as the higher driver on wet tyres, you're going to gain more points than if you just effectively throw in the towel.
No, exactly, yes. And there goes Tiger Dixon. Another place gain for Tiger. He's chasing Charlie Morrison-Jones. Morrison-Jones up to 7th. I think they have just gone past Cian Garrity, so now it is Morrison-Jones in 6th. It's Tiger Dixon up into P6, flappy nose and all.
Yeah, hopefully that's just the NASA panel having a little bit of a wobbly moment. But
if it is a nose cone has dropped, 5 seconds. Well,
yes, let's have a look, shall we? Tiger Dixon 22 seconds off the lead, 5 seconds to make it 27. He would only go down to 10th or 11th place.
Yeah, and he's going to gain ground because Cian Garrity's on wets. He's going to drop like a stone. Lewis Bird's on wets. He's going to drop like a stone.
Yeah,
I'm very, very impressed with Gus Lawrence. He is class leader by de facto class leader. He's the best wet shod runner by a good 7 seconds.
Yeah, I was actually going to look at that a moment ago. Good spot there, Henry, that Gus Lawrence, although he's on the quote-unquote wrong tyre, he's still well on for a top 10 and currently still inside the top 5. I mean, there's, 2 karts within 2 seconds of him, but then to fall out of the top 10, he would have to lose another 7 seconds over the race, and his last lap time was a 1:03.4, and the fastest was a 58.8 from Luzio. So that's it's 5 seconds off the pace. So actually, it's going to be touch and go as to whether any of the wet runners will finish inside the top 10.
Yes, 3 minutes to go. Fred Green leads Marcus Luzio. There we go, on your screens now. Fred Green comes through the Mick Barrett turn onto the start-finish straight. Luzio in that premium karting 111 kart, closing in by another couple of seconds, and now they're coming up to lapped traffic. This is something we haven't seen. The leaders, there's Gus Lawrence, getting ready to tell his mechanic Stephen Landian, pods,
that was incorrect.
Get the bin ready, because we're about to throw 4 wet comets into it.
Yeah, those tyres, I mean, look at the rear tyres on that. You can almost see that they're completely slick, and even if they do go completely slick, they don't have the same grip as a slick tyre, that's for certain, because, yeah, they're just not made of the same stuff.
Now, 2 minutes to go, and this is about to be a problem. Those 4 karts there are battling for 26, 27, 28, 29th position. And the leaders are bearing down on them.
There is Fred Green getting very much held up.
Yeah, but of course he can't. Harrison Morrow is on wet tyres. Fred Green, they don't want to get a nose cone penalty because of the closing speeds, Piers.
Whoa, he's going on the inside of the pole and going through the inside. What a move from Marcus Luzio. Through goes Luzio.
Pass of the weekend so far from Marcus Luzio, threading the needle between 4 lapped karts and Fred Green to take the lead of the race. Gives it a bit Euro going into hairpin number 1 and has the lead for premium karting. Fred Green down to second. Louis Johnson Cool continues to run in 3rd place. Christopher Bingham is up to 4th. This will be Bingham's best result for a long time. Harry Ewell is 5th. Then it's Tiger Dixon, Charlie Morrison Jones, Gus Lawrence, 30 seconds behind the race leader on wet tyres.
And we aren't going to get an additional lap in, so it is going to be the final lap as we come over. No, the 2 laps as we come over the line.
Well, have a look there. So 58 seconds. I think they are going to get 2 more laps in. You're right, Piers.
Yeah, so it's this one plus 1 more. So I was, yes, that actually helps the slick runners. Gus Lawrence would have helped. Gus Lawrence would have hoped that they'd have held up a couple more seconds because that would have meant that he'd have to 1 less lap. It could cost Gus Lawrence potentially up to 2 or 3 places.
Next kart to be lapped, number 41.
David Marshall.
Who was happy in qualifying when you interviewed him. Maybe not so happy now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll still be enthusiastic. We see actually a gesticulation from Fred Green in 2nd place, frustrated at the situation, but still a good result for Fred.
Yeah, it's not as though David's getting in the way. He's just got the wrong tyres on. You know, the other drivers, these leaders, they should be aware of that. They should know about the closing speeds. As we look at Fred Green, 0.3 of a second.
Who should I grab a word with? I'm going to chat to potentially Gus Lawrence and see what he says.
I want to talk. If you can ask Marcus Luzio about that pass, that would be great. Now, in traffic, Fred Green retakes the lead at the start of the final lap. More lap cars in front of him. Oh, Fred Green up on the curve. He makes he does the C word. He makes contact with the slower kart of number 212, Tony Kazagel. Oh, this is really intense. They're both through. They've passed Kazagel, Morgan Hill. I think they passed Robbie Buckley as well. Here we go. Half a lap to go. Into hairpin number 2. Up the short chute. Good driving. Robbie Buckley gets out of the way of the other croc. One croc getting out of the way from another. Robbie Buckley allows Marcus Luzio to go through, so that was very smart indeed from Buckley. But Fred Green comes out of the final corner and takes the checkered flag from Marcus Luzio, and then we're still waiting for the 3rd place kart. Here it is, the 2nd premium machine. Louis Johnson Core finished in 3rd. There goes Christopher Bingham across the line in 4th, followed by Harry Ewell in 5th. Tiger Dixon, Charlie Morrison Jones, 6th and 7th. Oscar Repetto salvages 8th place. And now we're still waiting. Tristan Powell across the line. Where is Gus Lawrence on wet tyres? He's in 10th place, and he crosses the line now 42 seconds behind the winner. And 30 drivers finished the race. Fred Green and Marcus Luzio lapped everybody up to Micah Taylor, who is in 17th position. Oliver Stilp crossed the line in 17th place. Micah Taylor actually finishing 16th. More lapped drivers crossing the line, but it's Fred Green, Marcus Luzio. Your provisional finishing order is this: Fred Green, Marcus Luzio, Louis Johnson Cool, your top 3. Christopher Bingham, Tiger Dixon, Harry Ewell, Charlie Morrison Jones, and Oscar Repetto, your top 8. Tristan Powell, Gus Lawrence, Kian Garrity, Lewis Byrne, Aaron Brown, and Dayton Coulthard in 14th place. Ryan and Heshberg for the front of the grid down to 15th. Micah Taylor, Oliver Stilp were the last drivers on the lead lap. Buckley, Hill, Kazagel, and everybody else a lap down and more. And there are some very used wet rubber. We are going to have our second Anagram. While Piers Pryor gets himself sorted out in the pit lane, our second Kartmasters champion Anagram is going up on the live chat now, and it is door shoveling. Door shoveling. Who is that Kartmasters champion? Piers Pryor. Door shoveling. He is word shoveling down in the pit lane.
Always shoveling words, Henry. They kind of sort of spill out. And anyway, but something that wasn't shoveled was a finessed slick tyre that was put on your kart. Christopher Bingham, I think slicks were the right option.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were in the holding area and we were debating it, and there was a dry line coming through, and we thought, you know, might as well. It's only going to get drier, and I think we're 15th through to 4th, so it's pretty good, that. Yeah, take that every day.
Absolutely take that. Well, I'm imagining that a lot of the drivers in the next race will be having slicks on after that performance. Yeah. Chris, great race from yourself. We better head up to the next race.
Yes, indeed. Race number... Oh, I've got a grid for this one. That's a bit unfortunate. What race is this? This is Water Swift Restricted. And the grid is as follows. Oscar Kenny and Daniel Ferguson on row number 1. Alfie Davidson and James Roots on row 2. Mason Hibbert and Alessandro Salas on row 3. Chester Fawkes and Joshua Cook on row 4. Attica Mia and Reggie Chandler go from row number 5, followed by Finley Bedford, Hugo Williamson, Harry Fable, Harry Chapman, and rounding out the field, George Greaves. I shall now attempt to try and find the... Ah, there she is. That's the starting lineup there. This will be, and I'm thinking, everybody on slick tyres. Quite right so. So here we are then, on a rapidly drying track. Our Water Swift Restricted drivers, they had the worst of conditions in qualifying. They've now got the best of conditions so far in the race. We will go around again. Hello, Ashley Crossy on the live chat. Former Landau Kart Club champion in Junior TKM, now with his own crash helmet painting business going on. I gotta say, I think that we've made these anagrams a bit too easy, because already it's not Jay Larkin, Liam Phillips, no, door shoveling is not Reggie Dewey, Keith Burke, no, it's not Jay Larkin. Joe Neal, congratulations. And Ashley Crossy, well done. Door shoveling is 3 times Kartmasters champion, Oliver Hodgson. Well done. So, we will go back to the rolling lap once again. Always, it's great to speak to Piers Pryor. It's great to speak to Chris Bingham. You know, those races always throw up some sort of surprises. You know, you roll the dice. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And
absolutely.
Chris Bingham was a winner.
Yes, he rolled the dice and rolled the right way. He went, put it all on the black, and the black round tyres without grooves in did well for him. But here we go for the Water Swift Restricted race, and we are away second time of asking. Oscar Kenny still leading the way at the front of the field. Very well behaved compared to the Senior X30 just went out, although a great move from 3rd place to 2nd. I think that was Alfie Davidson doing the old switcheroo.
Yes, indeed. Now, in the point standings, Alfie Davidson, he has won both heat races so far, but he didn't take pole position. There was someone coming high, wide and handsome.
Hang on, Mason Hibbert has gone from 5th to 1st in 3 corners. That's a good start.
I mean, his dad Will is ex-gearbox karter. He knows how to start quickly, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. So Mason Hibbert, currently 7th in the point standings, 16 points, although he is no longer leading. This is rather good, isn't it? Mason Hibbert, 5th to 1st. Now down to 2nd. Alfie Davidson started 3rd, now race lead. And Chester Fawkes up into P3 from the 5th row of the grid.
This is a bit of a considering it was so well behaved. There's a lot of chopping and changing going on here.
Considering it's still damp offline, these water swift restricted drivers are being very, very brave indeed. But do you know what? They're making it all work.
Yes, and the water swift restricted, of course, only 8 to 11 years old each. So impressive skill and determination, commitment from these young drivers. We see another cutback on the middle of the bowl corner. Who was that? I couldn't quite catch the number. But at the moment it still is Davison from Hibbert from Forks, Kenny, Ferguson and Cook.
Yes, indeed. Jay Larkin, reckon me and you start a comp kart team. Well, funny enough, Oliver Hodgson, who was the Anagram Challenge 2 answer, he drives a comp kart out in the USA now.
Yes.
And it's very, very rapid indeed. I like the Fluoro. I believe in the Fluoro. And I think they're a very good kart. The difference is in the UK, though, you'll find a lot of chassis don't work as well in the UK as they do overseas, just because for some reason it's the British style of tracks. I don't know.
I'm not sure. When I raced a comp kart for a season or so,
yes,
they were the Birrell kart painted fluoro yellow. And I don't know whether they still are, because that was back in there 2018, sort of circa 2018. Obviously a lot's happened since then.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Jay Larkin can expand upon that on the live chat. Is a comp kart simply a yellow Birrell?
A bit like a Synergy apparently is a blue Birrell.
Yes, it is indeed.
Or the big Synergy anyway. I don't know about the small Synergy. Again,
yes,
that's all. The
small Synergy is still British chassis, Gary Byatt and Owen Byatt, Stephen in sheet metal. Here we go. Big up the Byatts. Here we go.
Yep.
That's a very, I haven't. Look at that number 28 kart. That's a really smartly liveried Birrell, and they even graphicked up the rear bumper on Alessandro Salas's kart.
Euro.
Yes, I like that a lot. And what I do like is that, you know, the little the ends of the bumpers. You've got the little plates on the end of the bumpers. Well, not all of them have, but in the bigger karts you do.
You have to.
You have to have the little the team logos or a sponsor logo.
You don't have to. I think they had added a thing that you had to have colourful ends so that you don't get people riding up over the rear tyre without being able to see.
Yeah, that's really worked, that has. Judging on some of the races we saw yesterday.
Yeah, Dan Holland, I'm sure, is probably not the biggest fan of those. Helping hand through turn number 2.
Yeah, again, Salas getting his line wrong, and then he has to back out, and easing off the gas halfway through the Bruno Ferrari S's, and a little bit of a concertina effect, then a little bit of a 3 wide situation going on, coming over the bridge. I really like that blue, the Good Times Racing.
Oh yes, we saw that on the Paddock show yesterday.
Yeah, Hugo Williamson, the Good Times Racing. Now, I think he's got George Greaves on the number 37 Birrell ART. They're sort of stable mates. They're both independent drivers, but yeah, they sort of, the families are together, the two karts together, and they're together on track as well.
Sorry, Henry, I was just you handed over to me and I was mid-yawn.
Oh, sorry.
That was not a reflection on the race. That's just a reflection on the fact that it's still. Oh, I was about to say it's the morning. It's 1:12
Yeah,
that shows how much time flies when you're having fun.
So here we go. Here, sort of families of karts. James Kell on the live chat. He races in the kart championship. Darren Beavers' championship. The X kart is a white TB chassis.
Is a TB chassis a TB chassis, or is a TB chassis painted something else?
No, a TB chassis is a TB chassis. In Europe, an X kart is a white TB chassis, but in North America, they paint the TB chassis white and they call it a Villeneuve.
Villeneuve.
Jacques Villeneuve lends his name to it. Villeneuve, yes. Not a fan of Daniel Ricciardo, which is a white Birrell chassis.
Blue Birrell chassis.
Blue Birrell chassis or white Birrell chassis?
Or is it white with blue pods?
Something like that, yeah. But anyway, the Villeneuve chassis, the Ricciardo chassis don't get on, a bit like in real life. Topical.
Yes.
Topical.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Birrell does manufacture the comp kart, but Jordan Montgomery says they add their own twist to the design.
Well, they do, but from when I drove them, they have like nice comp kart shiny bits, like the steering wheel is different, the way the steering wheel is attached is different, but ultimately if you put the same setup on the two karts and go around the circuit, they feel identical.
MDT Photography saying a TV kart is also a track magic. A magic kart That's an Italian, Magic Kart in the USA. We're going to change the lead.
No, we're about to have a change to the lead,
right.
I reckon, because this has come together at the front, less than a tenth between the top 2 and only a half second between the top 3.
Let's have a look there.
You keep an eye on the chat, Henry.
I'll keep
an eye on the racing.
Right, so a TB kart is also a GFC and a Track Magic. Now, the Magic Kart in the USA, that's Italian. That's got its own little tweaks as well. AJ Myers, pro shifter driver in the USA. GFC, that's the Gary Carlton chassis. I think that is, I don't think, MDT photography, I'm not sure if that's right. TB, there's certain tweaks to it, but I tell you what, the all-American badass Billy Musgrave, Billy Musgrave on the American-built factory kart out in California. He just won the last round of the SCUSA Pro Tour. 35 years old, looks like haircut like Leo Sayer, American driver, American chassis, builds the kart, builds the engine, drives the kart, and I think he won about $10,000 out in the USA. Big money in SCUSA Pro Series.
That's not bad, is it?
It's not bad at all. Kai Hunter went out there at the Spring Nationals at Cincinnati and won $5 grand. One race, $5 grand cash.
Love that. Well, five US grand, so probably what, about 35p in UK, right?
Yes, Joe Neal. Well, don't forget me. I raced with MLC in the PF Club Championship. Hopefully, I haven't forgotten you, Joe Neal. Andy Lloyd, the Ricardo's a Blue Birrell. Yes. Chester's. Ashley Crossy is designing Chester Fawkes' new crash helmet design. And so there is Chester Fawkes. Ashley Crossy, who's coming up tomorrow to watch the finals. Chester Fawkes will have a new crash helmet design very shortly.
Front 3 are still pretty much inseparable. I think they've realised they've checked out and pulled away from the rest of the field. Nearly a 4-second gap from 3rd down to 4th place. So that's Cook, who's in 3rd, and Mason Hibbett in 4th. So they're just chilling as it for now. But when it comes to 1 minute to go, I think the gloves will come off.
If you just bear with me, I'll turn my microphone off a second. You just what's the race, Piers? What's the race?
Sure. Well, I'm wondering what's going on here. I'm hoping it's nothing too sinister that's going on. It's heating up both on circuit, the tarmac, and also in the commentary box as well, because as much as I was quite enjoying the fact that it was warm in the commentary box this morning when I was shivering down from the qualifying sessions, now that the rain has blown off, the air has dried, the circuit has dried, and the sun is peeking its way through, temperatures are rising fairly rapidly, which is going to play into tyre pressures and such like. Oh, a bit of a wonky rad from the 47, who's actually had to come in there. The number 47 is Reggie Chandler, unfortunately in the pits, I would imagine due to a technical... yes, it was the technical flag on that last lap.
Piers Pryor, what am I wearing in the commentary box now?
It's the famous black hoodie with letters on it.
I heart kart mums.
Oh, here we go, Henry. You're a picture in picture.
Do you know? There we go. And do you know why I'm wearing that? Because Piers Pryor's mum has said
she's not.
On the live chat.
Where is she?
Alison, hi.
There she is.
Alison Pryor, hi.
Hi, Mum.
Hi, Mum. I love kart mums. I love Piers Pryor's mum. There we go. There we go. Call me. There we go. Sorry, Piers.
Yes.
I'll now take it off again because it's bloody
it is warm in here. Good to know that Mum's watching. There's plenty of people watching at home. Many of you who will not have commented in the live chat. Make sure you're subscribed, because once you're subscribed, we will read out any messages that you do have, and it'd be good to know who you're watching, who is watching, where you're watching from, who you're supporting. We'll give them shout-outs throughout the day. And also, I love... Oh. Henry's just done me there. He's sent me a little...
clock strikes 0. I'll just let Piers calm himself down.
I need to
go. Here we go. Last lap. Alfie Davidson leads from Joshua Cook. Chester Fawkes in 3rd position on a completely dry track. We go through turn number 3. I think Alfie Davidson is going to maintain his unbeaten record, although what can the Cookie Monster do? Josh Cook closing in. Big gap back to Mason Hibbett in 4th. Alessandro Salas, he's having his best performance of the weekend so far. Here's a good battle. Oscar Kenny, the pole sitter, sadly falling back into the clutches. Well, Atacamia has just gone past Oscar Kenny. Daniel Ferguson has also got past. Here we go. Oh, I spoke too soon. It's not over yet. Don't count out Joshua Cook. He comes out of mix corner. 1 turn to go. Checkered flag waiting. Alfie Davidson will maintain his unbeaten record. Oh, the pole sitter, Oscar Kenny, is off the track at the Bobby Game corner. He comes back on, but that will push him even further down the order. Where does Oscar Kenny wind up? The answer is 13th, just in front of Finley Bedford. Sadly, Reggie Chandler on the Falcon chassis has retired from this one. We need lid rating like last year. Best crash helmet design. Okay. Sorry about that. How do I get in contact for helmet design? Does Ashley Crossy have a website or something? Well, I shall leave that to you. You can contact each other online. Motorsport Map Boy, let's hit 100 likes now. Which means we haven't hit 100 likes already. If you have commented on the live chat once and you haven't liked this stream, do it now. Now. Will you guys ever commentate on a rental kart championship at Karting Northeast? The next time I'm at Karting Northeast, sadly, is the Rotax Festival, the Grand Festival. Mason Hibbert getting support online. Here is your provisional result. Alfie Davidson wins by 0.15 of a second over Joshua Cook. Chester Fawkes is third. Mason Hibbert, with plenty of family support online, in P4. Then it's Alessandro Salas, Daniel Ferguson, James Roots and Attica Mia in 8th place. Hugo Williamson, George Greaves, Harry Chapman, Harry Fable, Oscar Kenny after his late spin, and Finley Bedford round out the finishers. Jack Johnson, is Jacob Ashcroft there? No, he's not. But Piers Priors is here, and he is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, sure, go. I had Alfie Davidson, but he wants to run away and put his rib protector in his go-kart. We'll go.
Greatest segue in the history of broadcasting there. Alfie Davidson now can have his rib protector back on. I think there might be an issue with Piers Prior's microphone, which could be a temporary issue. I think now we're going to have a chat with Alfie Davidson, minus his rib protector. Go on, Piers.
Let's try that again. Sorry about that, Alfie. We just lost the microphone for a second, but we're back now. Alfie, another day, another win.
Yeah, we had good pace all week. Then we just went in. We were third. We wasn't quite quick in the wet, but now it's dried up. We're quick.
Was it completely dry out there, or were there sections that were still a little bit slippery?
It wasn't completely dry, but there was some sections that were slippery, but it was quite dry.
Yeah, it was pretty much dry water. You made it look dry anyway because you had good pace out there. You were pushed hard though. Joshua Cook was right behind you. You can reckon you can still hold him off in the next one?
Yeah, we start third again, so we'll just have to see what we do because Kartmasters.
Absolutely. If you could go and grab Joshua, that would be great. Oh, of course he's got another race to do, hasn't he? Why don't we go? Is Chester doing another race as well? No. Oh, let's grab Chester. Or we'll grab a quick word with him because I think we've got a couple of minutes or a minute or so. Chester, once again. Chester, you were a bit down after quali, but a third place will cheer you up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good result.
Happy with that? How did the kart feel?
It felt good. I think towards the end we just lost a bit of power.
But I'm sure you'll find that for the next race. Chester, thanks very much for chatting to us. We'll let you go and debrief because the next race, Water Swift, is up now.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, your starting lineup for the first Water Swift heat of the day. Pole position is Austin Newstead with Austin Gibson alongside him on the front row. Will Green and Harley Musk go from row number 2, George House and Blair Smith from row 3, Freddie Wood and Colby Patterson are on row 4. George Clark and Jarla Sayer round out your top 10. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio and Enzo Butterazzi in all Italian 6th row, followed by Max Mason, Mason Brooks, Denek Babicek and Finley Lines. Then it's Callum Graham, Sukmani Kira, Grayson Wortley and Oliver Warner, Luca Narroway, Derek Rivera, Nathaniel Hodges and Jensen Ackerman. Then Turkey's Baron Alpensoy, Orion Meta, Harry Williams, Zach Champney and Charlie Clough, who has not gone out. I wonder if Charlie may have been injured. Now, I want somebody on the live chat, Philip Howarth, all right. Somebody in the live chat, ask Philip Howarth what he won at Dunkeswell last weekend on. Just ask him. He might tell you. He hasn't mentioned it very much, but someone asked Philip, the real number one, what he did at Dunkeswell last weekend. Meanwhile, we'll watch the go-karting. They're into the tram lines. Lights are not out. Okay, we've got another rolling lap. Point situation. Zenek Babicek leads at the moment. Jala Sayer second. Sukmani Kira is third. Jane Cartney saying good luck to Austin Gibson. Yes, Sam Riley doing his first Kartmasters senior Rotax. Someone's going to ask Philip. Someone's going to ask Phil Howarth on the live chat. There we go. Here we go. Motorsport Magpie. Phil, there we go. Now, Phil can explain. He doesn't like talking about it, but he might mention what happened at Dunkeswell last weekend. Okay, take it away, Phil. All right. Sam Pooley. Yes, Sam, 10 years since he won Minimax. Sam Pooley, is it Minimax he won it 10 years ago? Have a little look at the old records. Sam Pooley, let's have a look, 2014. Yes, Minimax 2014, my word. Phil Howard's probably going to do a Facebook Live now to answer the question that he just put in the live chat. I mean, rumours, only rumours. He doesn't like talking about it, but we'll have a look.
What have I missed?
Well, you've missed
false start.
A false start. You've missed Thua 37 asking what my favourite category to watch is.
Don't answer that question, Henry.
Do you know what? I love all classes. I don't have a favourite at all, I've got to say. I'll commentate on, anything as long as the karts are going round in circles. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Newstead leads the field through turn number 1. Through 37. I've commentated on a 2-kart junior pro kart race at Landau, and I loved it.
Nearly around the outside did Will Green go in the banked corner, but couldn't quite get it done. It is still Austin Newstead, and Will Green pointing, saying, "Stop defending from me, let's go."
Yeah, early days, and now there's going to be some big movers and shakers in the middle of the pack there. So we'll look for, where's Finley Lines, the E-plate kart. He was on the 8th row of the grid, 16th. Looking to see, he's still back in the middle of the pack. Then the number 84 kart at Mason Brooks runs a little bit wide, side by side for the race lead.
A big shove.
Yeah.
That was a shove.
That was
in the midfield.
That wasn't so much. That was almost like pick him up with a shovel and launch it through the Fullerton S's. There's the 52 of Austin Gibson, Aussie Austin Gibson. No, he's not Australian, but that's what his nickname is, Aussie. Because he's got a crash helmet.
Yeah.
Now,
Will Green made it to the front of the field, and he was adamantly gesticulating towards Austin Newstead down towards the first hairpin that they need to pull away. So I think Green has taken matters into his own hands and gone, you know what, I think I'm quick at this stage of the race. I'm going to tow you away rather than pushing us forward, because I don't trust that you're not going to defend again. Well, let's watch to see if Will Green defends into hairpin 1. He sees that Austin's there, but Austin has got the picture. He's got a little, he gave him a little nudge, pushing forward, but they're working together, but working against each other as pretty much everyone else. Oh, that's a good cutback from the 54. 50, is it 54 or 24?
That's, it is
24.
The Colby Patterson, the Oliver Roller Motorsport entry. Now, I'm going to do a public service announcement here to Lionel Brown. OK, Lionel, your son is 6 and he's just started karting.
Yes.
And your son wants a helmet and gets it custom painted. I tell you what you need to do, Lionel. You need to get a plain white crash helmet, spare no expense on the white crash helmet that you buy, because that is a lifesaver. And then what you need to do is you need to tell your son, who's 6 years old, son, when you've won your first race, then we'll get it painted, because it costs a lot of money to get these helmets painted.
But it also costs even more money to get enough track time to win a race. So therefore,
yes. So just say, get the helmet white and then spend the money getting Kitty up to speed in the karting before we start doing helmet painting.
100% agree with that.
Public service announcement. There is a white crash helmet on Nathaniel Hodges.
Oh, and a white crash helmet. They've got about 5 places in one go there. I think that was
Zach
the 84, Mason Brooks, wasn't it?
Was it Zach Champney or Mason Brooks? Yeah, going up there.
I think it was Mason Brooks.
Yeah.
We've had more touches in the midfield. Let's have a look at that again. Here we go. So there's a lot of karts queuing up on the inside, and watch out for the 867. I'm not even close.
61. I thought it was Zach Champney. Hang on a second. 2, 4, 5.
Let's watch this again.
Right.
2, 4.
5 karts. 6 karts. Here comes Champney. Goes cuts underneath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in one. That's a record. That's the move of Kartmasters so far.
Absolutely.
5 in one corner. Well done, privateer driver Zach Champney with a plain white crash helmet.
You've heard of bog off. Now we've got buy one, get 5 free. Bog.
We could get ourselves into trouble, yeah.
Yeah, let's stop at that.
Yeah, because yeah.
Oh, we've got another attempt at it as the 84 does a double. That could potentially be 2.
Yeah. Oh, I mean that's.
Still got 3 away.
Seen it all before. 60 minutes ago, Will Green and Austin Newstead separated by 0.09 of a second. Another public service announcement. Janine Kell.
Yeah.
Janine Kell.
I assume this is
James Kell's mum.
Yes.
James did wonderfully well in this year's Junior Karting Championship, the kart championship.
Oh, that's our driver that went 5. No!
5 in one go, and then decides
Zach Champney's
in. Maybe he's going to retire from the sport and says it can't get any better than that.
He went, you know what? That'll do. That'll do. Did a Nico Rosberg.
Yeah, listen to me, Janine. James deserves a new crash. He won the kart championship. Okay, Janine, listen to me. He's done really well as James. There we go. Anyway, that's my second public service announcement done. Right.
Third public service announcement.
Yes.
You may have noticed that the jacket was not on my shoulders, and the fan under our desk.
Yes, I wondered why my shins were getting cool.
Oh, that's nice.
And that means, ladies and gentlemen, it's warming up. The temperature is rising and the sun is threatening to come out. We have got 4.5 minutes to go. Will Green has led this water shift race by millimetres from Austin Newstead for some time. George House is third, Jarlath Sayer fourth, Harley Musk fifth, then Blair Smith, Colby Patterson is next. Max Mason, Oliver Warner and Zdenek Babicek. Don't forget, Babicek comes into this race leading the point standings.
But after qualifying, not in the position he wanted because he took a bit of a short
Yes,
lap.
he did. There's no points available for qualifying. Will Green, however, came into this... he came in 8 points behind Zdenek Babicek. Then Babicek had 6 points, only 1 place for Jarlath Sayer and Sukmani Kier. Well, Jarlath Sayer is going to take over the lead of the point standings after this race by finishing third. Babicek 10th.
Somebody's having a very good day so far.
Sukmani Kier has dropped to 22nd.
She must have had an issue, but someone who's having a very good day so far is the 4th place driver, number 21, Harley Musk, 4th place in his qualifying session, currently still sitting in 4th place. We saw last year in the grand final, rolled the kart, onto his head, picked up the kart, jumped back in, tried to get going again, and the kart was more broken than he was. And unfortunately, that was the end of his day, but also
Lizzie Mentia did the same thing.
She did.
A
lot of determined young
drivers.
Let's call them determined young athletes out there, because they really are.
They are athletes. The fitness regime that these drivers have to go through is very, very impressive indeed.
And I mean, for anyone who isn't a normal kart racer and isn't used to being smashed around a kart circuit all day, I'm sure that most people who have ever gone karting in dry conditions for more than 20 minutes or more than 10 minutes at a time, they will know that your arms hurt, your ribs hurt, your neck hurts, your back hurts, your hands hurt, the insides of your knees hurt, sometimes your ankles. Pretty much, it's a sensory overload, and it properly beats you up because it's so physical. And these drivers put up with it every single lap, every single curve they hit. Their body is taking some force. Of course, the high G forces as well. Even in these lower classes, Water Swift, of course, from 10 to 13-year-old. They'll be pulling near on 1.5G, potentially 2G in the banked corner at turn 3. And all of that force has to go through their bodies, and because they do it from such a young age, they are conditioned for it, and many of them will have proper training regimes outside of the kart as well to make sure that they are in tip-top condition. And we heard in the Paddock show on Thursday that some of the teams even have nutrition coaches, psychologists. So the sport has moved on demonstrably since even when I was younger, when that was not commonplace. Because these drivers realise if they want to be at the front and consistently perform at the front, they have to be at their absolute best. And they will try and do so. Talking about people who perform at their absolute best and know what they need to do to perform at their best, Henry is doing exactly that right now. He's gone out to open his lungs up with a couple of Marlboros. So I'll talk you through the final couple of laps in this race. I hope he's not going to be too long, otherwise I won't be able to interview any of the drivers. But anyway, the Will Green still leads this race at this stage. 1 minute 40 plus a lap to go. Austin Newsted only probably about, 3 centimetres behind his rear bumper. Jarlath Sayer, Harley Musk together as well, then closely followed by George House. And we've got a nice little battle further for the bottom end of the top 10. So that's the chasing 3 of Sayer, Musk and House, pushing each other along, trying to close the gap, but I think it's unlikely they'll be able to bridge that gap, despite them setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. The number 21 of Musk in the green helmeted Fusion Motorsport kart with a black suit in the middle there. I'm wondering if we are going to see a move for the lead, or whether Austin Newsted is happy to take second. It looks like he's still pushing on, so potentially Will Green does just have a slight pace advantage, and it's just the toe that's keeping Newsted in this race at the moment. These drivers realising there's still a long way to go. It is now Saturday morning, so we have reached the weekend's racing. This is their third race of the weekend. They still have one more race today, another heat. Tomorrow morning we have pre-finals, and then of course the grand finals. So 2 races a day for each of the classes, assuming you don't have a repechage, which we don't in this Water Swift category. They're still pushing on. Penultimate lap starting now. Gap still 1.8 seconds between Jarlath Sayer in third and Austin Newsted in second place. So that gap unlikely to be bridged in this race, and I'm hoping that these drivers will realise there's not long left and they're going to start battling out for the positions, because it's been a very well-behaved race, actually. Clock strikes 0, which means next time by will be the last lap. Once again, front 2 just keeping their cool, maintaining the gap to the drivers behind it. 1.8 seconds doesn't sound like a lot in normal everyday life, but in karting terms that is a chasm, because these drivers are trading and qualifying over hundredths, let alone tenths and seconds. You know, if you're 1.8 seconds off in qualifying, you would have been in this session, in this group, probably last, I would imagine. Haven't got the times right in front of you now, but you can go back and look at any of the results from the weekend by heading to the Trent Valley Kart Club website and just clicking on live timing and results, and you'll be able to see all the results right from Thursday morning's practice sessions all the way through to the grand final. There's also live timing available there, which will give you a lot more information. And we have a move for the lead. That is Austin Newsted saying, I want to win this race, and actually doing it very effectively and pulling out a kart length gap, which is more than Will Green's had at pretty much any stage in the second half of this race. And also we've had a change, I think. No, we haven't had a change for 4th place. They're still 3rd, 4th and 5th is Sayer, Musk and House. But it is still this battle for the lead that we're going to concentrate on. Will Green's got an excellent exit out of the first hairpin, and Austin Newsted defending. Green looks to the outside. Can he get the move done? No. Looking for the cutback. He's got an overlap. We're going to go side by side down towards the Fullerton S's. Green has the advantage on the inside, and Newsted is forced to drop in behind. Newsted now right up the slipstream. This is basically the last overtaking opportunity into Bobby Game. So 2 changes on the last lap for the lead, but it is Will Green that will hold the lead, barring any disasters in the final sector. Have the rest of the top 5 remained in the same positions? It looks like they have, although I think Patterson has actually joined on the back of that group but hasn't had time to make inroads. So it is Green that wins Heat 3 for Water Swift, ahead of Newsted, Sayer, Musk, House, Patterson, Smith, Warner, Babicek and Gibson. Probably the most well-behaved race we've had all weekend, actually, so interesting. Also, I'm looking out the commentary window and we're seeing some fist pumping for drivers, either the 17 or the 29 further down the field. So that is 17 or 29. So that was either Luca Naraway or Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. I'm imagining that's Luca Naraway who's got a good result, going up one position from 21st to 20th. Great to see all the drivers and teams celebrating their own internal victories, even if it's not a victory on the road, because this class, of course, these junior and cadet classes and inter classes are all designed to allow the drivers to build their experience and gain speed while racing other drivers of the same age and size. And Henry's just made his way back in the commentary box, I assume after opening up his lungs.
I hope a couple of things.
We'll leave it at that. Yes. I assumed it was a Marlboro break, but
it was a Marlboro break after another break.
Oh, it was a coffee and a cigarette type break.
Something like that. Yes.
A post-coffee and cigarette type break.
Yes. It was form a couple of ablutions, shall we say?
Anyway, I'll fill you in with what happened.
Okay.
So Will Green and Austin Newsted pulled away, had a gap. But on the last lap, Newsted went up the inside of the bowl.
Right.
Then Will Green got the cut back at hairpin 2. So that was a nice little race there. But then pretty much everyone else, they were very, very well behaved for 10 to 13-year-olds.
My word. I mean,
were you that well behaved when you were between the ages of 10 and 13, Henry?
I'm not that well behaved. I'm 43 now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's grown or if that's learned behaviour.
Yes. I was watching some of that race from the grandstand whilst I was doing some kart mechanic bingo research.
And did we have any ding, ding, ding full house?
Not yet. The
sun hasn't come out yet.
Tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow is the day for kart mechanic bingo, because that's when the mechanics walk the karts out onto the grid for the Grand Prix themselves. And we will get through the list of what you need to have kart mechanic bingo after we go to the next race. And the next race is going to be Micromax.
Micromax up next. Again, this is a cadet class, so 8 to 11 years old with the Rotax engine. Heavily restricted from our senior Rotaxes, or the junior Rotaxes technically, because the seniors have the power valve. But we'll shortly be taking you through the grid, and it is on pole position Josh Huska alongside Austin O'Mara. Those two have dominated this weekend so far. Will they do it once again? Max Jolly is in third, fourth place Arthur Farrow, fifth Joshua Cook, sixth Alfie Mayer, seventh James Root, and eighth is George Climo.
Charlie Page goes from the inside of row number 5, and rumours that his mum's going to dye his hair green are unfounded. It's a green wig that Mrs. Page is going to get, but there's a problem.
Alfie Mayer, 15.
Oh, out of the race, the Zip Factory driver. Luke Millwood in 10th, and Albert Farrow, Sebastian Behrman, Lucian Smith, Archie Loveridge, Dax Farah and Buddy Hugo. That's your top 8 rows of the grid.
Row 9 is Teddy Higgins and Maximilian Abrahart. Then row 10 is Ava Lawrence, Kuryu Kiyotake, and then 21st, Otto Ame, and then rounding out our 22 car grid, Daniel Ferguson. Although the even, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the odd row of the grid past 6th place will move up one position.
Yes, quick reminder of the point standings. Austin Oman leads with 0 points. Josh Huska on 4 points. It's a Sam Pollock Racing all front row. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and Huska leads the field. Oh, and that was Max Jolly getting up on the inside curb, going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. The 21 remaining Micromax karts, minus the sadly retired Alfie Mayer, goes over the bridge, and there's a little bit of jostling further back, and one of the other Zip karts at the back of the field as well. So it's not been a good... I think that is the number 11, no, it's number 41 Zip kart of Teddy Higgs at the back of the field.
Yes.
Now, Luke Millwood getting some online support. And hello to George Brown. We look forward to seeing you. Enjoy your karting, young George. Yeah, I know you're just starting out. You're going to have a great time. You know, don't dream of anything other than going week to week, spending time with your parents at the circuit and enjoying this sport. And thank you to the online community here, because you know, Lionel Brown, George, you know, as anyone knows, when you're a new parent into the world of karting, good advice can be hard to come by, because sometimes people give you advice when they want to take money off you. But our live chat is doing a really good job of us giving Motorsport Magpie in particular, giving Lionel Brown some great advice on how to get started, get the correct equipment, but without overspending, because there's plenty of time to spend loads of money.
We have a potential change for the lead here.
Okay.
The two Sam Pollitt drivers have swapped positions, so that was
Yes.
the 55 of Husker who was in the lead. Pharaoh has been passed by Oman, and then Oman has made his way into the lead. And of course, Oman yesterday was unbeaten, although unbeaten for second place was Husker, but Husker was faster in the wet qualifying sessions. But now it's dry, normality has resumed.
And tagging on to the back of this lead quartet is social media superstar Max Jolly. There is Sebastian Behrman, the cousin of Oliver Behrman. As we go through, is Gracie Mitchell racing? No, sorry, Fast Racer 22. She's not. Daniel 63 racing. Saying, come on, Luke Millwood. Yes. Okay. So Luke Millwood, who is in the hunt for the British Micromax Championship. He's the Trent Valley Kart Club Driver of the Year for 2023. He drives the KR Sport team. That's what was Toby George Motorsport. Toby George now runs the junior arm of KR Sport. Luke Millwood this morning, he goes, Henry, where are we starting the paddock show tonight? Because I want to be on it. And I was like, wait, I think we go into the back paddock. And she went, okay, I'll be there. So, okay, Luke, yes, he wants to get his TV time in.
Tell you what, someone else we might catch up with in the paddock show. Apparently, Gridman Sam is here.
Yes. Well, Gridman Sam, yes. And I have to see Gridman Sam because I have a special gift for Gridman Sam.
You make it sound so sinister, Henry.
Well, no, not at all. Oh my word, that's Maximilian Abrahart getting shown the grass. Well, he's sponsored by Travis Perkins, and he almost needed some Travis Perkins scaffolding to get himself back on the track there.
Yeah, Luke Millward, I think, went to the inside to look for an overtake onto Bobby Game Corner, and when he went to the inside, the space was filled by Abrahart, and then I don't think Millward was aware that that space was filled, but luckily everyone continued on.
Yes, of course, now we're allowed to mention other championships here because it's Kartmasters.
Neutral.
Maximilian Abrahart, the Richard Chassis Engineering team, a couple of weeks ago at Three Sisters in the Ultimate Karting Championship, the UKC, not the Ulster Kart Club. They had a 1-2 finish. Dian Pahal won his first final. Maximilian Abrahart was there as well.
Oh, Max Jolly up to the inside for third.
Place.
Sorry, Henry.
No, it's a great result for Richard Chassis Engineering team. And Dian Pahal making a little bit of history. Do you know what bit of history Dian Pahal made?
Tell me.
He became the first Sikh winner of a round of a British karting or a national karting series.
Really?
Yes, he did.
Interesting.
The Kanda, the sword of righteousness prevailed. You talk about people being inspirational. You've got Sukhmani Kira, she's Sikh. You've got Dian Pahal. You've got Atika Mia, from India. These drivers, these young drivers, they have to overcome, some of them, have to overcome prejudice. They have to overcome cultural differences, all these things. And they do that with their heads held high, and they become inspiration, not just for, family and friends, but entire nations, sometimes entire religions, people that think karting's not for me, and they do that, and it's fantastic, and they're only 8, 9, 10 years old, a lot of them.
It is amazing, and it's also good to see that the karting community sort of united by the love of the sport. But I think we've actually had some changes up at the front. We've got plenty of battles down here. That's the number 17 getting past, of Buddy Hugo getting passed by Pharaoh and Page, potentially Roots as well. But yes, we definitely have changes. Max Jolly goes for a double pass for the lead. Max Jolly, I was about to say that he looks like he's got more pace today than he showed yesterday in the dry conditions, and making the most of a bit of a jostle through the Fullerton S's, has gone from third to first in one corner.
Yes, indeed. And so, Sam Pollitt Racing, they had it all their own way yesterday in this class. Now they've got a fight on their hands. You've got the Hunter Motorsport team leading Dan Holland Racing, then the two Sam Pollitt Racing carts, then the Jack's Motorsport machine and the KR Sport cart. So 6 karts, 5 different teams represented, and the fastest of them all is Luke Millwood in the number 38 kart in 6th position. Then a gap back to Joshua Cook, the Cookie Monster, the O-Plate champion.
Oh, we're going to go
wide.
Not quite. That's from third to first, and then back to second. And Pharaoh's gone from second to first by going from second to third to first.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's got
Just cadet things.
Anyone numerically dyslexic has just had a fit listening
Including
to that.
myself,
Yes.
when I was the one that was saying it. But yeah, Max Jolly got overtaken by both karts on the inside of hairpin 1. Jolly, definitely showing more pace, although Jolly's now going backwards as the Jax Motorsport kart number 37 of Sebastian Behrmann goes through and is followed by the 55 and the 38 of both Husker and Millward. So Jolly was in the lead at the start of this race, start of this lap, sorry, and is now all the way down in its 6th position, which shows how quickly things can change. So now the leader is Pharaoh from Oman, Behrmann, Husker, Millward and Jolly, and this fighting is bringing in Josh Cook and the rest of the field closer and closer.
What was this on the live chat? Fast Racer 22. Andrew Tate is also there.
Can we not discuss that, man?
I tell you something. If Andrew Tate showed his face at a car meeting that I was commentating at, I would spark him clean out. You put that one on TikTok. Right, back to the go-karting. Arthur Pharaoh leads Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrmann, the top 3. Then we have a gap back to Luke Millward. And I'm sorry, I wasn't suggesting I'd be a violent person, but I would reserve my violent tendencies for people like that. Anyway, cretinous human being that he is. Back to the go-karting, sorry. I've been triggered, you've triggered me, you mentioned... Oh.
Tell you what is not triggering is we love this close race, and we've got 6 karts to lead, and the biggest gap between them is less than a kart length.
And Lucian Smith and Joshua Cook are doing their best to join this pack. Abraham
yes.
9th and Albert Pharaoh rounding out the top 10. Here we go, it's getting closer and closer and closer. 2 minutes to go, and it is Oman who has the lead.
Yes, Pharaoh getting freight trained into turn 1 and actually going backwards still. So Pharaoh finding out what it was like to be Max Jolly a couple of laps ago, going 1st to 5th in 3 corners, and now Max Jolly and Pharaoh are in the same position they were earlier on in the race, but just a few positions further back. But I don't think it's going to stay in this order for much longer.
There we go, it lasted half a straight, and there goes Jolly to the inside of Arthur Pharaoh.
Yes, and Jolly, you might notice, has a different race suit, Henry. He's got some Union Jacks on his shoulders and stuff. That's the Hunter Motorsport race suit, isn't it? But he also does racing, not just for Hunter Motorsport, doesn't he? Does he represent... Doesn't he represent the UK?
He hasn't represented the UK.
Well, he does something else, doesn't he?
He does social media, and is followed by Lando Norris of all people.
That was it. Yes, of course, he has a follower of Lando Norris because racing on the Norris. No, it's not. Is it Norris Cup?
I mean,
it was.
What?
Does the Norris... Is he racing on the Norris car?
Talk amongst yourselves, audience.
Is it on the Norris car or is it the CS55?
No, he's on the CS65. He's on the Carlos Sainz...
Do they do a cadet CS55?
The Carlos Sainz 55 chassis is a Lando Norris chassis with a different paint scheme.
Do they do a cadet version of it?
Possibly.
It looks like it's got red steering wheel. It's got red steering wheel.
Yes.
So anyone watching the live stream, just skip... Oh, if you're watching the live stream back, just skip over the 5 minutes you just listened to.
Who's faster, the cadets or David Goggins? Who's going to carry the boats? David Goggins? There's a yeah.
He's a podcast man, right?
He's an absolute machine of a man, is David Goggins. David Goggins followed my fitness regime when he was, true story, facts. Here we go.
Right, I think we're going to have another move for the lead very, very shortly as a little nudge from Behrmann on the back of Oman, signalling his intent with only 13 seconds plus a lap. So I don't know, are we going to get the extra lap? It's going to be touch and go, Henry. Not quite, I don't know.
Let's have a look. It's
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2...
Yes,
we are. That's 2 more laps racing.
And
just like that, I have to leave.
Bonus laps. Here we go. Jolly gets shuffled to the outside as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Here comes Sebastian Behrmann in the bowl to the inside of Oman. Side by side, Oman on the outside hangs tough. And up into 3rd position comes Luke Millward. A gap has grown back to Husker and to Jolly, to Cook. And here comes Behrmann. Behrmann to the race lead. As we head out of hairpin number 1 into hairpin number 2. No move from Austin Oman. Behind them, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, all in line. Max Jolly's fallen all the way back to 8th position. Now Sebastian Behrmann defends. Won his first race of the British Championship at Warden Law. Takes a long look over his shoulder. No attack from Austin Oman. Millward there as well. This could be a drag race to the line. Further back, there's one of the Pharaohs, and that's the Coles racing car of George Klimo coming through. Out of the final corner to start the last lap, and it's Behrmann defending into the Bruno Ferrari chicane. Then it is Oman, hot on his rear heels. Now watch the undercut coming through the bowl. Oh no, he can't because Luke Millwood is there. Millwood up into P2. Great opportunism there from Luke Millwood. Austin Oman was setting Sebastian Behrman up, but he forgot that there was a go-kart directly behind him. Now we'll see if Austin Oman will take a wide line going into hairpin number 1. He'll try the undercut, can't do it, and catching them hand over fist is Josh Cook and the number 44 of Lucian Smith. Oh, Oman gets shuffled wide. It's Behrman leading, and now there are 1, 2, 3 KR Sport carts bearing down on Sebastian Behrman, and they're slipstreaming past Behrman. Great team driving, and Austin Oman passes a lot of them going into the Bobby Game corner. Well, we've had 5 in 1 corner from one of our Mini-Max drivers, and in Micro-Max, what a finish. Austin Oman, I thought he was out of it. Half a lap to go. Austin Oman was 5th, and he passes 4 drivers in 1 corner to take the race win. Fantastic. Let's have a look at that again. And, oh, the door just opened. All 3 KR Sport carts, they drafted beautifully past Sebastian Behrman going down the back straight, but then they were offline. They went too deep into Bobby Game corner, and Austin Oman went, right, okay, here we go. There's brilliant team driving up until this point from the KR Sport cart, and Austin Oman goes, thank you very much. And against all the odds, Austin Oman maintains his unbeaten record. Fantastic. Sebastian Behrman is Ollie Behrman's cousin, Nick Meister. Dad joke number 1, Motorsport Magpie will either of the Pharaohs claim to the top of the pyramid this weekend. Boom, boom. I mean, we're waiting for Troglodyte to come on the live chat later on for the dad jokes, but Motorsport Magpie getting in there early. Here is a look at the provisional finishing order for the first Micro-Max heat race of the day. Austin Oman takes the victory from Luke Millwood. Lucian Smith finishes 3rd, Joshua Cook 4th, and Arthur Pharaoh rounds out the top 5. 6th position is Sebastian Behrman and Maximilian Abrahart. Josh Husker, Max Jolly, Buddy Hugo. A great drive from Buddy Hugo, rounding out the top 10. We'll have a little... Oh. And there's Austin Oman. And then I did this, and they went wide. And Piers Pryor, please go and speak to Austin Oman as he can guide us through that pass.
Yeah, I didn't catch any of that, Henry, because obviously I've had to run down here and I heard a lot of shouting and then a very different race order from the start of the last lap. Can you still hear me okay? All good?
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
and so
okay.
can the viewers.
Austin, you won... Yeah, thanks, Henry. You won the race, but it was a lot more difficult than yesterday's wins.
Yes. I was expecting me and Josh to go again, but I guess because quali was a different positioning, it was obviously a harder grid, so we couldn't just run away, so we had to fight our way through.
And I heard that you did a pretty tasty move on the last lap.
Yes, I was back in 5th, and then the KR drivers went for a move, and they missed the corner, so I just did my normal line, and by the end of the corner I was 1st.
Amazing. Well, that's a great win for yourself. Still on 0 points. A very strong start to the weekend. One more heat today. Can you do the same again and make it a 0-pointer for the whole heats?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. We'll see you get on. Right, if you could go and grab Luke Millwood for me, that would be excellent. Because, actually, no, I'll grab Lucian Smith first. Lucian Smith, 3rd place. You must be pretty happy with that hard-fought race.
Yeah, it was very hard. We had a bad quali, let's say, and we pushed through with our teammate. We got a good result, and I'm just really happy because it's been a hard weekend, but just really happy to be on the podium in one of the heats so we get a good starting position for the final.
Seemed like you had a bit more confidence in those dry conditions than this morning.
Definitely. The wet, we were good in the practice, but It was hard.
It was hard. Of course, it's always hard, especially at PFI in the wet. If you could go and grab Luke Millward for me. In fact, Luke's right there. Why don't you come over? Luke, second place. That was a dramatic race for you.
Yeah, but I think I suppose I got a little bit of luck to get to the inside. But then I still had to deal with 2 wheels on the grass. But after hitting the curb into turn 1, then under the bridge it was quite smooth. Then it was just way more like pushing rather than overtaking like we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, it looked really busy out there. Luke, I'm going to have to cut you off because the next race, Minimax 950, is just about to start. Luke, congratulations on your good result.
Here we go then, Minimax 950, 36 drivers. Let's go. Findlay Lines, Albert Friend on row number 1. Benjamin Lawn, a great result for Benjamin and Zach Starbuck on row number 2. Jack Collinson and Joshua Griffin on row 3. Josh Cormack and Finley Hines on row number 4. Your top 10 rounded out by Sebastian Clark and Harry Taylor. Then it's Warwick Milam on the Sony, followed by Max Gilman, Edward Haynes, Cameron Tipping, Theo Bradshaw, and Zenek Babicek from the Czech Republic. Leo Livings and Jensen Chalk are on row number 9. The top 20 rounded up by Alfie Mew and Ollie Thompson. Fraser Anderson and Max Wheatley are on row number 11. Otis Cleary and Devin Taylor on row 12. Then we have Alfie Ward, Larry Price, Luca Holmes-Ballock, Ari Kallenberg, Emerson McAndrew, Uren, Tom Reed. Watch for row 15. That's going to be a fast-moving row. Archie Rogers-Tyler and George Fountain on the second of the Sony karts. Riley Merrow, Oliver Spencer, Miles Burton and Soren Gallagher round out your starting field. All 36 karts have made it out. Albert Friend, another driver, perfect score so far. He is 7 points ahead of Finn Lines and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, but McAndrew-Uren obviously having a penalty after qualifying. He is right back in the pack. Oh, and one car hasn't got going. It's the number 91 of Jack Collinson, and we've got a false start. So, I was going to say something then. I completely forgot what I was going to say. Lost my train of thought. It was something incredibly witty and interesting, I know that much. Anyway, we'll carry on about the go-karting. Right, anagram challenge. We will come back to that later. Oh dear, Jack Collinson, who is 4th in the point standings, is slowing down. He stopped on the entrance to the bowl. Yes, overtaking, that's what I was going to say. We have had 3 nominations for the Pass of Kartmasters, and I'm wondering if the wizardry of Alpha Live could probably go that. We had Marcus Luzio going at the inside of Fred Green in traffic, and give it a good kick, Jack, there we go. Oh, and a glove on the grass as well. So Marcus Luzio going at the inside of Fred Green in the middle of traffic in Senior X30, but Zach Champney doing 5 drivers in one move at hairpin number 1, and then, and there's Finley Hines coming in.
Run me through those. So Luzio
on Fred Green
in Senior
X30 in traffic.
Yeah, then we had
Zach Champney 5 in 1 at hairpin number 1.
How do you spell
Champney, Champney.
Champney 5 in 1.
And then we had Austin Oman, 4th to 1st.
Yeah.
In Micromax. Meanwhile, the lights are out. While you do some typing, we will go here. So yeah, we'll have a little, a little online poll. Let's see if we can add to that. They're the best 3 overtakes at Kartmasters 2024 so far. And I'm sure that we can have some nice little social media content created about that. And the highlights reel that Alpha Live will produce at the end of the event in the days and weeks to come. Here we go. 34 Minimax karts come down to hairpin number 1. Oh, one of them goes very, very wide. Right. That driver's going to get a 1-lap penalty.
At least, it says in the roadwork, at least a 1-lap penalty. So, unfortunately, his race is pretty much over as the 53 goes by.
There's Emerson McAndrew on the grass.
Having a torrid day. Very, very struggled a lot in qualifying. Didn't get the lap time he wanted, and I believe also got a nose cone in qualifying. So, more jostling further back. Yeah, so the Minimax 950s going at it from lap 1, and the 43 continues on.
Yes, Miles Burton has gained 34 places in one lap. There's Finley Hines joining back into the race a lap down. Miles Burton for the Cato Motorsport team. What can you say? He should slow down. He's carried on. He didn't deliberately miss half the track out. He obviously lost his braking point, slid onto the grass. There is a pole up there. We'll have a little look there. So get voting. Lucio on green in traffic at the bowl. 5 in 1 for Jack Chantley at hairpin number 1, and Austin Oman from 4th to 1st for the win in Micromax just then. But that's only, and we're only halfway through Kartmasters.
Yeah, we not even, Henry, not even.
Not even halfway. Motorsport Magpie, yes. Jack Collinson,
He's trying to find the space he was in before he was pushed off, in the hope that
Oh my word! Miles. I know what you're trying to do, Miles, but that's probably not the best place to do it. Anyway, Albert Friend and Finley Lines running 1-2 in the point standings, 1-2 in the race. Finley Lines to the inside, and oh my word! Albie Friend tries the crossover move, and did you see? I mean, that was just slight mistiming. Lines up the inside, and Friend doing the crossover move, and he gave Finley Lines an almighty whack. And I wouldn't be surprised if that has done the nose cone on Albert Friend's car.
Somehow it looks like the nose cone is still in its original position on Friend's car, but I literally just looked at the timing screen as that happened. But generally I find that these cadets, their nose cones are pretty hardy.
Yeah.
I say cadet, it's not a cadet, it's inter.
It's interclass. And it's probably got something to do with the fact that you'll go through the paddock and on a hot sunny day you'll see 100 nose cones on the roofs of awnings, just softening up a little bit. The little tactics that these mechanics use. It's not against the rules. It's a grey area. Now, into 3rd position has come Joshua Griffin. Zach Starbuck is in 4th, and Harry Taylor in 5th. Then a gap back to Edward Haynes 6th, Max Gilman up to 7th, the Thule Motorsport duo. Yes, Piers.
Fastest lap on that last lap of the leading group was Joshua Griffin, who was nearly 4 tenths faster than the rest of them, and now he's in 2nd place.
Yes, and down the hill. So okay, now we got a lead pack of 3. Just goes to show that one move there, that one crossover move between Lines and Friend that went a little bit wrong, brings Josh Griffin directly into play, and it also brings Harry Taylor, Zach Starbuck closer to the front as well. Sebastian Clark has had a mechanical failure, so the meatball flag, a chain guard has come off Sebastian Clark's kart. Max Gilman in 7th. Haven't spoken much about the number 69 kart, Max Gilman. He won a championship the other weekend. UKC? Yes, I think Max Gilman won a UKC series, a championship the other week. I'm sure that he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he did. Jensen Chalk, the number 64 kart, is 8th. Then Zenek Babacek. We have a new leader.
Yes, we do. It is Joshua Griffin, who basically was bump drafted through by Finley Lines, and Friend's gone from 1st to 3rd. A fairly common move here at PFI is the bump draft down into turn 1 and getting freight trained on the inside, but still the front 3 are the same front 3, although it looks like the driver with the most pace in this race is Griffin. He's drove up to the back of these 2 and now he's in the lead. He's going to try and pull the 3 of them away from the rest of the pack, because 4th downwards is, well, pretty much everyone.
Yes, Motorsport Magpie points out 6 different teams in the top 6. KR Sport leads Synergy Factory Team, leads Strawberry Racing, leads Dan Holland Racing, leads Zip Factory Team, leads Thule Motorsport. Variety, as they say, is the spice of life. Then a pair of strawberries, Jensen Chalk and Zenek Babacek. And then a couple more Thules, Max Gilman and Josh Cormack. And then Luca Holmes Ballock, Max Wheatley in kart number 12. He is the leading privateer in the race.
We've got some serious movers and shakers. I mean, Joshua Griffin, of course, into the lead is up 5, Harry Taylor up 6, but also Jensen Chalk in 7th place up 11, and Luca Holmes Ballock, who's knocking on the door of the top 10 in 11th, is up 16. Not to be outdone, though, Oliver Spencer up 20 from 34th.
That is incredible. Miles Burton was up 34 in 1 lap, but then he's dropped back again.
Yes, I feel like he did a little bit less, potentially a little bit less work than Oliver Spencer has.
I mean, he did 34 karts in 1 move.
True. So is that move of the weekend so far?
The legal move of the weekend. Okay, so JC Josh Cormack, the Ginger Ninjas, the Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver, Josh Cormack in kart number 21. Tom Reed is gained a few places. Emerson McAndrew, let's have an Emerson McAndrew Urine update.
Up 14 from 29th to 15th, so he's going well as well, but he's currently in a group that have actually gone a long way forward. It's Holmes, Ballock, Reed, Wheatley, Spencer, McAndrew and Riley Murrow, all up over 10 places. Up 16 Ballock, 18 Reed, 9 Wheatley now, he's just gone down 1. Spencer up 20, McAndrew up 14, and Murrow up 17 places. That also means there's a group of drivers in the lower, at the start of the top 20.
That have gone the other way.
Yeah, that have relinquished their original starting position and some.
Yeah, Theo Bradshaw.
Move the lead.
Oh, there we go.
An attempted move for the lead. So Albie Friend just about covered off a move from Griffin. They're acting like they're working together, but every time they point forward, they start having a bit of a squabble.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the working together part. They're acting something or other. Yes, Benjamin Lawn sadly has gone the other way. He has dropped from... He qualified fantastically, qualified third. He is down to
20 seconds.
Yeah,
Not a good race.
Theo Bradshaw, Ollie Thompson, Otis Cleary, Alfie New, and Warwick Milam have all lost ground, as have Archie Rogers, Tyler, and Fraser Anderson. But that whole group there, I mean, okay, let's look back there. There's a group of drivers. Speak to producer Rob. There's two drivers in 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th and 16th.
We just had a move, Henry, sorry,
for
5th and 4th. Haynes passed Taylor, and we're about to have a move. Well, it looked like we're about to have a move for second place. Not quite.
Between Luca Holmes Barlock, Tom Reed, Max Wheatley, Emerson McAndrew, Oliver Spencer, and Riley Murrow, they have made up. So look, 16 plus 18, that's
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, about 75 total plus places.
Yeah, amongst that one group of drivers. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Danny asking Henry, how much is entry tomorrow? Well, Danny, if you are over 16, it's £10 to get into PF International tomorrow. If you're under 16, it is free. And...
Leave a second.
Oh, hello. And if you're a Trent Rally Kart Club member and you're not racing, if you show your digital Trent... yes. Good move for third. If the drivers can stop overtaking each other, well, I tell the people online how much it is to get in tomorrow. If you show your digital Trent Rally Kart Club membership card on the gate, you also get in for free. Unfortunately, I can't get any discount even if you bring me Iron Brew. That is above my pay grade. Now, there's going to be right. We've got a minute to go. Piers?
We do. We have about a minute to go. So let's update you on those moves that were happening while you were trying to tell people how to get in.
Yes.
Albie Friend now in the lead. Josh Griffin now in second place. The 46 of Edward Haynes now in third place, who's bridged the gap and passed Finley line. So good lap for him.
Yes, indeed. Now, not at the end of this race, but Piers, speak to Benjamin Baker. Benjamin Baker asked...
Henry, you know what I want from you in
I was having a cigarette. As we've got a move there.
Up to second now goes the 46 of Haynes.
End of junior
and now,
X30.
sorry, Henry, but
right,
Finley Lines goes from fourth to first in one sector.
Wonderful. Right, drivers, behave yourselves. Stay as you were. Sit. No. Oh dear.
And fourth to second, back
Finley
to fourth.
Lines does not look impressed. Even behind the iridium visor, you can see Finley Lines staring daggers at Edward Haynes after that one.
Yes, the one person who's not got daggers in their eyes is Albert Friend, as he is absolutely loving the fact these group are fighting. And I'm going to go downstairs so I can get some reaction from them after the race.
But you've got to promise at the end of the next race, Junior X30, to interview Nat Johnson, or else Benjamin Baker will get even more upset. Benjamin, I've done all I can. There we go. Right. The clock strikes 0. Last lap ball goes out. A 5-second penalty for Edward Haynes for that move on Finley Lines. And here come the cavalry. We've got Friend leading Griffin. There's Haynes passing Lines again. Chalk up the inside of Taylor in the bowl. That will drop Edward Haynes out of the top 10. Oh, there's 2 wide coming off the bridge. They somehow sort themselves out. Albie Friend, meanwhile, he's just carrying on as normal. Josh Griffin in second, and here's the fight for third, fourth, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Emerson McAndrew Uren breaks into the top 10. Watch the number 33 cart, because all these lot are tripping over each other. Here comes McAndrew Uren, and he's bringing Tom Reed, Max Wheatley, and Oliver Spencer with him. Oh, 3 wide, and that is the KR Sport Kart of, there's the Thule Motorsport Kart getting shuffled out of the way there. Max Gilman getting involved. It's all kicking off, coming through Mick Barrett corner, but Albie Friend, serene, takes the win, his 3rd of the weekend. Josh Griffin 2nd, Finley Lines takes 3rd, Jensen Chalk, Luca Holmes Ballock, he started 27th and finishes 5th. Zdenek Babacek 16th to 6th, Emerson McAndrew Uren 29th to 7th. Now, where is Edward Haynes? Edward Haynes finishes 10th on the road. He's got a 5-second penalty. That will drop him to 17th. Oh dear. Archie Cole asking me, Henry, how many bottles of Iron Brew do you have? Well, thanks to Vismo International and Henry Gregory, I did have 4 litres of Iron Brew. I am down to my last cup and a half of Iron Brew. Can you believe that? It's been exciting. Albert Friend continues his unbeaten streak. Harry Friel, yep. Oh, awesome job, M. Let's have a little look. Okay. Danny saying he thinks he's going to use the public footpath behind the circuit to get in. Can't, Danny. Do you know why? Because Harry Friel's sausage dog, Darcy Sausage, is on guard, and you don't want to mess with Darcy Sausage. Now, there's a chat going on between Griffin and Friend. Piers Pryor is about to get the lowdown on that Minimax race.
Let's have both Friend and Griffin over here, because they're having a bit of a debrief from the session, but I'm going to jump in first, because we're telly, of course. Albie, another win, that's 3 from 3, 0 points still, but you had to work hard for that one.
Yeah, it was a bit harder than some of the other races where I've had my teammates and around me, and also in the other one I got a bit of a gap, so it was a bit of a harder one, but again I managed to come out on top, so yeah, it's good.
Very good indeed. I'll let you go and debrief with your team, and I'm going to walk over here and try and grab a word with Mr. Joshua Griffin, who managed to get 2nd place in that one. It was a good race. I really enjoyed watching that one. Joshua, can I grab a quick word for Alpha Live? How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was good.
Happy with P? I've just used my phone as a microphone. Happy with P2?
Yeah, obviously could have been better P1, but
it could have been better, but not much. Are you in a good place leading with the car, ready for the final heat that's coming up later?
yeah, I think we're in a good place, but we didn't have a brilliant day yesterday. We started off the back in qualifying.
I tell you what, you've got a money spider just on your helmet here. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take that and just grab that and throw it over your left shoulder, and it might give you enough to take the win in heat number 4. There you go. Throw that over your left shoulder. Go on. Go on, there you go. So there you go. That's a win for race number 4 for you. I've given you that for free. Right, next race coming up is Senior Rotax, I think, heat number 5. So let's have a quick look at that as the sun begins to shine and the track temperature rises. Oh.
Piers Pryor going full Anthony Jordan there. Number 1, forgetting his phone is not a microphone, and then getting the class wrong. Well done, Piers. Right, here we go. Harrison Mackie and Zach Green lead the Junior X30 grid, followed by Joey Brown and Aston Sharp. Morgan Moore and Riley Cranham. Taylor Orridge, the defending champion, starts 7th alongside Lewis Goff. Nat Johnson, who I'm hoping might get an interview, or else Ben Baker will kick off, and Rocco Leon Trenton on the 5th row of the grid. Sam Branston, George Edgar, Alfie Brown, Aaron Richardson, Archie Owen, and Xiao Chen G on row number 8. Cameron Edmonds, Max Ewell, Monty Brathwaite, Alexander Di Benedictis, Theo Palmer, Evan Purcell, Jacob Bashler, and Jersey's Macaulay Guy. Spencer Allen, Ethan Woodward, Mason Creed, Max Wright, Marley Pareo, Ethan Higgins, Charlie Myers, and Jake Brook are next. With James Harris at the back of the field. Yes, I did commentate in 2020 DRS. Here we go. Lights are not out. Right, the poll, 63 of you have voted. Thank you very much. And at the moment, Marcus Luzio's move in traffic for the race lead on Fred Green has 41% of the vote. That is officially, well, unofficially, the move of Kartmasters so far. Let's see if it remains the move of Kartmasters. I don't think it will, because I think that this afternoon the action is going to heat up even more, because this afternoon it's the drivers' last heat races, and you're going to see desperation kick in for some drivers that are outside the top 30 in points. Tomorrow morning in the repêchages for Senior Rotax, Junior Rotax and Junior X30, that is going to be spectacular. And then of course you've got the pre-finals, which should be a tame affair relatively speaking, and of course the Grand Prix themselves. Now there's Dan Ashton at the side of the circuit, sort of guiding the drivers up there. Anthony Jordan joins you back in the contract. Oh, sorry, Piers Pryor, forgetting his full DJ. You went there,
yeah,
Piers.
I know. I tell you what happened, Henry. I looked at the live timing, and I normally take a screenshot so that it doesn't change. Just as I looked at it, it flipped over to this Senior X30 race and told me what the next race is. So right. I'll do the same thing again.
Ethan Page. Henry asked, what's my favourite helmet in the paddock? I love the Italian driver in Water Swift, the reflective chrome helmet for Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio. Thank you very much.
Here we go. Actually I lied. It's not here we go. Oh, a new nose cone for Zach Green, starting from second place. Got a black bumper on there, no stickers, so clearly that took some damage in the previous race. Yes. And it's already porpoising.
Well, yes, it does look quite smart. I always raced in black. Dale Earnhardt, the man in black.
Do it for Dale.
Yeah, do it for Dale.
Interesting to see on the poll that's still going, so get your votes in if you haven't already. Luzio is now the leading one, and when I left, it was Champney. So, it's still changing around.
Bod Cole. Oh, hello. Oh, puppy. Paddock Show Pooch. Oh, a brown Cocker Spaniel. I had a Welsh Farm Cocker Spaniel called Frank, who looked identical to that dog there.
Cute.
Yes, amazing. Bod Cole.
Here we go. Piers is like Anthony, if Anthony actually knew what he was talking about. I'll take that as a compliment.
It's from Bod Cole. That is a compliment. I hope you're doing well, Bod. Sorry, but Croft, TCR UK Championship, supporting Max Edmondson in the Miltech Civic Sport Cup. A couple of weeks, it's about a month ago now. It feels like it was about 5 years ago, but it's been. Has lunch break already happened? I hope not, because I'm absolutely Hank Marvin.
I had 3 bites of my ham sandwich I think it was just after quali. And it's been about 2 hours since then, and there's a lot of noise in this commentary box, and they're not all from our mouths.
No, my stomach is rumbling. Thomas Hill, where's Cameron Edmonds starting?
We're going racing. Harrison Mackie from the front row takes the lead. Although they're going around the outside. Zach Green can't quite. Oh, touch! Oh! And that is round the Fusion driver, the number 11 of Joey Brown. That was unfortunately just a racing incident. No one really to blame there, but Joey Brown is at the back of the field. Luckily, Green has not really sustained any damage. It was just a touch of wheels, as we've seen many times this weekend. And now they fire their way down to the first hairpin, and are number 1 ranked Junior X30 driver in the world is leading by some margin, and GP Play, who won this race last year, has actually just been shuffled backwards, and there was a contact on his front bumper.
Yes, he had his Taylor Orridge, who is driving for a Kart Republic chassis for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. He got his nose cone hooked on the rear bumper of one of the Fusion carts. 4 wide.
3 wide into Bobby Gain. That's not going to work. Luckily, they all sorted themselves out, but the 75 of Ewell is getting shuffled backwards, and it's a nose-to-tail train of karts from about 13th down to 20th into the Mike Wilson complex, and wide in the last corner goes Orridge, gesticulating to his mechanic, so clearly he's unhappy either with the setup or just unhappy generally.
I was a sharp intake of breath. That's the first corner incident we've had Kartmasters this year?
Second, we had in one of the Cadet or Inters, a cart went sideways and got rewrited.
Yes. So, yes,
that was a nearly, though. I suppose that was a nearly.
Joey Brown is one lucky young man.
Yes.
And all credit. I mean, Joey got on the anchors very quickly, so he didn't go backwards to the tyres.
Yeah.
Full credit to the rest of the drivers following.
Yes.
You know, we haven't got onboard cameras here this week. Alpha Live are bringing onboard cameras into the Vieira Tours British Kart Championship, and they give you, the viewer, a bird's eye view of just how fast things happen in karting. And these drivers, so these are the juniors, aged what, 13, 14, 15?
Yeah, absolutely. And
they have split-second reactions.
An idea of quite how quickly have things happen in karting. I've been lucky enough to race in British F3 in 2020.
Yes.
And Senior X30 stuff still comes at you quicker than in one of those. And then a KZ, which I've only driven once at Shillington, thanks to a good friend of mine, Jamie and Keith Perry.
Alan. No?
Perry. No, Jamie and
Allen.
Keith Perry. They let me had a play in their KZ at Shillington. Oh my goodness, those things are fast.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You know, you talk about, I mean, yes, I can't overstate how close, you know, these drivers come to the very edge every single race. It's, you know, there's always drivers at the back, and occasionally in the live chat, people get a little bit, you know, think, oh, so-and-so's rubbish. They're not. Trust me, none of these drivers. The driver that finishes last in every class is supremely talented, because they are making split-second decisions at 60, in this case, Junior X30 at 70 miles an hour, inches off the ground, and, you know, you make a move one way, you're safe. You make a move another way, it's a big crash.
Move up the inside from the 25er, Aston Sharp on Green, and Green's gone back 2 positions as Riley Cranham follows through, so good results so far for Riley Cranham. Cranham also set the fast lap on that last lap and wants to chase down the race leader. His teammate Harrison Mackin goes for second place, so Cranham up from 5th to 3rd. Aston Sharp now goes back for second place, and Wilfred Green following him through. Looks like we're going to go 3 wide, potentially down towards the Fullerton S's. No, Green thinks better of it. And actually coming through, there's the third of those. No, that's a Sam Pollitt racing driver. That's Lewis Goff.
That's Lewis Goff, who has had a busy day. He's doing 2 classes, doing Junior Rotax and Junior X30. In this class, Taylor Orridge came into this event with 2 the clean sweep of wins yesterday. That isn't going to happen today. So he is going to lose his undefeated
You
record.
say this, Henry. There's still 6 minutes left to go plus a lap in a Junior X30 race.
Yeah.
And as much as Harrison Mackie does have a 1.5 second gap, he had a 2 second gap in yesterday's race and got caught. So
that's very true, yes.
Here we go. More racing action from second downwards. I actually couldn't even catch who that was. There was so much going on.
Well, Aaron Richardson, much to the delight of Louise Richardson, I'm sure, has set the fast lap of the race. He moves into 8th position at the expense of Premium Karting's Morgan Moore. Taylor Orridge. Well, this is the battle for second place. So Harrison Mackie has disappeared. Here comes Lewis Goff. Good move, Lewis Goff.
Yeah, good move, Lewis Goff. And also a good move in the second hairpin from Aston Sharp when around the outside of Zach Green, but now Green's got that place back, and following through is Rocco Leon Shenson and Taylor Orridge. So Taylor Orridge getting back inside this race, getting past the driver that started on the outside of the front row, so he'll know that this race is going a bit better than it was at the end of the first lap for himself.
Yes, I do find that the people on the live chat who sort of make light of sort of karts rolling and stuff like that, they're the people that play computer games a lot, where if you have a big accident, you just restart.
Yeah, have you
Does
ever...
it quite work like that in real life?
No, karting hurts when you don't crash.
Yes.
And when you crash, it hurts even more. Henry,
Yes.
you ever rolled a kart?
I got up on 2 wheels and cracked a rib at Landau International Raceway once. I never rolled a kart.
No, I also never rolled a kart, luckily. Oh, we see a move for second place once again. That's the 78
Joey
going
Brown,
through.
meanwhile, is firing his way at the order. Oh, Orange up the inside of Cranham. That's not going to work.
Oh, no!
And they're all up.
And following through goes Rocco Leon Shenson. So this is kicking off. Big start. Oh, and his front bumper's stuck in his front wheel.
Yeah,
You have to kick that out. That is not illegal. That is not illegal because
Okay.
it wasn't the nose cone popping in terms of the drop down. That sometimes in these Tony karts, the nose cone can actually get caught behind the front wheel.
Right.
And the only way to get it out is either go full lock, which you can't do when you're driving, or kick it out.
Right, okay.
So that's absolutely fine in my book.
Okay, that's fine. Whether it's absolutely fine. The blue book, we'll have to see. But I mean, yes, Lewis Scott was heading towards the barriers. The nose cone had sort of flicked in. We'll see what happens after that. Rocco Leon Shenton, that cart, which Rocco's dad was taking to the to get TIG welded last night.
Clearly it's working.
It is working.
Whoever welded it did a good job, because he's now up into second place. Where did he start? He started in 10th on the grid, so has made his way up the field. Taylor Orridge has also had a decent second phase of the race. He went backwards and was getting in some tussles on the first lap. We know he's quick. Yesterday, of course, getting 2 zeros and probably being the quickest. I would say he had the most pace at every stage of almost every race yesterday. I mean, chased down a 2-second gap from Mackie, but he's not going to chase down a 4.9-second gap despite going to second place over the line.
Yeah, and they pass Rocco Shenton, and here's the move. Green has a little look at the inside. Shenton, 3 minutes to go. Harrison Mackie, 5 seconds in front of Taylor Orridge. Now with Green, Zach Green in third, Shenton is fourth. Here comes Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore is having an excellent week. Podium last weekend at Shennington.
Yep.
He's third in the point standings at the moment in Junior X30. And I think, well, Orridge and Mackie, Morgan Moore is still going to be third in the point standings at the end of this one.
I always think it's interesting that Orridge is one of the more animated drivers when he's racing, and not gesticulating at other people, but often either gesticulating to himself and often looks across at his mechanic a lot. And he did look across again on the exit of the second hairpin, looked across and then did something with his fist, either saying let's go or come on, or he's frustrated, or I don't know. Is he again looking again?
Let's go on. Let's try it. Yeah, but he knows. He knows Zach Green. They're experienced drivers. They race together all the time. They will have their own little code words, their own little signals, you know. And Taylor will have different signals for different drivers.
He will, because he'll, as much as it's a physical sport in terms of positioning and on circuit, as we see a good move from Morgan Moore going past Rocco Leon Shenton, it's also a psychological sport, because I was about to say the best way of getting a driver to work with you is driving perfectly, because if they see you online, they'll go, right, we can follow each other.
And 90 seconds to go, all bets are off.
Yeah, well, Orridge actually made 2 mistakes in the first sector, went wide in the bowl, and then also made a little mistake onto the bridge as well. And that meant that Green thought, no, you know what, if you're not driving perfectly, I'm going to go through. And that's getting everyone else involved, and Green backing up the corner and causing Morgan Moore and Rocco Leon Shenton to go through.
Good opportunism there from Rocco Leon Shenton. Further down the order, Joey Brown is gained 20 places from 33rd after his spin on the first corner to 13th. Excellent result. And it's getting a bit feisty now. Harrison Mackie is cruising, 6 seconds up the road. Second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth on your screens. Coming down the hill now, 48 seconds to go. Aaron Richardson set fast up the race, then retired. And hang on a second, what is George Edgar up to?
Yeah, one of your ones to watch in this class, Henry, in our car ride on to the circuit on Wednesday. Oh, George Edgar getting involved here and could be going for second place. He's alongside Zach Green. He's gone from 6th to 2nd in half a lap, having not even been in this battle 2 laps ago.
Well, again, momentum. It happens so often. You're cruising up to a pack of carts. Oh, and then momentum lost.
Yeah, this is a hack
where he
now.
Started. Yes, this is le hack. Archie Cole, yes, Archie Cole cartwheeled, rolled out of his car, broke his pelvis, and he's only a junior. So these tough drivers. So it's very easy to make light of the. To call it Kartmasters. I personally hate that. There's no more accidents in this event than there is in any round of the British Championship or the UKC or any karting event. You go to Wilton Mill Kart Club. But this, it's an easy excuse. People say, Kartmasters. It's just televised better. It's more cameras. The pressure is higher. The stakes are higher. The layout of the circuit lends itself to this style of racing. I don't like it when people make light of of incidents and accidents, because these are children at the end of the day driving machines that, in motorsport is dangerous. They're driving machines that are 70 miles an hour, 13 years old. Think about that. On to the final lap, and Harrison Mackie is 7 seconds in front. Morgan Moore's dropped back. Orange is second, Shenton is third. Round the outside, great round the outside move. Oh, we're 3 wide at the banking now. That Zach Green has picked off Lewis Goff. So that is now 4th for Goff. So 4th for Green, 5th for Goff, who is now defending from George Edgar. And George Edgar loses a position there to Riley Cranham, who was crept back into contention. Then it's number 23 of Nat Johnson. Let's see if Piers remembers to interview Nat Johnson. If he gets to top 10, he might. Johnson now trying to make a move on Goff. Oh, good move from Nat Johnson. Aston Sharp and Joey Brown back in the top 10. Great draw coverage on this. Harrison Mackie, there's no one else the same camera shot. Cruising home to victory. Across the line, the rest of the pack come hurtling across the start-finish line. Orange, Shenton, Green, Johnson, the top 5. Lewis Goff, Riley Cranham, Sam Branston. Sam Branston, who he described his day yesterday, he went mid. Just mid. The most mid day ever. Well, Sam, I think it's going to be a top 8 finish there. That makes it slightly greater than mid. Joey Brown, Aston Sharp, the rest of your top 10. Great result there. So yeah, if that Howling Mad Will Murdoch's back in the live chat. Howling Mad Will Murdoch, I believe you know sim racing, formerly of this parish, now of the online parish. Howling Mad, I just wonder if you tell me there. Hopefully, say we talk about. Oh, let's not talk about injuries. But again, yes, Nathan Clifford. Hope to see Nathan Clifford back soon. His brother Connor Clifford is doing great stuff, and Nathan Clifford. I really hope to see Nathan back in the paddock after his injuries at Wilton Mill. Yeah, Jensen Pugh, broken femur in Mini X30. You know, airlifted to the hospital, and that was, you know, this could go wrong in a hurry. So it's a credit to the drivers. Let's have a look here. Taylor Orange is off to explain what his problem was. Harrison Mackie looks quite chill. There's Joey Brown. Right, Piers, talk to the mullet.
Yes, well, I thought, you know, we chat to Harrison Mackie a lot with a lot of the drivers who have been at the front a lot this weekend, but one person who was 3rd in qualifying, last after the first corner, back inside the top 10. I don't know whether you know, but you finished, where are you, 9th position. That's one of the drives of the day so far, or the weekend at least.
Yeah, I just had to get my head down and deal with it.
And you dealt with it very, very well. You're getting the heckled over the shoulder. I assume that's Mum over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant drive from yourself. How did you do it?
Just got my head down, cracked on with it. I know I had nothing else to lose, so I just dealt with it.
That might have saved your Grand Prix hopes, potentially.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Well, great drive there. I'm going to quickly chat to Harrison Mackie. Harrison, we've chatted to you many times this weekend. That might well be the easiest 5-second win you ever had, and it was 7 seconds before the last lap, because your last lap was a 1 minute .08.
Yeah, the last like 3-4 laps I was just rolling around to save the tyre. Obviously it's a long weekend.
I assumed as much.
Yeah, the last lap was a very slow, very boring lap, but it's what we need to do to hope for the best for tomorrow.
You probably didn't see what happened the first corner. Basically, you got away at the lead, and then Zach Green and your teammate, who we just spoke to, Joey, came together. Joey went down to last place, came back and finished 9th.
Yeah, I did see it. I did see on the track that he's quite far back. I was like, oh no. And then I saw the last lap he was there with us. I was like, that's good for the team. So.
Just a quick word before we go, Green, in the next race. Surely that easy race for you will put you in a good position for the last race on these tyres. Well, only one more race and then a pre-final on these tyres.
Yeah, races like that where you get a nice gap and you can sort of roll around to save the tyre. It's obviously great for the next races, but obviously we'll try to do the same for the next one.
Harry, congratulations on another win in this group. That was a cracking race, very interesting, apart from Harry Bartle. It was pretty boring for him, but probably good for his Grand Prix hopes. So interesting to see that. Up next, you know what, I'm going to try and get it right this time, so I'm just going to double check before I say anything. Before we head... Oh, do you know what? It's not working. We'll go for an ad break first, and then Henry can talk you through the next race.
Kartmania 2024 returns to Silverstone, where champions are born. The Association of British Kart Club. It is the UK's biggest Karting Expedition. If you are unsure about what team to join, what class to move into, or you simply want to find out a little bit more about our sport, Kartmania Silverstone, November the 30th and December the 1st, 2024. It's also home of the Kart Boot Sale, the legendary Kart Boot Sale, where you can sell all your second-hand equipment. If you're moving up into a new class, Kartmania is the ideal place to sell your old kit and start out on a new journey in this sport. That is for the starters. This is the biggest event we have ever seen. The FIA World Karting Championship returns to PF International on the 12th to 15th of September 2024. PF International held the World Championship back in 2017. We saw Danny Curl and Dexter Patterson become World Karting Champions. Before 2017, the last time Britain held the World Championship was back in the late 1960s at Rye House. But this year, the OK Juniors are back and bigger and better than ever before. So please join my good friend and colleague Anthony Jordan as he guides you through the World Karting Championship. It's all happening at the home of British karting, PF International, home of the Trent Valley Kart Club. That's the end of this morning's racing, and it's now lunchtime here at the circuit, so please enjoy last night's Paddock show. Thank you very much. See you later. You know, they never say don't work with animals and kids, but there we go. We've gone straight in. It's the Paddock show here on Friday at Kartmasters. This is Fergus. Hi, Fergus. How are you? Being a good girl, sitting down there. And Piers. What's your friend called? There goes Piers, everybody. Fergus is sitting nicely, being a good pooch. And Piers, how are you? By the way, welcome to Friday's Paddock show at the 2024 Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix. Fergus wants to go off camera.
There you go, you can take...
Piers, have you had a good day?
I've had a brilliant day, Henry. Have you had a good day, Henry?
I have had a good day.
It's been a great day.
I've scared off a small child. We're going to go and have a word with them now. This is the first 20-minute live version of the Paddock show. You'll be able to see this on YouTube Friday night, but during the lunch break tomorrow. Then we'll have a 20-minute YouTube exclusive. Bonus content. We have had a great day's racing today. 19 races. Big thanks to Vismo International, Henry Gregory, Uncle Tyrone for the glasses. Now, I tell you what, Fergus, what was your favourite? I've hit the spot there. Fergus, what was your favourite race of the day? Yes, we agree. But right, now let's play Can the Arthritic Commentator Get Up Off the Concrete Floor? We'll follow Piers up there. Look at this. Oh, like Simone Biles.
Bye.
Oh, out about 20 pints. OK, here we go.
Where should we start, Henry?
We're going to go, we'll have a little wander around. So this is the bar area at PF International. First of all, hello, young man. This is Evan Purcell's younger brother, are we not?
Yeah.
And how's Evan gone today? Because you've been cheering him on from the bank all day.
Good. He had a hard final the last heat there. He didn't get on too good, but the rest of the day got on good.
Excellent, excellent. What do we hope for tomorrow? Because every driver's done qualifying and 2 heat races today. Tomorrow, another qualifying session and 2 more heat races. What do you think Evan can do tomorrow?
I hope he gets the podium, but it'll be very hard.
Now, we've had loads of people from Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland cheering on the drivers. So in there, just say hi to everyone in Ireland and Northern Ireland watching.
Hello.
Hello, short and sweet. We like that.
There we go. Easily done.
Let's go this way. I can see. We can see. I can see Graham Bell, not Alexander Graham Bell. He's not that old. But this is Ellis Bell's dad, Graham. I'm very good. That last race, Ellis Bell in Junior Rotax, top 10.
Yep, absolutely. I was delighted with that one.
Best privateer.
Yep, had a poor qually, a bit of contact. Nothing, no malice in it. It was just one of the things. Everybody going for the one space. So that set us back 20 seconds, so we've had to start first heat in 20 seconds. Then we get taken off twice in that heat, so we actually finished 2 positions back. But that one was a good, strong performance here. I thought he did really well in that, considering there's quite a bit of pressure in it, so just need to see what happens tomorrow.
Good. He's got his chin up in the back in the camper van?
Aye, he's ready to go. We'll just need to see what happens. It's Kartmasters, isn't it? Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Thank you very much, Graham. We'll come back to you. Now, let's talk. Some karting mums are obviously very, very, very committed to their drivers. but only one karting mum has actually got their driver and their number tattooed on their wrist. It came after a particularly boozy weekend in Larkhall. I'm being very quiet because if she sees me heading her way, she's going to scarp her. But what we'll do, here we are, Kathy Garkle, Jensen Chalk's mum, I promised I wouldn't speak to you. Let's show everyone the tattoo we got for Jensen on there. This was a sober...
number.
It's not his number, so we got to get another tattoo thing. Was it done in Benidorm?
Yes.
Was it sober?
Sort of.
Sort of. There we go. A serious question. We got karting mums here. How do you cope? A serious question spoken to by the man wearing silly glasses and how do you cope watching your kids race?
Well, she doesn't, because she doesn't watch. She watches my child, who is George House, 77 Amy Water Swift, and then she walks away. So she's very much a remover.
Supporter of my friends' kids, but I can't watch my own.
It's different because the dads are often the ones that are cheering and shouting and encouraging and, like, you know, get involved. But then you're just the worrying side, because no matter how, I mean, we've got drivers here, you know, they're 6'3" in seniors, but they're still someone's baby, aren't they?
At the end of the day, they are still your child, they're still your baby. No matter how old he's going to be, you worry more for his safety, and especially since Kartmasters has received this lovely reputation of being called Crashmasters, which I wouldn't endorse, obviously, one way or the other. Other crashes are available, but I would say that you do worry every time they go out, no matter what they're doing, no matter who they are, who they're racing. You just want them to come home safely and achieve their very best, and that is what you hope for, is that they are doing their very best, so that you can be proud, they can be proud of themselves, they can have confidence. And sometimes you watch, sometimes you don't, because you are worried for what's going on. But I think ultimately you just want the very best for them, and no matter how old they are. I think there's many mums in here who know whose children are very much adult, but they are still here supporting, because that's what we do as mums, is we want to make sure that they're well fed, and especially in this weather, that they're hydrated also.
There's things that dads forget. They forget to feed and water the driver. They feed and water the go-kart, but not the driver. I've
seen that many times. There's more mums have come to me and gone, we've come at the end of the day, because I've realised that such and such hasn't been fed, they haven't been watered, and it's my job to do that. So it's a team effort, let's be honest. It is a team effort all round, and everybody's there for helping out.
It is a team effort. Kathy, how did I do with my promise not to interview on the Paddock show?
I'm a bit, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed.
There we go. Right, Piers, moving swiftly on.
Moving swiftly on.
Love you too, guys.
Great to have...
someone say love your glasses. Interview this impeccable taste.
Well, are you going to get some glasses like Henry's?
From him, probably.
Probably. Do you remind us who you are? Why are you here? What's your name?
Reese Owen.
Reese, how's your weekend?
Privateer
weekend
in Junior
Of course,
X30.
yes, privateer. So
199.
we like a privateer, don't we, Henry?
We do,
How's sum up your day so far?
Good. I've had 15th and 15th. After starting 15th and 15th.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You'll take that.
Yeah, it's good.
We've still got a whole another days of qualifying and some heats, and then a final as well. How are you thinking ahead of that? Are you going to go forwards?
Yeah, hopefully. Have the pace. Just need to work on some racecraft, and we'll be there.
And then maybe at the end of the weekend you might be cool enough to get some glasses like that. But apparently we need to come over here and have a quick word with a little friend of yours.
Yes. Now,
thank you very much.
First things first, Paddock Show Pooch. It's turned to Paddock Show Puppy. This is Sabre Roots. And how old is Sabre Roots?
12 weeks.
12 weeks old. This is James Roots. The Roots is on fire. You've been good today, haven't you?
Yeah, thanks.
And who else have we got here?
Luke and Arrow.
Luke and Arrow.
It's James's birthday.
We didn't know this.
It's James's birthday. Right, okay. Everybody, it's James Roots' birthday today. So gather round. We will now sing Happy Birthday to James Roots. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear James. Happy birthday to you. Hey, thank you very much. Right.
How old are you,
the
Jay?
rest
How
of
old
the
are you?
drivers in
9.
Micro Mini, don't give him the birthday bumps on the track tomorrow. That's got to be a promise. How old are we?
9.
9 years old today. 12-week-old today. And this is
Luke Narrow.
Luke Narroway. Here's one of our stars from qualifying earlier on. Talk
to us about your day so far. You were going very well out there.
Yeah, so qualifying actually started really well, and then as we moved into heats, got really confident, but then we noticed as we got about halfway through, we started having like loads of problems with the motors, and we've kind of just been struggling after qualifying all day with them. So we hope for the best tomorrow. We're rejigging the kart, putting a new motor on, so hopefully we can do better.
All will be good, I'm sure, but it's been a good day's racing, though. It's been close.
Yeah, it's been really good. Yeah.
Look, enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's been really fun. It's our first time at Kartmasters, so trying to make the most of it and maybe even get that GP plate.
Doing well for your first time at Kartmasters.
Yeah, but we've been training at PF for a long time, so you know with the British, but we're a bit unfortunate there.
It's always a bit different at Kartmasters. But anyway, Mrs. Narroway, congratulations on a successful first day. We'll let you go and chill and enjoy your evening with the pooch.
Now, you love a good commentary name. I think the best commentary name here, all the way from Belgium, we're going to go and speak to him now with the EGP Racing Team, the Ekmans Grand Prix team, making his Paddock Show debut. This is Emilio Van Overberger?
No, Van Overberger.
Van Overberger. I told you it was Van Overberger.
Yeah, Van Overberger.
So you're with the Ekmans Grand Prix team. That's Wim Ekmans, yes?
Yeah, Wim Ekmans is now in Christianstad together with his son, Ian Ekmans. But he wishes us good luck, and we're trying our best here.
Now, what have we made of our first day of racing at Kartmasters?
Wow, it's been amazing. Like I love the track. For me, it's the first ever time here, especially yesterday, 35 minutes of driving. I love it. I love the atmosphere. I actually want to race in the UK more often.
Excellent, excellent. Now, can we practice Van
Overberger.
Van Overberger.
Van Overberger.
Berger. No, Berger.
Berger. I swear we're doing the same thing.
GH, you need to like spit.
Van Overberger.
Yeah. Van Overberger.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
Exactly, yeah. Good luck tomorrow, Emilio.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you.
Always good.
No problem.
Belgians are always so friendly.
Yes, they are.
Van Overberger.
Berger. Right, let's go this way. From all the way from Belgium to all the way from Cornwall. This is Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. Climo, and we're not getting away with that. This is now we'll come back to you now. Is this not the coldest merch in the paddock?
And the trainers, look. We've got the trainers going on, the blue, the orange, and whatever else we've got going.
This is one of our Water Swift restricted drivers. Reggie Chandler, if you couldn't guess by there. We got the Gulf livery, we got old school 1970s vibes. He's got a burn because and the only Falcon chassis in the paddock.
No, it's not. Luke is on a Falcon.
Oh, he's on a Falcon. Oh, sorry. Right, so we've entered both drivers on a Falcon. How's your first day at Kartmasters been?
Yeah, no, it's been good. Up and downs, but making good steady progress. Little mechanical error in the last heat, but it's going strong. Looking for the next day.
Now, okay, we've got parents here enjoying the wonderful hospitality at PF International. Where's the driver?
Play football.
Yeah, cool. Football.
Is that not the most important thing of all? At the end of the day, they go and find mates and play football, wrestle, get muddy and all that kind of stuff.
Socialising.
Try and pull him away is the problem. He'll kick off if we try and get him out of there. So.
It's like, come on, Reggie, time to go in the go-kart.
No. So what it is, play football, badminton, rugby, or karting. Oh, everything above.
Okay. But that's what you want to do. You want a happy child at the end of the day. Come good results on the track or bad results on the track. If you could all go and have friends and play afterwards, that's your job as a parent is done. Yes.
Yeah. We had a tough Thursday, didn't we? Didn't really have the pace, and then his poor back was hanging on with a big front pack, so we can carry that on tomorrow. Great. Yes.
Is Mum nervous or happy?
Happy.
Mum is happy. Right, we'll go all the way from Cornwall. Piers Pryor, speak to George Climo. All the way from the back of the grid, had two really good races.
He did have an excellent race. Talk to us about how nervous you may have been, or not so much. Maybe no.
The mechanic can do the talk.
How was it for you as a mechanic? You on shaking wreck on the grandstand?
Yeah, he didn't have the best qualies. Didn't even do half a lap. Bent axle. Pulls through from 22nd up to 9th in heat 1. Second heat He went from 22nd to 6th or 7th. Unfortunately, made a few mistakes, and yeah, I don't know where exactly.
All part of the Kartmasters experience.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, he can race. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
So hopefully he can make it full qualifying session tomorrow, and he'll be even higher up the grid.
Yeah, no, he can race. He isn't afraid to race. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
We will see what happens. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Coming all the way. Henry, I've seen a barbecue over there.
I've seen a barbecue, but we dragged him away from the football pitch, the badminton court, the wrestling ring, the field. Reggie Chandler, how's your day been, young man?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Have you enjoyed what? Okay, what do we enjoy more? Go-karting, playing football, playing tennis, playing badminton, or wrestling out in the field?
Karting.
Karting, it was a pause, but karting. And again, where can we buy the Reggie Chandler merchandise? Because that is cold, funky, cold Medina fresh, that is. Is it not for sale?
No.
Exclusive?
Yeah.
Only to members of Team Chandler?
Yeah.
This is where you've got to say to the people, if you want to join the Reggie Chandler fan club, all you've got to pay is find my Instagram handle, and you pay £50, you get a free bit of merchandise, and he's earning a couple of quid for the race team. Baseball caps as well, apparently. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Off you go. Off. Now, you've either come back to mum and dad because you're hungry, thirsty, need a wee, or you're tired. Which one?
Hungry.
Hungry, there we go. Always win. I'll leave that one over to you, parents. There you go. Right, Piers, let's go this way.
Let's wander on. We're about, what, 15 minutes in, so we've got 5 more minutes of the original Paddock show.
5 minutes of the original Paddock. I'm sorry, I'm just waffling on. Grayson Wortley here. There's a barbecue.
Look at this.
Yes,
Look at this for a spread. This is
Let's
almost
have
a better hospitality than you get anywhere else in the local area. What have we got on the barbie today, guys?
I have no idea.
You don't know? Well, it looks like we got some halloumi. Which one are you having first?
Corn on the cob, probably.
On the cob. Healthy. Good choice. Guys, this is probably one of the best setups I think I've seen. This years in the making, I would imagine. Remind us who you are and what you're here for.
Arthur and Albert Farrow in Micromax, so they've got brothers in the same class. Marcus, their dad. Had a okay day. Weren't the best day, but we're going to be stronger tomorrow.
Absolutely. I see you guys having a good ding-dong battle on circuit earlier on one of the heats, but how is it having two drivers in the same race at the same time?
Double stressful, double hard work, double the money.
Double the burgers?
Yeah, double the burgers, that's right, yes, yes.
Brilliant. Well, it's great to see they're being well fed behind the scenes, so I'm sure you guys will be strong on off circuit tomorrow. Henry.
Right, Grayson Wortley's here. Let's walk and talk, Grayson. How has your day been?
It's been all right.
Would you care to embellish upon that? Whoa, what's your head there? How's it gone? I mean, okay, results-wise, where did you qualify and where did you finish in your 2 heat races?
In the qualifier, it's not that good. We went out the wrong time, so I qualified 21st, I think. First heat, my mechanic changed something and it didn't work. Then we changed it back for the heat 2, and heat 2 I went to like 12th by the final from 21st, and then someone from behind hit me, and then that caused me to go into the wall.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, but it's a start of the day. Right then, luckily I got dark glasses on because we've now reached the fusion tent where the teeth are very white and the permatan is very permanent. Jarlath Sayer, you weren't impressed with my glasses yesterday. Are you more impressed with my glasses today?
To be fair, they are a little bit better.
They are a little bit better. You did very well in Water Swift, didn't you?
Yeah, crashed in the first heat and won the second heat, so yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good. It's a long way to go, though, isn't it, Piers?
Very long way to go.
What's the general feeling like in the Fusion tent? Many wagons, as usual. We won't disturb Mr. T. How are you, Alex?
I'm all right. I'm just trying to book dinner.
Trying to book dinner. There we go. What's on the menu?
Miller and Carter, I think.
Oh, see, well, that's how the other half lives. The private is a barbecuing, but Fusion International. Is it on Dan Hazelwood, the dinner tonight?
Unfortunately not, no. Maybe Sunday if we win, though.
Sunday if you win. And your chances of doing that? I mean, some are going really well.
Yeah, all right. If we can stop crashing, yeah, we'll be all right.
Yeah, that's again, honest opinion. Thank you very much, Alex. I'll let you know how dinner goes.
What was your lunch, Henry?
Iron Brew, 2 Marlboros, a Mao-Wam.
Packet of crisps was in there as well, wasn't there?
And there was a packet of crisps as well. You had the healthy option, homemade chili and rice.
How did you smell?
As I smell. The good thing is, with the short lunch breaks here we're going to stop this man here. Mr. Zip Driver, come in. Tell us how your day was. First of all, name, class, race number, results, very quickly.
Teddy Higgs.
Yes.
Number 41.
Excellent.
And what was the last one?
How would you do today?
All right, but in the last heat, we had the brake moved over and we just had nothing down the straight. It was terrible.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
So,
We was like back, and we went and finished last. So I'm really disappointed with that.
okay, well, I tell you what, this is now the end of the first half of today's Paddock Show, Mr. Higgs. So what we're going to do, we're about to do we're going to have YouTube exclusive later. So this is the end of Saturday. So everyone's watching this on Saturday's lunch break. Fast forward, by Saturday lunchtime, you would have done qualifying again, another heat race, and you would have finished
About
first.
maybe.
Maybe not. We'll find out whether Teddy is going there. So what we'll do, we're going to ask the people, stay tuned. We're going to say stay tuned to watch the best Alpha Live coverage of Kartmasters 2024. How's that? Go.
Wait, what was I doing again?
Stay tuned
Stay tuned
to Alpha Live's
to Alpha Live.
best coverage
Best coverage
with the best commentators,
with the best commentators,
wearing the best sunglasses,
with the best sunglasses,
and Piers Pryor.
and what?
And Piers Pryor.
And Piers Pryor.
Tomorrow, today, and for the rest of the weekend, Kartmasters 2024. Don't miss it. Yep. There we go.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Higgs.
Good luck. So hopefully everyone is relaxed, satiated and ready for another afternoon of epic racing here on Saturday for Kartmasters. We have Senior Rotax, race 28, Heat 5, A versus C coming up, and I'll rattle through the grid because they're in the final sector already. Macaulay Bishop on pole, Caden McQueen alongside. Third place, Jamie Perilli. Fourth, Matthew Higgins. Fifth, Neo Clark. Sixth, Kai Hunter. Seventh, Tyler Harris. And eighth, Gustav Uzakovs. Ninth is Deacon Russell. 10th, Ben Follett. 11th, Alex Adams-Acton. 12th, Zach Heslop. 13th, Ralph Youngling. 14th, King Garrity. 15th, Sam Longley. 16th, Danny Shields. 17th is going to be Charlie Morrison-Jones. 18th, Alexander Carr. 19th, Josh Graham. 20th, I'm going to have to stop at 20 because Liam Hartley, because we're about to go green for the first time this afternoon. One of the final heat races we will have, one of the final heat races we'll have in Senior Rotax. Here we go. On pole position, Macaulay Bishop, and we are green first time of asking, and it is Macaulay Bishop that keeps the lead. Jack Lilly has followed him, Jamie Perilli, sorry, has followed him through into second place as McQueen has dropped back into third, and everyone else follows closely behind. Making their way to the bridge, it seems like everyone has made their way through pretty safely so far, and I'm probably going to jinx them and cause a commentator's curse, because apparently that's what I do this weekend. But it is still Macaulay Bishop holding off pretty much everyone in a single train, and we're looking at the battles for sort of 15th downwards there, 3-4 wide in the background. But cutting back towards the front of the field, it is still a one by one train down to about 6th place as our GP plate holder Kai Hunter makes his way up back into what looks like 6th position pass. Oh, and that's a big accident in the back of the field. Luckily, we're seeing a driver running away from the scene of the accident. That was a large accident. It was an MS car. I'll keep you updated when I can. But we're going to continue looking at the racing until we hear anything otherwise. But Macaulay Bishop leads over the line. Jamie Perilli closely followed behind, and Caden McQueen making it a nose-to-tail top 3. Looking out the commentary box window, we potentially may even get away with not even a Battenberg flag, because the marshal's doing an excellent job to collect that. Again, I'll let you know who that is. No, we have got a Battenberg flag, so basically safety car procedure where Macaulay Bishop slows down the field on the back straight just to give everyone involved in that accident a chance to relax. Potentially Kean Geraghty is involved in that, I think. Yeah, so it looks like the JDR car of, is that Liam Hartley in there? I think it might be Liam Hartley. Kean Geraghty, yes it is. It is Liam Hartley and Kean Geraghty. Liam Hartley was the blue-suited JDR driver that was involved there. They are both, I can see out the commentary box window, standing up, having a conversation to each other. So unofficially they look okay. They're standing up, they're both okay. Karts, I can't say the same, because one of those, I think it was Liam Hartley's JDR, took a pretty heavy tumble. But that's actually the first Battenberg we've had of Kartmasters 2024, which means we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. It looked like actually a bit of a racing incident, to be honest. The karts coming together on the exit of the Fullerton S's, which is effectively a single line section of circuit going from the left to the right. Wheel-to-wheel contact and the karts spreading out. The rest of the field did a very good job to avoid the karts that were stranded near the racing line. Senior Rotax drivers, of course, the most experienced, along with our Senior X30 drivers, having to be fifth, I think, the year of your 15th birthday if you have a national license, or 16 years and above, effectively. So they are pretty much the most experienced drivers we have in the Rotax engine group. But it is Macaulay Bishop, the O-plate, who leads us away. Jamie Perilli has actually been left a little bit lacking as we go green over the start-finish line. So we're racing once again, and it's a half-second gap that Macaulay Bishop has pulled out of the last corner. So very, very good restart from him. Perilli will be a bit disappointed in that Jack's Motorsports car to have not held onto the back of Macaulay Bishop, because that's where he was before the short break that we had. And two Jack's Motorsports drivers going side by side off the bridge. A move up the inside of the first hairpin. Caden McQueen takes second place away from Perilli, and number 2, Matthew Higgins, also goes up the inside of Perilli into the second hairpin we're seeing now. So changes down the order as Perilli moves down from 2nd to 4th place. Getting involved in this now is our GP plate holder in this class from last year, and currently holds it until the end of Sunday, unless he retains it, Kai Hunter. Side by side once again. Oh, and that means Matthew Higgins has gone off once again. His trials and tribulations continue. A DNF in one of the heats yesterday, and another DNF in this, well, not DNF, but not to the back of the field in this one. That was contact, I believe, with Caden McQueen. It didn't look like it was a massive incident, as for second place, somehow, in all of this, GP plate holder Kai Hunter for Hunter Motorsport takes second place away from Jamie Perilli. Neo Clark having an excellent race in 4th position, going up 1. So let's have a look down the order. Teddy Pritchard-Williams up 11 places to 11th place from 22nd on the grid after a tough qualifying from Teddy. So good race through the field. There you can see Super Ted in the background of shop. We're concentrating on this battle now. That's the 84 MLC kart of Tyler Harris fighting away. The 28 there, Neo Clark. Again, just mentioned him having a strong race, and we've got Jack's Motorsports right ahead of Teddy Pritchard-Williams. So that is Deacon Russell and Alex Adams-Acton. Oh no, another incident going into Bobby Game Corner. That is 24 of Charlie Webb, I think. Yes, it is. And also another JDR car, so that probably is Luke Bates. No, that can't be Luke Bates, it must be someone else. That is, yeah, Charlie Webb and Zayn Salim coming together in Bobby Game Corner. More fighting inside the top 10 as Jamie Perilli makes a move. Gustav Uzakovs follows him through and then loses that position immediately to Alex Adams-Acton. I don't know why I struggle with the A's so much. And round the outside, trying to make a double move around the outside like Harry Taylor did in the British Kart Champs at the start of the year was Gustav Uzakovs, but couldn't get that move done. And then the 18 Jack's Motorsports car of Alex Adams-Acton goes through back on Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Pritchard-Williams in the number 5 Tony Kart there with the very colourful helmet, makes him easy to spot always. And then we've just seen the number 78 making a move as well, Joshua Graham following his way through. I'll run you through the order about just over halfway this time by. So it is Macaulay Bishop with a half a second gap over Kai Hunter in second, Neil Clark third, Caden McQueen fourth, Jamie Perilli fifth, Tyler Harris sixth. Then we have Alex Adams-Acton 7th, Teddy Pritchard-Williams 8th, Deacon Russell 9th, Joshua Graham 10th. Then in 11th place, Gustav Uzakovs, Zach Heslop in 12th. 13th, Ben Folland. 14th is Armand Hamilton. 15th, Luke Bates. 16th, Ralph Youngling. 17th, Luca Osman-Price. 18th, Charlie Morrison-Jones. 19th, Danny Shields. 20th, Austin Lee. 21st, Jabba Al-Sabah. 22nd, Harry Bloor. 23rd, Alex Cole. 24th, James Tester. 25th, Stephanie Hobaker. 26th, Iggy Smith. 27th, Adish Mehta. 28th, Mark Quinn. And 29th, Matthew Higgins after that spin. We're missing Zayn Salim, Charlie Webb, Sam Longley, King Geraghty and Liam Hartley. But at the front of the field, the gap is being whittled down. The last lap, last time by Kai Hunter, 2/10 faster than our race leader, Macaulay Bishop, bringing that gap down. And we're seeing Caden McQueen moving back up now as he makes his way past Neo Clark into third position. Neo having his strongest showing this weekend so far for the Thule Motorsport team. Caden McQueen set the fastest lap of the race, and that last lap a good 10th faster than Kai Hunter in second and 3/10 faster, 3.5 faster than our race leader. So this is all coming together. Gap in the first intermediate of this lap was just 1/100th of a second between Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop. So very, very close for the race lead. I imagine that they are not going to be holding back. There will be moves for the lead in this race. Kai Hunter cannot afford to just be pushing Macaulay Bishop over the line, given that Kai Hunter, our GP plate, was 20th in the intermediate classification after yesterday's results. Kai Hunter having a 0 and a 31st. So 0 points was for the win in the first heat and then 31st in his second heat. But also not the easiest day for our O-plate Macaulay Bishop. By his own standards, a 7th and a 16th yesterday. Not the lofty heights that we are used to seeing from Macaulay Bishop in the senior Rotax class. Of course, has the O-plate for winning that race earlier on this season at Wilton Mill. A brilliant race from him where he did the famous double overtake around the outside that got over 1.6 million views on Facebook, on the Alpha Life Facebook. Talking of the Alpha Life Facebook, if you haven't already liked that, then make sure that you head over there, drop us a like, because we post all of the good content that we see on YouTube as well over there, plus updates, graphics. As I say, just to support the Alpha Live channel, because you're watching Alpha Live right now, of course, at the Trent Valley Kart Club Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix, and this is the battle for the lead. This is the one I want to watch for now, because it is nose to tail over the line, only a 10th between them over start-finish. The O-plate, Macaulay Bishop, and the GP plate, Kai Hunter, two of the strongest high-seeded drivers in senior Rotax, not only in the UK, but also probably in the world. Kai Hunter has been out racing in Europe and America this season, I believe. Also so has Macaulay Bishop in Europe too. The two at the front looks like they're happy to just sit there for now, because they are aware that they have a 1.5 second gap over Caden McQueen, Jamie Perilli and Neo Clark in third, fourth and fifth. A move for 7th place. Joshua Graham has made his way past Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Teddy having a good race, still up 15 places is Teddy. I mean, Joshua Graham, up 14 now, because Joshua Graham is now up 12 to 7th. Pritchard up 14th to 8th. Gustav Uzakovs down 1 place in 9th from his grid position Adams, Acton up 1 from 11th to 10th. Here we go, slight defensive line off the bridge there from Macaulay Bishop. Now defends properly. Kai Hunter not happy that Macaulay Bishop is defending with a whole lap to go. I think Kai Hunter knows that he just needs solid results. He doesn't want to bring anyone else into this race. Kai Hunter forced to be creative with his lines. He's got the cutback. This is going to be a slam dunk cutback move, brilliantly executed from our GP plate holder. Knows how to win this race. Contact, oh, I said the T word, in the middle of the chicane, and a hand up from Kai Hunter. Is Macaulay Bishop going to get the cutback? Not quite through Bobby Game. Kai Hunter blocks the middle of the corner, and that has brought this from a 2-kart fight for the lead to a 5-kart battle, and looking ominously in third place with that red helmet with the red visor. Oh, Macaulay Bishop looks up the inside, but that's going to hamper his run through turn 1 and 2, and now Caden McQueen is going to be looking to make a move. McQueen looking to the outside. That's going to leave him vulnerable to Jamie Perilli on the inside. Perilli goes through, although round the outside, holding on just about is Caden McQueen, and making the most advantage of that was Neo Clark, who actually managed to slip past Jamie Perilli in doing so. Now defensive roles reversed this time around. The GP plate, Kai Hunter defending into the first hairpin, defending into the second hairpin. Slight rubbing front to rear, Macaulay Bishop just checking up a little bit. And the front 3 maybe just slightly breaking away once again from the battle behind, but no, through the Fullerton S's. It's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 karts battle for the lead now, all the way from Kai Hunter in first to Gustav Uzakovs in 9th place. This is the last lap of the race, so Kai Hunter will be taking the win in Heat 5, A versus C for the senior Rotax class. Macaulay Bishop in second, Caden McQueen gets third in the end, and Jamie Perilli gets fourth. Neo Clark, a good result, staying away exactly where he qualified in 5th. Joshua Graham up 13 places to 6th. Teddy Pritchard Williams will be happy, up 15 to 7th. Tyler Harris in 8th. Gustav Uzakovs 9th, and 10th was Alex Adams Acton. You know, Alex, I'm really sorry. I really can't roll your name off my tongue, which is disappointing. I'm disappointed in myself, because as a fellow alliterative name person, I'm sure that it's frustrating for you, but I'll try my best. I haven't got the year's worth of commentary experience of Henry Beaudette, who's joining me once again in the commentary box. Henry, that was an interesting race there. The two at the front are protagonists in senior Rotax and whatever they do. Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter had a bit of a gap.
Protagonists or antagonists, or both?
All of the above.
All of the above,
but it was
yes.
Kai Hunter that showed his experience, getting a lovely cutback after Macaulay Bishop went defensive into the second hairpin.
Naughty cutback.
It was naughty, but Kai was actually frustrated with a lap to go that Macaulay started defending, because I think Kai knows it doesn't matter. For him, the difference between a second and a 2 and a 0, not massive, when yesterday we saw the GP plate obviously getting a 2 and a 31.
Yes. Quickly, Danny, has Henry done a runner? No.
You did?
I did. I was eating a double cheeseburger and chips in 6.5 minutes, followed by dessert. And
here we go. So that was it. This is the part where Kai Hunter shakes his head and goes, well, Kai Hunter's like, I'll happily take second. I don't need to win this race. I just need to get in the main event.
And you know what? Macaulay's talking to Kai. You could almost see
this is the lovely cutback, though, Henry. Look, see that? That's
Ooh,
if ever you've seen a textbook cutback, that is it. You go wide on the entry, and you don't let the driver in front of you blocks you down or slow you down in the middle of the corner. Get a good exit, and there we go. And them having a discussion. See if we can listen in. I think that is the discussion of why you're defending. No, they still seem like...
who just crashed coming into
Teddy Pritchard Williams rolled his own cart. Is that Teddy Pritchard Williams?
Come on, Henry, lunch break finished 15 minutes ago. Well, I had to have dessert afterwards.
What was dessert? Was it a Marlboro?
A Marlboro.
You know, you're not supposed to eat those.
Right, we've got 2 things to tell you. First of all, Piers,
the results. Right, so the provisional results, of course, pre any adjustment, is Kai Hunter from Macaulay Bishop, Caden McQueen, Jamie Perilli and Neo Clark top 5. Joshua Graham, Teddy Pritchard Williams both up a lot of positions to 6th and 7th. Tyler Harris, Gustav Uzakovs and Alex Adams Acton turned out the top 10. Then 11th was Deacon Russell, 12th Ben Folland, 13th Luke Bate, 14th Luca Osman Price. 15th was Austin Lee, 16th Alex Carls, 17 was Ralph Youngling, 18 Danny Shield, 19 Jabba Al-Sabah, 20th, Matthew Higgins, after an incident early in the race that you would have missed, Henry, between himself and Caden McQueen. 21st, Charlie Morrison-Jones. 22nd, Zach Heslop. 23rd, James Tester. 24th, Harry Blore. 25th, Armand Hamilton. 26th, Stephanie Hobeka. 27th, Iggy Smith. 28th, Adish Mehta. 29th, Mark Quinn. 30th, Zayn Salim, who was 8 laps down. Charlie Webb and Sam Longley were rounded out the 32 of the finishers. Luckily, Cian Geraghty and Hartley are both okay. Right, comms
Yes,
cam.
right. Very, very important. So we need everyone's help. Live chat. Are you ready for this?
Let me end the poll first.
Okay,
Let me end the poll because that's over, and that means that so far,
we love a bit of wildlife here at Trout Valley Kart Club, and underneath the bridge we have a guest. That is the world's bravest pigeon, which has decided to nest underneath the bridge and is still there now. So what we're asking you to do is...
name that pigeon.
Name the pigeon. I'm calling it Bernard.
Bernard? Why Bernard, Henry?
Just looks like a Bernard. He's got that Bernardy look about him. I don't know what. I mean,
Right,
I'm assuming it's a him. That he might identify as a sparrowhawk. I don't know. But yeah. Any advances on Bernard?
How do
Bernard the pigeon. Get your names in the... start Q&A.
Q&A, is that a thing? Is that the right thing?
I don't know. Let's have a little,
Producer Rob, is a Q&A the right thing to do?
Live technology. We've also got another anagram coming up very shortly. So look at the top of the chat, the pinned anagram message. There's some go-karts on circuit. Let's go back to the go-karts. It's Sting, go. Pepper the Pigeon, Ethan Page. You're already in my bad books for Sparkplug the Pigeon, Charlie the Pigeon. Catch the pigeon, catch the pigeon. You won't remember that. That was,
Henry, I had to let you start. Oh, we've got a spinner. Oh, no, it's not a spinner. Someone's broken down.
Oh, no. I was just speaking to Kato Adams. And what class is this? This is Junior Rotax. Harrison Crowther and Lewis Goff start for row number 1. Cole Denham and Jack Baker start for row number 2. Oliver Smith and Lloyd Hare, row 3. Jake Pruitt and Riley Cranham on row number 4.
Row number 5. Here we go. I've composed myself after your sting. Row number 5 will shortly be headed by, who was number 8 and 9th place, is Barry Freeman, 10th Jacob Woods, 11th Lizzie Mencier, 12th Josh Turnbull, 13th Brandon Truman, 14th William Archer, 15th was Eli Baden, but he is the one who has broken down. Has he got going again? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Anyway, William Archer's 14th. 15th, I missed someone. Kai Clark, 17th. 18th, Jack West. 19th, Alfie Lapper. 20th, Corey Fowler. 21st, Stephen Morris. 22nd, Joe Anderson. 23rd, Aidan Mitchell. 24th, Isabella Stansmore Wilson. 20, I'm not going to have time. 20, we don't have time. That's the rest of the grid. We're going racing. Oh, it's been a shambles. Anyway, we're going racing in Junior Rotax. 17. The 17 leads them across the line. We have a green light and leading. Leading, I'll catch you up in just a moment, is the Coles racing car of Harrison Crowther. Henry, I've broken Henry. We've broken Henry.
Someone said call the pigeon Anthony Jordan.
Oh dear.
I love it. Anthony Jordan, the pigeon.
17 leads. Harrison Crowther leads the way. We'll talk about pigeons very shortly. We've got a race to concentrate on with 3 wide into the first hairpin. Harrison Crowther leads at the moment. In second place is... I don't even know who's in second. Oh,
sorry.
My goodness.
Sorry. Anthony, pull over. The pigeon is called Anthony Jordan.
For the lead, though, it is Goff who's taking the lead. The 133 up the inside of Bobby Game corner, closely followed by the 37, Jack Baker. For the Evolution racing team, Evolution was strong in the wet this morning, showing that wasn't just a fluke in the dry conditions as well. Oh, a spinner, the 2-4 something. 2-4 of Jake, no?
It's the 146 of Ellis Bell, who's had a terrible... Oh, Ellis Bell, he's...
Oh, no, there is...
an incident.
He was the 37 of Jack Baker's rear end was lifted off the ground by the nose kind of another driver.
Ah, yes, that's a very, very, very good
long-winded way of saying contact.
Yes, that's a very good.
As Jack Baker's not done having a scrap here, as trying to pinch down was the 20-something
Danny's asking, what does he win? He wins he wins Anthony Jordan's droppings. How's that? We'll get them delivered to you. Fantastic. And there's a kart slowing down.
That is the 118.
So
in the pits. That is Riley Cranham. Riley Cranham.
He's had 2 DNFs in this class today. So there's driver that started the day. Where did Riley Cranham? He was 22nd in points. I think we're going to see Riley Cranham in the repechage tomorrow morning. I've got to say.
Which not many people would have said that, would they? Riley was definitely one of the, if not favourites, an outside favourite at the very least.
And this is where things start to get really, really important. Okay, this is going to be the last heat for some of these drivers. A couple of the other, some of the other, one's half of the grid has got 1 heat to go. There's a 55 making a move. That is Brandon Truman for Thule Motorsport.
Lizzie Mentier getting past there as well, but getting stuck back in. So, Dan
Ashton is not. He's not a happy Clark.
Well, we saw yesterday, didn't we, the stern talking to that the junior Rotax grid got, and I think it was probably this race yesterday that what happened.
Yes, they've re-listened as well.
Yeah, clearly. It may well not be all of the same drivers, of course, because it's a bumper junior Rotax grid. This is the A versus C group, which is a different to yesterday's A versus C because it depends on qualifying. As Lizzie Mentier goes up the inside at turn number 1, side by side with the 224 of Jake Blewett. Couldn't get that move done, and now Lizzie Mentier is probably going to have a one-way ticket with the removal of places.
Yes, Eli Baden is now Eli qualified really well. I was speaking while I was having my dessert out on the stairs, chatting to Cato Adams.
Yeah,
he was saying I can really hope Eli has a good race today in this one. He qualified well, almost had a problem on the rolling lap, but is back out there. And where is Eli running? He is up into 8th position, so that is good.
Yes.
Waft the Wood Pigeon, the polls open. I mean, that's great. Darren the Pigeon, Steve the Pigeon, Henriette the Pigeon, PF Pigeon, Eminem the Pigeon, the car.
You missed a robust, excellent move into it. He's mixed the left-hander. He's mixed the left after Mike Conway. A move into mix by the 17 of Harrison Crowther. We don't often see a move there unless a driver makes a mistake. So Harrison Crowther not afraid to get his elbows out in this one. Brandon Truman sets the fast lap on that last lap. So he's found a turn of pace.
The Thule Motorsport karts are doing very well there. Thanks to all some great names. Dave the Pigeon, KZ, Shift the Pigeon, Delicious the Pigeon, Pie the Pigeon, Waft the Wood Pigeon. But Anthony Jordan is...
another move!
It's Anthony Jordan.
Another move from the
Anthony
17.
Jordan the Pigeon.
Harrison Crowther is forwardly mobile in this race, picking up the positions in which he lost at the start of the race, getting back to where he thinks he belongs and following through. Jack Baker having a look up the inside of the number 62 of Cole Denham, but not quite getting that move done that time.
Harrison Crowther is one of the drivers that was obviously doing a rain dance this morning. He qualified so well in the rain. Yesterday, it went really well for him in qualifying, but I mean, I think he'd be the first one. He didn't quite have the pace of the other front runners, which is why he was defending so vociferously in the race. He didn't endear himself. He didn't endear himself to some of his rivals, but he maybe knows, look, I haven't got the waft of some of the other drivers, so I have to drive a certain way. And I was speaking to Harrison Whittingham, who, again, had some choice words with Harrison Crowther, and they said, look, you know, he is where he is. He had a great qualifying. He's got to do what he's got to do to stay up there. In the wet, that Coles Racing kart is absolutely ballistic. In the dry, it's quick, but it's not race-winning quick in the dry. So Crowther has got to drive the wheels off it and occasionally, you know, do things that, you know, in an ideal world, he wouldn't want to do them, but he's got to try and do them without, and Keir Garrity's listening, without over-defending and incurring the wrath of the stewards. There's Cole Denham, the closer. The closer's had a quiet Kartmasters so far, and he's lost a place there to Brandon Truman. But again, there's the Evolution Racing team. Once again, the number 37, Jack Baker. Such an impressive outing.
Yeah. The gap at the front of the field is coming down, though, Henry.
Okie dokie.
Go on.
Henry, what happened to the interview? Piers Pryor, you had one job. Oh dear, no. That's Adam Wooden out of the race. And
there's a bit of a cross-eyed KR there.
Yes, it is. I'm glad the spectators are having a snooze.
Movement. Jack Baker has made his way to the front of that little group. Looks like Brandon Truman has been shuffled backwards. There's more shuffling side to side as Lizzie Mentier is getting involved as well. And up the inside is the 155. Eli Baden, after nearly not starting this race, is getting well inside the top 10.
Oliver Smith in the number 38 Coles Racing car up at the 6th position. So, Lewis Goff leads, Harrison Crowther second, and again, Crowther having to defend, and now he's pulled away. Jack Baker, Brandon Truman. So this is the battle on your screen for 3rd place. Eli Baden is having a proper day. He is really shot up the order. Where was he in the points?
Eli Baden is having a good one.
He's having a good one. He was 26th in points coming into today, and he is racing his way into the main event automatically as things stand. But as we know, things can change in a hurry. Tony Kart's driver walking off to the side of the circuit.
Let me see when we get to the middle sector.
Aras Majewskis,
yes,
the Lithuanian driver. Now there is still a yellow light under the bridge,
which means it's gone now.
Oh, it's gone now.
It's gone now.
Just before 5-second penalty for Josh Turnbull.
He's in currently 10th position and set the fast lap on that last lap. So Josh Turnbull, if things finished as they were, Josh Turnbull 6 seconds off the lead. That would be 11.1. Oh dear. That puts him down to 22nd position.
Yeah, and that's not good now. There's someone going high, wide, and handsome. And defensive manoeuvrings. This is Cole Denham now making his way forward, passing Brandon Truman. This is the part of the race you'd normally expect to see Cole Denham start making moves. We call him the closer because for 2 years in Honda Cadet, and then in 2022, and then last year in Minimax, if there was a big battle going into the last lap and Cole Denham was involved in it, he would find a way to close out the victory. So
it's a skill of the driver to be able to do that. And there are drivers that are exceptionally good at it.
Yes.
I mean, drivers generally a lot more experienced. I think Gus Lawrence, an example of that, generally comes off pretty well in hacks, even without potentially without having to hack people out of the way, goes through well. And Cole Denham, another one of those drivers. Joshua Turnbull once again setting the fast lap of the race, but he's going to need to continue doing that to offset the deficit that he will have after this race.
Looking at the thing, 5-second penalty for driving the 27.
27 is
Josh Turnbull.
We've had that one.
5-second penalty for Corey Fowler.
Corey Fowler is currently in 20 seconds. That'll put him pretty much the last of the runners. No, that is Baden. I jinxed him. That's the commentator's curse, Henry.
Well,
I had said he was having a good one.
Yep.
And he's having a bad one.
Oh dear, Eli. Well, okay, all is not lost. I think this is his first heat of the day, so he may have another race later on. So that could be it's not necessarily a disaster. It's not suboptimal, but not a disaster.
Warning for Theo Palmer as well, potentially involved in something to do with that. As we see up the inside, a late lunge in turn 1 for the 55, who is at Brandon Truman, who's continuing to push on.
Here's Cole Denham holding off the number 141 kart of Lloyd Hare. We are, the clock has struck 0. There's an investigation into Lloyd Hare. And now Lloyd Hare has got the number 27 Dan Holland racing kart of Joshua Turnbull to contend with. It's getting a bit touchy for what is now 4th position. Jack Baker is up the road, so it's now Denham in 4th, 5th for Turnbull, 6th for Hare, 7th for Truman, Mentier is 8th, there's Jack West, Kai Clark is rounding out the top 10 in the number 67 KR Sports entry. But meanwhile, Lewis Goff, 4th, 15 points at the start of the day, is sailing away to victory. And Lewis had a bit of a fraught day yesterday with a number of in-race penalties, nose cone penalty, I think nose cone penalty as well, but certainly a couple of in-race penalties scuppered his chances yesterday, but he's fighting back well today. And disappointment for Lucas Blanford. the privateer driver on the X-Kart. I think it's on the X-Kart. The number 59, it's a Cosmic. Sorry, he normally drives the Ultimate R, does Lucas Branford, but I think he's entering as a privateer this weekend. So, final lap, Lewis Goff leads Harrison Crowther, and Crowther certainly showing an extra turn of speed today than he did yesterday when conditions were dry. Third place, another great result for Australia's Jack Baker. And then we have Cole Denham comes across the line in fourth. Turnbull is fifth. Sixth for Hare. Seventh for Truman. Oh, this hand gestures left, right and centre further back in the pack. Who was that in the number 14 car? I think it was Aidan Mitchell. No, it was Riley Sims-Ezard in the number 142 kart that was didn't look too impressed at the end of that race. But Lewis Goff, Harrison Crowther, Jack Baker, your top three, 28 finishers. Now, we didn't see one to Daniel Bridgen, the Praga kart entry, out again. I'm not even sure if Daniel Bridgen's finished a race this week. That Praga looks very smart, but it's not completing all the laps. Here is your provisional results. Lewis Goff beats Harrison Crowther by 0.4 of a second. Jack Baker 3 seconds back in third, and then another 5-second gap to Cole Denham in fourth. Josh Turnbull, Lloyd Hare, Brandon Truman, Lizzie Mentier, Kai Clark, and Jack West are the top 10. Jacob Woods, Eli Baden, Albie Lapper, and Albie's grandparents, we've got Danny Barber is here, but Albie's other grandparents have come all the way from the Isle of Wight to watch Albie race, and he finishes 13th. And then Jake Blewett, I'm not gonna crack. I've seen some great stuff. William Archer is 15th. Joe Anderson is 16th. Harry Freeman 17th. Oliver Smith, Isabella Stanswell Wilson, the top 20 for Isabella. Well done. Then it's Corey Fowler, Eva Morris, Rhys Owen, Theo Palmer, Ellis Bell, Shane Chandaria, Aidan Mitchell, and Nathan Cappan. Riley Sims-Ezard, Lucas Branford made it to finish, so did Adam Wooden, Aris Miaskis, Daniel Bridgen, and once again, Riley Cranham. Piers Pryor down in the pit lane, and then I'm going to have to compose myself because we're going to show you the funniest picture I've ever seen in the world. Piers, over to you.
I can't wait for that photo, but in the meantime, we're going to chat to our winner, Lewis Goff. Lewis, another good result.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just on fire this weekend. It's like the first race I've actually led and actually drove off from people. I mean, I think we all did a good job together, the team.
Absolutely brilliant job, no doubt about that, but it wasn't plain sailing.
No, not at the start as well, but it was just a massive hack basically, but I just got the best position straight away and just kept calm from there.
Lewis, congratulations on that one. I'm going to hopefully grab a word with Harrison Crowther. Harrison, yeah, I'm going to quick... Oh, hang on, I think there's a bit of a discussion going on here between Crowther and Turnbull. Let's grab a word with Harrison Crowther. He's coming over now. I can't tell if this is a friendly discussion or not. Harrison, second place on the road there. Just talk to us about the race from your perspective.
It was a bit of a scrappy start, obviously, with everyone defending. But then me and Lewis, we got a bit of a gap because someone behind started defending and we just got away. It was a good race with Lewis, obviously. I think we were doing the same times almost every lap. But my kart didn't really come on to the last 2 laps, so I couldn't make it a scrap for you lot to watch.
It would have been good to watch. I'm sure that'll happen later on. Is there anything you could do to the kart to make it just that little bit better?
I think we just need to up the tyre pressures a bit because it was like the kart was understeering till like the last 2 laps. We started. I think I started closing in on Lewis a bit on the last 2 laps. You might have been able to see that on the timings or no. But other than that, it was a good race, good haul of points.
Absolutely, putting yourself in a good position for the final. Yeah,
it's just because I don't think Bartle. He had a good heat. He was 4th. Lewis is in the running for pole. There's a lot of people that could be pole for this pre-final, so it'd be interesting to see later.
Very competitive indeed. Thanks very much for catching up with us, Harrison. Right, Henry, what's this photo?
You'll have to wait and see. You will have to wait and see. Meanwhile, here is the starting lineup for the next race It is Senior X30. Royal Princess Motorsport. I am trying to figure out how many girls we got racing. Don't panic. Harry Platten, Air Force One, will lead Marcus Luzio to the start of this one. Macaulay Bishop and Gus Lawrence go for row 2. Caden McQueen and Keir Garrity are on row 3. Gabriel Stilp and his cousin Oliver Stilp on row number 4. On row number 5, Jack Cox and David Marshall, then Henry Gregory and Tiger Dixon, Luke Taylor and Dayton Coulthard, Harry Cottrell and Tristan Powell. Alistair Cresswell and Joel Hull go for row number 9, all Tim Wilson Motorsports, row 9. Rashan Chigarimbo and Charlie Morrison-Jones round out the top 20. Kuiho Lee, Morgan Hill, Saka Al-Mashirji and Daniel Archer are on row number 12, followed by Josh Palfreyman, Micah Taylor, Eden Spanswick, CJ Bennett, Katie Ashman, Harrison Morrow, Freddie Housley, Peter Jurovic. That's your top 32. Jack Nettleship is at the back. There are 3 girls in Senior X30. They're not all in this race. So let's have a look. I know Danny, it's not actually, he's not the same with that Mr. Excitement giving it large to Gus. Bring back Reggie Dewey. Yes, I'll stand on that. Here we go into the tram lines. Harry Platten and Marcus Luzio. Lights are out. Somebody is stalled coming out of the final corner. The rest of the field head through the Bruno Ferrari S's and out onto the bowl, the banking. And it's Luzio leading. So a good start from the outside of row number 1 for Marcus Luzio. Down the hill towards hairpin number 1. I'm trying to see which cart struggled to get away at the back. I think it might have been Daniel Archer, the M Sport entry, who has not come back. Oh, and there's go-karts going slowly. There is the number 99. That is Daniel Archer, the M Sport kart going slowly. But it's Platten leading, it's Luzio leading Platten, Lawrence, and then Macaulay Bishop and Kian Garrity. I know that Thomas Fleming. Now, we mentioned the naughty cutback, so Thomas Fleming is our official adjudicator of the naughtiest of naughty cutbacks. Fleming, so Thomas, on naughty cutback watch, you are. And speaking of which, there's Tiger Dixon making a move.
Yeah, Henry, I missed the first half of the first lap. Talk me through what's happened.
Go-karts went under the bridge and lots of them overtook each other. We were 3 wide and Marcus Luzio went around the outside of Harry Platten to take the race lead.
He's had a couple of nice moves in that corner today, hasn't he? And it'll be good to see Marcus Luzio, as Tom Fleming says, Mr. GB3 himself. Of course, last weekend is in GB3 at Silverstone, so he's getting some car racing in as well as his karting schedule and also Kartmasters, so a busy man behind the wheel. And through on both Kian Garrity and Stilp goes Macaulay Bishop.
Yes, I was going to say, Reggie Dewey might not be here to ruffle Gus Lawrence's feathers. Welcome to X30, Macaulay Bishop. I think that we could probably say, oh my goodness me, Gabriel Stilp trying to go up the inside, and here's Gus Lawrence probably sensing Gabriel Stilp and Macaulay Bishop close near him, wanting to escape.
Yeah, I think Gus Lawrence is probably potentially most wary of those two. Of course, Macaulay Bishop absolutely does not leave a gap unfilled.
Yes, and even when the gap is closing, he has a tendency to have a go.
And Gabriel Stilp also is very good at filling a gap, should there be one, or whether he needs to invent one. A very, very hard race. Oh, Henry Gregory looking up the inside of Kian Garrity, and because that was unsuccessful, the 1-4-2 of Caden McQueen has made his way through. That was almost like a rhyme there, Henry.
If I'm being quiet, it's because I'm busy just for Royal Princess Motorsports. I am trying to calculate the number of female competitors that we have this week.
Well, while you do that, I'll talk about the move for the lead, which is Gus Lawrence going up the inside of turn 1 of Marcus Luzio. Gus Lawrence, that last lap, was absolutely rapid. 7/10 faster than our race leader, Marcus Luzio. 57.0 from Lawrence and a 57.7 from Luzio. So it looks like Luzio lacking a bit of pace at this stage of the race, wondering whether he's just not quite got the kart that he wants underneath him, or whether his tyre pressures are going to come on later, or maybe they've gone off already. If they've gone off already, he's got a whole world of pain to come. But Gabriel Stilp has made his way past Harry Platten. Gabriel Stilp clearly has some decent pace at this stage of the race as well. We mentioned yesterday, Stilp actually looked like he was struggling a little bit for pace on Thursday morning, but has turned things around. Stilp, the driver that did various F4 championships last year or the year before, has had a little bit of sabbatical and has come back and proving that he is still the driver that he once was in karting in the senior category now, because we've seen most of Gabriel Stilp's racing in juniors. He was second here in 22.
Yes.
Of course, two-time International Junior X30 winner.
Only driver in history to win the Miami World Finals twice as a junior. That is the 74 car, Luke Taylor from Premium Karting, out of the race.
Tell you what, this group for second down to Cian Geraghty in sixth is certainly coming together, because the fastest on that last lap was Cian Geraghty, 56.6. Wow. That was fast lap of the race. Certainly the slowest in this leading bunch is Marcus Luzio at this stage. His last lap was almost 6-7 tenths slower than the rest of the group. So unfortunately, I think Luzio is just going to fall foul to just a slight lack of overall pace at this stage. Well, maybe I'll catch up with him after the race if he stays in this lead group. But we're concentrating the battle now between the zero plate and former GP winner in this category, Harry Platten, and the number 68, Macaulay Bishop, who we saw out just a few moments ago, senior X30, claiming second place. But we've seen the double duty drivers not always immediately on pace, because the X30 seniors and the Rotax seniors, although the lap times are fairly comparable, the karts must be driven ever so slightly differently.
Okay, for Royal Princess Motorsports, whose 5-year-old daughter is asking, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 young ladies racing.
11 young ladies, unfortunately none of which are in this battle, but it's turning into a bit of a scrap here, because Cian Geraghty was at the back of this group. He's now right behind Macaulay Bishop, made his way past both Luzio and Platten. And now joining the party is the PF plate of Henry Gregory and Caden McQueen. Caden McQueen drops a little bit further back. Was he higher than that at one point?
He was. And Cian Geraghty, you've got to remember, just a few races ago, Cian Geraghty was involved in that huge accident with Liam Hartley, the Battenberg flag. So he's jumped out of the kart. Well, he's almost without wanting to.
Yes.
And then, so whatever bumps and bruises he's got to strap himself straight back in. Lawrence and Stilp, yes. Game on, round 2. Ding, ding.
Yes, we have a race on our hands. For those who maybe didn't tune in yesterday,
yes,
Gus Lawrence yesterday was very, very fast. One of our favourite drivers, as we see Geraghty going up the inside of Bishop. But let's have a look for Gus Lawrence, the number 1 plate. In the first race, he got a 4th place. In the second, qualifying 4th place, he had a 30 in his first heat, and that was because young Mr. Stilp went for a move. Am I looking at the wrong driver?
Yeah, Gus Lawrence qualified on pole, won the first heat race.
Yes, that was it. 31st in the second, because on the bridge,
territorial dispute.
Gabriel Stilp went for a move. There was side-to-side interaction, and unfortunately both of them ended up off the road. Gus Lawrence in the barrier, and effectively that ended both of their results in terms of a good result. They finished the race.
That's close. Henry Gregory getting squeezed wide there. Greg's on legs, was almost Greg's in the barriers, but the PF plate for Vismo International.
Caden McQueen making his way up the inside as well, or was he defending? I think he might have actually been defending from the 14 of Morrison Jones. And Oliver Stilp, the other Stilp in this race, just making his way through on Morrison Jones. So at the moment, top 10. Lawrence and Stilp separated by just under 4/10 of a second in the intermediate classification. Oh no, the bumper on the 14 has come loose with only 2 minutes to go. Maybe we'll just cut away from that, so maybe the stewards don't see it, so that he can finish this race, because it is unfortunate when that happens. It's not normally anyone's fault. It's just a fact of life, unfortunately.
Yeah,
bumpers fall off.
We do have a question. I'm embarrassed to ask this question. Soren Gallagher in Minimax for the Sam Pollock Racing Team.
Yeah.
Scottish driver.
Scottish. Oh no, the 34 is out of the race and has got some tyre marks on his head. So I imagine he's gone in pretty hard, that tyre barrier, which is on the exit of the Mick corner.
There's Caden McQueen making a move. Soren Gallagher, that may be 12. I'm not sure. Soren, boy's name or girl's name?
Don't ask me.
So I haven't met Soren in the paddock yet this week, so I can't confirm that, and I hate saying it because I should do my research. But
you can go with a day for
287 drivers. I think I've seen 286 of them. Soren Gallagher being the 287th. I'll go and speak to someone from Sam Pollock Racing. If Soren Gallagher, oh dear, there's a defunct Birrell ART.
Yes. Just updating on the lead battle, stabilised at about half a second. Looks like Gabriel still can't quite just get within the toe to bring him onto the back of Gus Lawrence, or potentially Gus Lawrence has found a second win. But faster than both of our leaders was, and fastest on that last lap of pretty much anyone I can see other than Caden McQueen, was Keane Geraghty, a 56.43. McQueen a bit further down to 56.40. So those are the two fastest karts on circuit as it stands at this stage. Potentially Geraghty might have just enough, no, not quite enough to catch the front two, I don't think. So that's good damage limitation for Geraghty as well, because if I remember rightly, Geraghty also didn't have a stress-free day, whereas Keane Geraghty, 73. Oh no, he did. He had a good. Oh, I'm thinking of his Rotax.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm getting confused,
it's been,
Henry.
up and down in Rotax. I know we're watching the battle, and that was Lucio with his wheel in the air, chasing down Plattons. This is the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Lawrence is 0.6 of a second in front of Gabriel Stilp. So in Senior X30, there are 3 lady drivers, Katie Ashman, Ella Stevens, and Natalia Dabek. In Waterstrip Restricted, you've got Atika Mir, the Queen of Kashmir.
We're going to have to come back to that, Henry, because we've got a battle that's going on, and side by side, helping off the road from Caden McQueen on Lucio. So Lucio's gone down, and there's more side-by-side rubbing with Lucio and the 43 of Oliver Stilp. Oliver Stilp makes his way up the inside of Bobby Game. Lucio trying to hang it around the outside of Bobby Game. That's not going to work, and he loses another place to Gregory. So Lucio unfortunately selecting reverse on this lap due to no real fault of his own. But now the battle is between Caden McQueen and Platten. I imagine Caden McQueen is going to have a pop up the inside very, very shortly. Whether it's under the bridge, Platten blocks.
Nope. He's going to try going the undercut, the crossover. Thomas Fleming, any naughty undercuts there? No, not quite.
No, and Oliver Stilp getting involved here is Gregory actually forced Stilp off line, so that's going to hurt his exit off the bridge. And now defending is Platten, the 0 plate with the green highlighted helmet in the front of shot. Round the outside, can Caden McQueen go? I imagine Platten's probably not going to allow that to happen.
No, Platten had that covered.
Yeah, these two seem to get on pretty well off circuit. Yesterday, Platten picked up McQueen's kart for him when I was interviewing him, so whether that will happen again after this race remains to be seen. But McQueen with the cutback, that was a naughty cutback on the exit there, second hairpin, and McQueen makes his way through into third.
In Thomas Fleming's accent, naughty cutback.
I need to leave.
Okay. Oh, he's Knox doesn't like you, ladies and gentlemen, it's because he's got to go and do the interviews. He's going to go and interview Gus Lawrence, because Gus Lawrence, okay, here we go. Gene will be fuming. Right. Royal Princess Motorsport. Here we go. As you watch the order of the... Waterswift Restricted, the Queen of Kashmir, Atika Mir from India. In Waterswift, Shukmani Kira from the UK. In Micromax, Ava Lawrence from the United Arab Emirates. We're not sure about Soren Gallagher. In Junior Rotax, Eva Morris, Lizzie Mentier, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. In Senior Rotax from Lebanon, Stephanie Hobika. And Stephanie is the only all-female crew. Jess Matthews is her mechanic. So there's female driver, female mechanic. There's only one all-female crew. In Junior X30, Maisie Creed. And in, I think that's all of it. Yes, so that's every class, apart from Minimax, has got a female competitor. There you go, Royal Princess. Gus Lawrence, by 0.8 second over Gabriel Stilp. Keane Geraghty bounces back from his incident in Rotax earlier on to finish third. Macaulay Bishop takes fourth. Then, after that real big bun fight, Caden McQueen, who Royal Princess's favourite driver, because it sounds like Lightning McQueen. He finishes fifth. Then it is Harry Platten, followed by Marcus Lutzio, Alistair Cresswell, Oliver Stilp and Charlie Morrison-Jones. Henry Gregory, Tiger Dixon, Jack Nettleship for the back of the grid up to 13th, and Korea's Kuyo Lee are next. Tristan Powell, Micah Taylor, Josh Palfreyman, Jack Cox, Harry Cottrell, Dayton Coulthard, David Marshall, Morgan Hill, Eden Spanswick, Rashon Chikarimbo, Katie Ashman, Peter Jurovic and Freddie Housley. CJ Bennett, Harrison Morrow, Daniel Archer, Sak Alamasherji, Joel Ho and Luke Taylor are is the full finishing order. Thomas Fleming, is there a cutback of the week trophy? I don't know. Should we ask Piers Pryor? Piers Pryor down in the pit lane. Flemdog wants to know, is there a cutback of the week trophy? It's going to be especially naughty. So Piers, answer the question. Is there a cutback of the week trophy, Piers? No.
Truthfully, I don't know, but we can have a competition. But anyway, well, yeah, no for now. Cian Geraghty, I wanted to grab a word with Cian because you had, or involved in an almighty shunt just about 15 minutes ago, and then you've pulled it out back to third. So a bit of a juxtaposition there.
Yeah, so just half hour ago I was involved in that big crash. The cart's pretty much written off for Rotax now. But yeah, managed to reset and go again in the next 30. Luckily I wasn't too injured.
Yeah, first of all, are you okay? And also, is Mr. Hartley okay as well?
Yeah, I think he's okay. Yeah, I'm not too bad, just like a bit winded and whatever, but nothing too bad.
Didn't help the speed because for points in that race, I think you were the fastest on the road. I don't think you got the fastest lap in the end, but not too far away from the front two, and third place is a good result for yourself.
Yeah, a bit of a scrap for third in the middle, so I couldn't quite get to the leaders at the end, so just calm down, save the tyre, think of the long run for tomorrow, really.
Thanks for chatting to us, Cian. We'll let you debrief. I'm hoping to grab a word with Gabriel still, because we haven't chatted to Gabriel quite yet. Gabriel, are you okay for a quick chat? Gabriel, first time we've had a chance to chat this weekend. Back in karts once again. Pace seemed very good in that one.
Yeah, pace was definitely good at the start. I think it was a bit too high on pressures or a bit on setup. Just dropped off towards the end, but kart feels really good.
Excellent. Of course, you were starting to catch Gus, and then just that bubble of about half a second. Yeah. Couldn't break it.
No, I just couldn't break it. Obviously, he's very good round here, so he's going to be hard to beat, but it's all about Sunday, so yeah.
Absolutely all about Sunday. And also, of course, unfortunately, yourself and Gus had a coming together yesterday. Is it all clean slate today?
Yeah, definitely. After the shirts, we shook each other's hands, said it was all good. So, yeah, just back to normal.
Back to normal. Close racing, hard racing. Also good because, of course, that incident yesterday hurt your intermediate classification. One more heat. Have you got one more heat today?
Yeah, one more heat today. I was 19th in classification after yesterday, but yeah, hoping to bring not score so many points today.
A 2 will help with that. Gabriel, I'll let you go and chill out, so get ready for your next heat. That's Senior X30. I'm pretty sure my hit rate has been terrible, so I'm pretty sure it's water striff restricted next. Henry, am I correct?
You are correct, Piers. Now, the competition earlier was won. The pigeon nesting under the bridge is officially called Anthony Jordan. We can now officially show you there is Anthony Jordan, the official PFI pigeon. Oh, great. There we go. Now, back to the go-karting, ladies and gentlemen. It is water strip restricted. Piers was correct. Here is your starting lineup. Oscar Kenny and Daniel Ferguson share the front row of the grid. Alf Davidson and James Roots go from row number 2. Mason Hibbert and Alessandro Salas go from row number 3. Chester Fawkes and Joshua Cook start on row number 4. Attica Mia and Reggie Chandler start on row number 5. Then it's Finley Bedford and Hugo Williamson, Harry Fable and Harry Chapman, with George Greaves rounding out the starters. Yes, that was a win. That photo is a win, win, win. Anthony Jordan, the pigeon. Oh, I can't wait to tell him. He's abusive. Anthony Jordan's been abusing me. He gets the CIK FIA job, and he's out in Sweden being abusive to his old pal. So he's now got a pigeon named after him. There we go. Revenge is a dish best served with feathers, I think, is the here we go. We're going to have an anagram coming up very shortly as well. At the end of this race, at the end of this lap, we are going to go racing now. It's Oscar Kenny who takes the lead now. Oh, he does it. He's a slow start. Oh, he gets sandwiched 3 wide going through the first corner. Kenny was slow away. And he's not had a great day. He's tucked into... Well, Mason Hibbert's made another great start. It is Daniel Ferguson who leads the way as they head down towards hairpin number 1. Chester Forks trying to go around the outside. Now, Piers Pryor joins you back in the commentary box. I'm just going to show you that. Yes. Thank you very much. I'll just leave that there for you. That's
the first I've seen of that, and that is excellent. Who did that?
Someone with someone with an Alpha logo on their shot.
Brilliant. Also, wasn't I missing?
We have shown that on the commentary cam. We have shown the view in public.
That really broke you earlier, didn't it? Genuinely broken.
Genuinely, that's the only time I've ever literally broken on live commentary. I've been doing this job. First commentated on a race in 2005.
Wow.
And that's the first time I have, oh my goodness. I mean, I've broken down a couple of times, but not through laughter. But when somebody just said, just call a pigeon Anthony Jordan, that was me finished.
Who was it? Who was it?
Danny.
Danny
Danny.
Just Danny. Excellent job, Danny.
A mind so great, he doesn't need a second name.
It's like Adele. Or Madonna.
Exactly.
Danny.
Danny.
Anyway, racing. Sorry, we keep doing this, Henry.
Go-karting, yes. Daniel Ferguson holding off Mason Hibbert. Now, Hibbert made another great start. Can he maintain that pace?
Yeah.
Now,
he had a great start in the race this morning, and then shuffled his way backwards. Whether it was oh no,
a lot of
no, we've started it, Henry. We've done it again.
No, I mean Hibbert. He's just out of Bambinos. Last year he was racing in a Bambino, so.
That's impressive.
Faster karts, longer races. Well, not longer races, but we don't run Bambinos at Kartmasters. It does take a little while.
Oh yes.
These drivers, when they move up a class, they can do a couple of fast laps. Then it's putting together like 10 fast laps.
Yes.
Putting together 10 fast laps, and also with the racecraft now. This is the last Water Swift restricted heat of the day. So,
what does that mean for us?
It means at the moment, Alfie Davidson, I call him Anthony Davidson there, no. Alfie Davidson would currently have 2 points, although he's just taken the race lead. So, can he hold on and complete a clean sweep? Daniel Ferguson will be second on the grid for the pre-final.
Here we
go. There
is
the standings. It's Alfie Davidson at 0 points. A clean sweep so far for Davidson. So he is, well, unless he retires and finishes last, then Alfie Davidson is going to be starting the pre-final from pole position. Mason Hibbert in second. He'll be starting fourth. You can see the point standings on your screen. Fast lap for Alfie Davidson. It's a long weekend, but, can you see past Alfie Davidson as a winner in this class? It's going to be very, very tricky indeed.
It is. He's just been on absolutely outstanding form this weekend. He's had a couple of easy wins. He's had an easy win. He's had some more difficult wins. He seems like he's got it covered in every situation, but as you've just said, Henry, still a long way to go. We've still got, this is the last heat. We've still got a pre-final, and then it all comes down to the one race final, which is the thing about Kartmasters. You can win you can be fast in every practice session. You can be pole in every qualifying. You can win every heat. You can win the pre-final even. You can start on pole. You could lead every lap other than the last lap.
Exactly.
It's whoever comes over the final lap of the final race in first gets the GP plate. Doesn't matter what goes before.
Yeah, and you can lead every lap, but you won't be leading every lap but dominating. It's impossible.
Especially in the Water Swift restricted class.
Yes, in all classes. I don't think we've ever seen a dominant pull-away winner in any. Well, very, very rarely. Chester Forks, good move from Chester Forks at the inside of Daniel Ferguson for third place out on the banking. As we cross the bridge, head through turn number 4, down the hill, it's Davidson. still leading Hibbert. And then it is Fawkes up to third, Ferguson down to fourth. Oscar Kenny, he just hasn't been able to translate that pole position into good finishes today, although he has so far doing a lot better than what he did in the first heat today, when he had a spin on the last lap and dropped down to about 14th position.
That was a little sniff for the lead there from Mason Hibbert in second place. Couldn't quite get it done. He did have a look at the inside of the Fullerton S's, but you kind of need to be alongside before you go in for a move, especially in these cadet and inter classes. In the juniors and seniors, you can throw it up the inside because it's more of a braking zone. You arrive at a higher speed, but in these junior classes, the main late braking opportunities is into the hairpins.
Yes. There is Kenny pushing Ferguson along as they head under the bridge, out onto the bowl. It was last year, it was the banking. I mean, 2 years ago it was Uncle Tyrone's banking, then it was the banking, now it's the bowl.
Who started that?
I have no idea. That was new to me this year.
The bowl.
Yes.
Well, it has got some liquid in the bottom, so it's like when you finish your cereal, you know, there's a little bit of milk in the middle.
I mean, I wouldn't want to drink out of the bottom of the bowl.
I wouldn't recommend it. No, that's for certain.
Well, it's a pigeon. It's Anthony Jordan's bathtub. The pigeon. That's really. Oh dear.
Oh, let's move the subject away from Anthony Jordan's bathtub, shall we?
Yes, please do.
Yes.
There's Chester Fawkes again. Talk about what a tough cookie. Who's Keane Garrity getting back in the car. Chester Fawkes, you may remember, it was him and Oscar Kenny coming together in the last heat. Kenny bouncing over the second curb at the Fullerton S's, and that just bounced him into Chester Fawkes, who then bounced in the air and bounced nose first into the tyre barriers.
Yes, that was suboptimal.
Yes, but he got out of the cart, pushed the cart back on the track and carried on racing. Well, he brought the cart into a tyre. And now we've moved our camera position on the bowl. And I think this is a much better camera angle because you see how there's two distinct apexes on the banking. It's not just a standard sort of like cookie cutter, circle. You've got an early you've got an early sharp curve. And there's our Davidson passing Mason Hibbert for the race lead. Repassing, sorry, yes.
Yes, but you're saying about the new camera angle. I do like it. I think it really shows also the speed of that corner because when you look directly on, it doesn't look that quick. It's a very, very fast corner, actually. I've never driven a cadet around PFI, but I imagine you barely even brake. In the seniors, we used to have a little rub on the brake and then basically flat on the power at the middle of the apex, and then you're flat out all the way up the hill.
So, tell me, senior X30 drivers, what are you doing going into the bowl?
Well, you're going flat out under the bridge. Well, in a senior, from what I remember from a couple of years ago, flat out through here, flat out through here, which they will be in these as well. Take the curve to open up the corner, brake now, and then back on the power before the apex. It's a real dip in the apex. You want to load the cart up in there, and I imagine it's very similar in these waterproof restrictors, but you're scrubbing off a little bit less speed because the top speed of these junior karts, understandably, is not the same as a senior X30 because these drivers are between the ages of 8 and 11.
Yes, it's but still a fairly hefty speed. I'm just having a...
please, Henry, you hydrate yourself while I talk everyone through the battle that is still ongoing for the lead. Alfie Davidson, Mason Hibbert and Chester Fawkes. Davidson in the orange and blue fusion colours there, the number 46, closely followed by is it the ORM? It is the Oliver Rowland Motorsport, Mason Hibbert, and then Chester Fawkes in third place.
Yes.
And then we're also looking at Davidson once again. Davidson, unfortunately... Davidson?
That's the 46 of Davidson, who's going to be perfect score. So, we've got a minute to go. At the moment, Alfie Davidson is perfect. But look at now. This is the closest race in terms of the gaps between first and, I'd say, eighth. 8 drivers, and look at the back. Look at the back of this little group. There's little Reggie Chandler has tagged on to the back of this group in kart 47. He's on the Falcon shot. Oh my goodness me! Mason Hibbert's thrown it away.
He lost it himself.
He lost it himself. He went in too deep, spun the kart, reversed through the barriers. And that is game over for Mason Hibbert. It means that Davison now only has Chester Fawkes behind him. That means that Joshua Cook will go up into third. So Mason Hibbert was 5th in the standings. That's going to drop him down. Here comes Oscar Kenny. There's Alessandro Salas. And Reggie Chandler is up into 7th position. James Roots is 8th, Harry Chapman 9th, Attica Mia runs in 10th. But that incident has blown the pack wide open. Now we get back to Attica Mia. Behind Attica Mia is Harry Favel. Then Mason Hibbert now down to 12th. Hugo Williamson, George Greaves and Finley Bedford in 13th, 14th and 15th place. They're having a great scrap as well. Off the bridge, down the hill towards hairpin number 1. Kenny chasing Ferguson. Ferguson moves out to defend, going into hairpin 2. This is the final lap of the final heat race in Water Swift Restricted. Ferguson again checking over his shoulder into Bobby Game corner. Alfie Davidson, meanwhile, will complete a clean sweep. 4 heat wins out of 4. It has been perfect so far for the Fusion Motorsport driver. Chester Fawkes finishes P2, and with that, Chester elevates himself to 5th in the point standings. Daniel Ferguson finishes 3rd, and he will start the pre-final alongside Alfie Davidson on the front row of the grid. Here we go. A provisional look at the results. Alfie Davidson and Chester Fawkes 1 and 2. Daniel Ferguson 3rd. Oscar Kenny is 4th. Josh Cook is 5th. Alessandro Salas and Reggie Chandler round out the top 7. Great results for Reggie. James Roots, Harry Chapman and Attica Mia in the top 10. Harry Favel, Mason Hibbert, George Greaves and his Good Times Racing buddy Hugo Williamson 14th. Finley Bedford rounds out the top 15. That is the end of the Water Swift Restricted. A brief look at the points. Anthony Davidson, 0 points. Alfie Davidson, 0 points, sorry. Daniel Ferguson, 13. Joshua Cook, 17. James Roots, 21. Chester Fawkes, 23. Oscar Kenny, 28. Mason Hibbert, 32. Attica Mia, 33. That is your provisional front 4 rows of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow morning. But Piers Pryor, for the final time, what do you want to say to the Water Swift Restricted drivers?
Well, I think it would be good to have a chat to Alfie Davidson, because it's very rarely do we have a winner 4 out of 4. Alfie, let's come and have a chat again. Alfie, I chatted to you after the race this morning and you said hopefully we can do it again. 4 out of 4, you must be over the moon.
Yeah, we're over the moon with that. Well, we'll be starting P1 for the pre-final, which we're happy with, because if we're starting anywhere else, we can still get to the front, but we're still starting near the front. So. And
the pace was still excellent in that one. You nearly, you tried to pull away from the 2 behind, nearly managed it a couple of times. Unfortunately, the slipstream just kept them in touch, but still, you won the race in the end.
Yeah, we won the race, so we're over the moon with it.
Absolutely, I bet you are, and we'll let you go and, well, probably not change much on the kart because it's going pretty well. Let's also grab a word. Why don't we grab a word with the E-plate, Oscar Kenny. Oscar, are you happy to have a quick chat? Oscar, the E-plate, that was a good race for you, 4th place in the end.
Yeah.
Happy with that? How was it for you in the kart?
Yeah, I was happy. Obviously, we had a bit of a power issue earlier in the day, but we found it back now.
You found it better, and that means you're in a good position for the pre-finals tomorrow then?
Yeah, I think we'll be on top 3 rows, so it's just make a couple of positions.
And then what can you do from there?
I think it's just straight in, and then have a good battle.
Full attack. I like the sound of that. And also, let's grab a word with some of our other top 3 drivers. Why don't we grab a word with Daniel Ferguson. Daniel, let's have a quick chat. You're 3rd place on the road. Are you happy with that? How was it for you?
Well, I'm okay happy. I thought I could have won, but just didn't get the starts I wanted. I was up the road. They caught me mainly because of a toe, and they overtook me, and I couldn't really they made a small gap and it just went. It's hard to keep up without a toe. So
It is. I can see you're disappointed, but can you go better tomorrow?
yeah, I think I can go better tomorrow and hopefully win.
But still, third place is a good result for you. You still get third, so good effort. Let's grab some more drivers while you've got the chance. Who else wants to have a chat? Come over, Chester. Chester, always good to chat to you. Chester, second place in that one. Not quite enough.
It was really close. Me and Mason just battled a bit, and then it let Alfie break away. So then I tried to close him up at the end, but I don't think there was enough time left.
Yeah, not quite enough time. Alfie, of course, won all 4 races, so he goes into the final with 0. He'll be on pole position. But, as we know, it doesn't matter where you finish the intermediate classification, does it?
No, I think it's like wherever you finish in the pre-final is like a good start for the final, and then if you start on the inside row for the final, you have a better chance of winning it.
So, you're going to be hoping for a good pre-final tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Right, Chester, thank you so much for chatting to us. Also, who have we got here?
Harry Fable.
Harry Fable, you finished in 11th place. How was it for you out there? It's close racing, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it's about that toe really, because at some tracks you need it, sometimes you don't. It depends like how good you are as a driver sometimes, but you can do what you can do. If you push too far, you might lose anything, but at least you're trusting the limits.
Yeah, you're right. The fight's right there, so I'm sure you can have a good go tomorrow. Right, let's have a look at our full Water Swift Inter race coming up in just a second.
Here we go then with the 4th and final Water Swift Inter heat of Kartmasters 2024. Your starting lineup is as follows. Pole position, Austin Newstead in kart number 74 and Austin Gibson on the outside of row number 1. Will Green and Harley Musk on row number 2. George House and Blair Smith on row 3. Freddie Wood and Colby Patterson on row number 4. Row number 5, George Clark and Jarlath Sayer, Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio and Enzo Butterazzi on row number 6. Then it's Max Mason and Mason Brooks, Zedek Babacek and Vinnie Lyons, Callum Graham, Shamani Kieran, Grayson Morley, Oliver Warner, Luca Narroway, Derek Rivera, Nathaniel Hodges, Jensen Ackerman. Then it's Baron Altensoy, Orion Meta, Harry Williams, Zach Champney and Charlie Clough, who is out there this time. So, Anagram Challenge number 3, top of the live chat. Guess this Kartmasters champion. Anagram is Down River Lola. And the drivers are in the tram lines. Lights are not out. So that gives Piers Pryor a chance to run up to the commentary box. And, Motorsport Magpie, you're banned from the chat. I'm joking, Motorsport Magpie. Keep guessing, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, keep guessing. Algorithms, lots of comments coming in. That's why we do these things, to get the chat flowing. So, good luck, Austin Gibson, says Jane Cartledge. Yes. And we'll... Right, as we watch for the second time of asking, the Anthony Jordan pigeon artworks is coming in thick and fast.
Who knew that this would descend into this?
Oh, I mean, it was Kartmasters, it was always going to. Ethan Page, come on, Max Mason. Ethan, you're not in my bad books, only because you got a tyre gamble right and I got it wrong. Okay, love you. Mwah. Max Mason, Ethan Page said, come on, Finny Lyons, and Ollie Warner says Ian Carey. Now Motorsport Magpie, that's it. Down River Lola, that's right. Is it Ollie Oakes or Lewis Hamilton? I'm not sure. Finn Leslie, you'll be here tomorrow. It's not. Is there a top private? I think you mean privateer here. The best privateer in this grid is Enzo Butterazzi.
Here we go. It is Water Swift Heat 4, away we go. And from pole position, Austin Newstead holds the lead at turn 1, and following him through is Will Green in the Jamie Green Racing kart behind him. And stacking up behind, I think in third place, number 77, George House, the inside line, getting a good run.
Oh, somebody at the grass.
Yeah, that is. I couldn't see.
An Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart at the back of the field, either Harry Williams or Charlie Clough. Coming into the start of the day, Zdenek Babacek was your points leader, but the points are going to update themselves very shortly. So, if Waterswift Restricted was a bit of a runaway victory in the heats, in the point standings for Alfie Davison, this class is the absolute antithesis
Change
of it.
for the lead, Henry. We have Will Green to the front of the field.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Finley Lines having a look at the inside, being helped along by the number 11 OMS karting entry of Callum Graham. OMS, I think we're going to base the Paddock show up with OMS tonight because they've got wonderful hospitality.
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 Hostility units.
No, the hostility unit. The hostility unit and the hospitality.
Yes.
So, this morning, Babacek led Sayer, Kira and Newstead. That was your top 4. As things stand, it's now Austin Newstead just 2 points in front of Jarlath Sayer in the standings.
It's very close, isn't it? Considering that, 13 for 13, 15, 19. So a couple of positions could make the difference.
Yes, indeed. Jarlath Sayer at the moment is in 5th position. There he is in kart number 8. The number 38 kart, Freddie Wood, moves past Harley Musk and sets off through the Fullerton S's after the top 3. Anybody else fancy making a guess on Downriver Lola? Course not, because Motorsport Magpie got it within 12 seconds. Cheers, Magpie.
There needs to be a rule, though, for guessing. You can't just name, because Motorsport Magpie's had 3 goes at that.
Well, yeah, because I told him off because basically he spoiled the whole thing. We do these things to get more comments in the live chat, to get interaction with the viewers, because it helps algorithms and stuff.
And also increases the enjoyment of the viewers at home.
Of course. So when Motorsport Magpie just goes whap, bang, 3 seconds afterwards, kind of spoils it. Anyway, I'm only joking, Dave. Here we go. Go-karting. Will Green, Austin Newstead and George House, top 3. George House. So, right, this is for the first time all week, really all season. Austin Newstead, the BMR restart team, he's got a rear gunner. He's got a teammate up at the sharp end to help him. Newstead in the British Championship, it's all Oliver Rowlands and Fusion and Jamie Green Racing, and then, and then just Newstead on his own. Oh, and that's Nathaniel Hodges, privateer driver, running wide. So what can Austin Newstead? How will this impact Austin Newstead there? Yes, places on the dunce hat. No. I'm all for, funny names, but no.
Michael.
No.
Michael.
No.
Co-stinkers.
We're going to delete that because we don't know about that. So be gone. Do comment. Be gone. We're keeping it respectful, and we're keeping it respectful, and we're keeping it karting related. So goodbye, whoever you are. You are not welcome on the live chat. Ta-da! Oh, I like that. Boom. Thank you, Motorsport Magpie. You have redeemed yourself. You may take the dunce cap off. Charlie Longman Racing, can we start engraving the trophy for Mikey? For Mikey Walker now? Well, it's a smart idea. I think we should. Ian Carey gets it. Oliver Rowlands. There we are.
There's a lot of spelling mistakes in Benjamin's message there.
Yep. So again, we do have. It is a bit of a. It is a really good community that we have online. We've got some regular viewers from all over the world. They come in, they watch these kids, family members, the works, and then you get some retard like that comes on. Am I allowed to say that? No, probably not. Anyway, he was. And
Number
he's gone.
8, Jarlath Sayer has made a move on Austin Gibson there. That was a good move up the inside of the first hairpin.
Jarlath Sayer, and that will have an impact on the Standings.
Oh, and as frustrated is the number 8 of Sayer. He's gesticulating, but I don't know who
I don't know why
because he made
the move. Well, he's frustrated because he's 3.5 seconds behind.
He's thinking, what can I do?
Yeah, because Newstead. Right, we'll bring the point standings up as they cross the line at the start of lap number 6.
There you go again.
Yep, there he goes again. So at the moment, Austin Newstead has 13 points. Jarlath Sayer has 14 points. That is so. Jarlath is frustrated because he can't improve on 4th position. Because look at the gap with 4 minutes to go.
Yes, and unless the front 3 instigate the scrap to end all scraps, which I think is unlikely because generally the Water Swift drivers have been pretty well behaved.
Newstead has got his teammate George House sitting behind him. And it is unlikely that George House is going to pass him. And so Austin Newstead can only go one way, that's forward, to try and attack Will Green. So Jarlath Sayer is, again, this is how much these drivers think. We're sitting up here, standing up here, talking about this. The drivers are thinking it whilst driving the cars.
Yeah, and they may even be thinking, Newstead might be thinking, it doesn't matter if I beat Green on the road because Green's going to be down in 3rd regardless. So Austin Newstead will be thinking, I can sit here, my teammate behind me, not being attacked from behind, pushing Will Green away from the rest of the pack. That'll do me absolutely fine. That'll put me in prime pole position for the pre-final, which is where you want to be. Because, again, you don't have to win the pre-final, but if you're in the front of the field, you're less likely to be involved in the scrap that's going to take you out of the race.
Yeah, exactly. You either want to be starting at the front or the back. The middle is the danger zone, the twilight zone, like the Bermuda Triangle, where go-karts can go missing from the leaderboard at any time. So Sayer, now he's in front. Okay, the gap is coming down ever so slightly, but it's irrelevant.
Yeah, well, it would have to come down at 2 seconds a lap. Second and a half a lap, which is not really going to happen.
Overnight points leader Zdeněk Babicek is running 7th. So he is at the back of this pack. Look for the 4th kart in this pack, the Teps racing kart, number 15. It is the 15 no, 35, sorry, my eyesight's gone funny.
I keep getting 7s and 1s mixed up. Oh, move for 3rd place. Jarlath Sayer's going to be even more unhappy with that one. Not because it was a bad move, but because it's going to hurt his table and starting position for that pre-final tomorrow.
Now, luckily, Jarlath still has a 4-point cushion over Will Green, who leads this race, so it could be worse. But, in the final, do you want to be starting the outside row or the inside of the 2nd row? The inside of row 2 or the outside of row 1?
I think that people favour the inside of row 2, but I genuinely don't think there's a huge amount of difference in terms of positioning because we've seen equally people stay around the outside as people go up the inside, but the risk on the outside is higher.
There's the higher risk. So if you're starting at 2nd on the grid, you have got a decent chance of maintaining 2nd. They're evens, but you have to time your start perfectly.
Yes.
So that's pressure. If you're starting on the inside of row 2, all you've got to do is go when the guy in front of you goes.
Or maybe slightly before.
And push them, like Babicek and Colin Patterson are doing there.
Yes.
So it's easier to make a good start. It's not impossible to make a good start from the outside of row 1, but it is easier to make a good start from the inside of row number 2. Let's have a little look. Bod Cole has... Right. I've already banned one person from the chat. Tony Kart Racer's in. I remember Supernats 2 years ago. Right, be careful, Tony Kart Racer. This is Water Swift, Tony Kart Racer.
Pryor's pink pole position helmet. Yes, I did have a...
Yeah, but well done, Bod Cole. Right, can you do Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers? No. Piers Pryor picked a pink... No, I'll think of a tongue twister about pink...
My tongue twister is Alex Adams Acton.
All action. Alex Acton.
Alex Adams Acton.
Yeah, Triple A. Here we go. Race lead, Will Green. 19 points for Will at the moment. Yeah, we'll put him 3rd on the grid. Zdeněk Babicek is tied. Well, Babicek is tied with Will Green at the moment for 19 points. If there's a tie at the end of the heats, it comes down to who qualified higher. And out of Will Green and Zdeněk Babicek, it would be Will Green qualified 6th on Friday. tie breaks in the intermediate standings are broken by
Friday qualifying and then Saturday qualifying?
Friday qualifying. Yeah, you can't. Yes. So
because
tie
there's no dual
broken.
qualifying. Yes, of course. Sorry. It's not. There's only one grid of water Swifts this year. We've got double duties in junior Rotax, senior Rotax, and senior X30. Everything else is one large grid.
Okay. Into the Mike Wilson complex out of mix, Ben. So Babicek could, if Babicek's got to make a move, so we're into the final lap. So, final lap of the final heat race in Water Swift. Grid positions to pre-final are still up for grabs and could change. Austin Newstead is pretty safe for pole position. Jarlath Sayer, he is pretty, well, if Jarlath Sayer loses a couple of spots, Jarlath Sayer's got to lose 4 or 5 spots really. Zenek Babicek could pass, even though Will Green is leading.
Here we go.
Babicek, and here comes Newstead. Right, that's going to cost Will Green 2 places. That's going to put him from 19 points to 21 points. That would drop him behind Zenek Babicek. He would start the pre-final from 4th. Babicek would start it from 3rd.
I'm interested as to why Green didn't actually even attempt to defend either first hairpin or second hairpin. Maybe he thought the drivers behind of Austin Newstead and George House would be happy to sit there. Last lap, I think it would be fair play to defend, but still doesn't matter because ultimately Austin Newstead takes the win.
Yes, indeed. So that gives Newstead 11 points. We wait. Where's Jarlath Sayer? He started the last lap 5th. He finishes 5th. But Zenek Babicek makes a move. Babicek will start 3rd for the pre-final. So Austin Newstead and George House, they cost Will Green 3rd place in the points.
There we go.
Yes.
That's the difference it can make.
And George House, 32 points. Well, that result for George House, that P2 for George House, that lifts him above Colby Patterson, Harley Musk, Max Mason. I'm looking down. Where was George House in the overnight standings? 10th overnight. He will start 5th.
That's a good day for George House. So that fairly innocuous move where Will Green went from 1st to 3rd had a big impact on the intermediate standings before we then head into the pre-finals tomorrow.
Tony Kart Racer. Yes, no, we haven't banned him, but he's on a warning flag. Yes, I love the race. These they're not snot-nosed little kids. But he gives himself away because he says stones. 1 stone, 2 pebbles. That's a British way of thinking. I don't know. Behave yourself, Tony Kart Racer. I'm serious. The Water Swifts is what they are. And they're not snot-nosed little kids. Well, a couple of them, sometimes after the race, they get a little bit snotty-nosed. But that's only because...
So do the adults.
So do the adults.
So do the adults. I mean, I've had to tell drivers who are older than I to just remove a little something from their face when we do an interview.
A little boogity.
It's bodies are gross, Henry, and people act like their poo doesn't smell.
Well, I mean,
sometimes, but everyone's got bodies the same.
So there we go. Benjamin Baker, I know he's Henry. Yes, I know. What is next? What is the next race? The next race is Micromax. Benjamin Baker. I know. I'm telling him. I'm telling Piers, he knows, to interview Nat Johnson.
In
Junior X30.
I'll do what I can.
See, I tell you what you want to do, Benjamin. Go and have a word with Nat Johnson.
Yeah.
Tell him to speed up a little bit.
Or tell him to come find me, because if you come and find me in the dummy grid, I'll interview you. Because there's like 35 karts in there, and sometimes trying to find the right person can be quite difficult. I'll try my best, though. I'll see what I can do, Danny. No, not Danny. Who is it?
Yes, here we go. So there's a happy Austin Newstead. The next race is Micromax.
Micromax up next. Drivers just heading out of the dummy grid as we speak. Green flag going. Right now, Micromax has been one of the most hotly contested of the cadet and inter groups. We've got a big grid. I'll run you through the grid as it stands. Josh Huska starts at pole position alongside Austin Oman. Max Jolly in 3rd place. 4th place, Arthur Farrow. 5th place, Joshua Cook. 6th, Alfie Mayer. 7th, James Roots. 8th is George Climo. 9th, Charlie Page. 10th, Luke Millward. 11th, Albert Farrow. 12th, Sebastian Behrman. 13th, Lucian Smith had a couple of good results. 14th, Archie Loveridge. 15th, Dax Farah. 16th is Buddy Hugo. 17th, Teddy Higgs. 18th, Maximilian Abrahart. 19th, Ava Lawrence. 20th, Kuryu Kiyotake. 21st, Otto Ami. And rounding out our 22-kart grid in this Micromax race is Daniel Ferguson. So this Micromax grid has been dominated so far by the Sam Pollitt Racing team. Both Hushka and Oman have pretty much led the way. They took both, well, Oman took both victories yesterday, with Hushka coming second in both of them as well. And then they were also right up there this morning. They didn't have it all their own way this morning. There was a lot more battling that went on. I can hear some serious laughing in the background, so I'm hoping I'm going to get filled in very shortly. It's probably more pigeon-related things. We'll touch on that shortly, because I'm going to run you through the start of this Micromax race as we head up to the green flag. I imagine because the Micromaxers are so well formationed, we're probably going to have a green flag first time, but you do never know. Hushka goes early. Will that mean we have a false start? Yes, we do. Hushka trying to get the jump, and unfortunately, the clerk of the course not allowing that. Probably fairly so. So we're going to go around once again. Right, come on in, Henry. Tell me what's going on. What's happening? Okay. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Comms cam. I can't even see. Oh, I can see it on the telly. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Henry, I've only been commentating about, what, 2.5 years? I don't know how to deal with this sort of situation.
Just laugh and say Daddy Church on them.
Okay, right, anyway. Racing, Micromax. So we've had one false start. We've already taken you through the grid. They will form up once again. Hopefully this time just Hushka will go once the corner has been rounded. Going too early here at PFI can string the field out because it's a sort of a 90-degree corner that leads onto the start-finish straight. And go too early, it can string the field out and also potentially cause issues for the drivers at the back of the field, who then have to go pretty quickly through the last corner for the start. We want a nice information start to make sure that no one has any unfair advantage. So the racing teams, Sam Pollitt Racing front row, then Hunter Motorsport and Dan Holland Racing on the second row, Chaos Sport and Zip Factory team on the third row, Evolve Motorsport and Coles Racing on the fourth row and the fifth row, Synergy Factory team and Chaos Sport. Mixture, but Sam Pollitt drivers leading the way. Max Jolly right in behind there, inside of the second row, pushing, willing Hushka to get the start underway, and we are green this time, and it is Hushka that leads over the line. Max Jolly follows through, and it was a very good start from the inside row, as I think it was the second, I think it was the Zip Factory team driver, Ralph Nair, that potentially dropped into third place. But it certainly was Hushka that got the best start, leading at the front of the field, and we've got two drivers off. The 61 going very, very wide. That is the 61 of Maximilian Abrahart going up the grass. He will rejoin, although probably 10 seconds or so behind, as Max Jolly goes all the way around the outside for a perfectly executed outside manoeuvre. One of the best we've seen this weekend so far. That needs to go in our list of best moves of the heats, I reckon. Max Jolly take a bow. He's got a bit of a gap now, actually. Gap is probably, what I would estimate, 0.4 of a second, which on a first lap is quite comfortable considering he didn't start on pole position. But do not count out the Sam Pollitt drivers, as they have had blistering pace in the heats, especially in the dry conditions, but also in wet conditions. But we're not going to, hopefully, touch wood, not going to have to worry about wet weather during this Heat 4 of the Micromax. So over the line, it is Max Jolly that leads, Austin Oman second, Alfie Mayer third, Josh Hushka goes from first to fourth, Arthur Farrow fifth. And more fighting is this. I think that is Hushka that's going with now 3 abreast going into the top of the bridge. They've all sorted that self out, and then that is the Zip Factory team driver of Alfie Mayer trying to go for the third position and getting it, but Hushka's coming straight back at him on the inside of the first hairpin. Jolly has been joined and overtaken, actually. I missed that. Jolly's been overtaken by Austin Oman. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. So much fighting going on, I couldn't even keep up. Yes, Max Jolly has been overtaken by the 11 of Austin Oman. Of course, Austin took both victories yesterday and wants to take another one today. It's good when you can see the the clear visors, or at least light smoke visors of the drivers. See their eyes, see the concentration of these young drivers. Micromax allows drivers from the 8 to 11 years old, so these young racers fully concentrating. It's good to see them fully focused and racing wheel to wheel. As the 83 getting pushed along by the 38. 83 is George Climo, and 38 Luke Millward making their way past Alfie Mayer. Everyone just working their way onto the bridge once again and off. Max Jolly won't mind getting overtaken at this early stage of the race, and they've got a little gap over Pushka. Had a little look up the inside of the first hairpin. I think at this stage, Jolly will realise that maybe the man that is almost certainly, in fact, pretty much short of a DNF, guarantees to be on pole position, Austin Oman. Jolly would be wise to sit behind him and push away, because if the Sam Pollitt teammate of Oman in front of him gets involved, then I'm sure that Jolly is probably going to be at risk, as wide goes the number 15. Alfie Mayer once again, and gets past with a 33 as well. 33. Am I reading that? It was at 38. That's at 38 of Luke Millward.
I'm being asked. I mean, I've got people sliding into my DMs. That's never happened to me before. No one's ever slid into my DMs. Unfortunately, they're all pictures of Anthony Jordan. That's not really what I was hoping for. People sliding into my DMs.
Sebastian Behrman actually setting the fastest lap on that last lap, down in 6th place, with a bit of a gap in front of him. So clearly being pushed along by Joshua Cook, and those two are trying to bridge the gap. They are the third group that we can see here. Those two right there.
Now it's going to be interesting. So we've got several, despite the intensely competitive nature of every single class of the 8 classes here, we've already had Alfie Davidson complete a clean sweep of victories. Austin Oman is on course. Well, he's not on course. There's a long way to go to complete a clean sweep in Micromax. He's won 3 out of 4. It will be interesting to see on Sunday afternoon how many of the drivers that clean sweep the heats actually end up winning the Grand Prix.
That will be interesting.
Yes.
That will be very interesting, as we see a move actually now for 4th place. 38, Luke Millward making his way through on the 83 of George Climo, and following through was also, I think that was Sebastian Behrman also following through after that quick lap, the previous lap round. Bridged the gap to that next group. Behrman again saving the fast lap. That's 2 laps in a row.
Again, confidence. Confidence is the habitual voyeur of what is known as...
And status quo has been resumed at the front.
No, it's Blur, not status quo, Park Life. That was the...
I was just talking about actual status quo.
Yeah, but again, it was a musical reference. I'm bang, bang. Got to be quick there, Piers. Got to be quick.
I'm sorry, I'm not as pop cultured from the
90s, 80s, and 70s
as you may be.
Yes, as I
considering
am.
I was born in the latter stages of the 90s.
Oh, I know. And so here we go. Play the game as we watched it. What was number 1 in the charts when you were born?
When I was born. Oh, I did know this at one point. Oh, I do know what it was.
Go on.
It was. It was the. What did the two do? Do you know? Sunshine. Who are they?
Oasis.
Yeah, Oasis.
That really sort of not well-known pop band called Oasis.
And it was the one with the helicopter in the music video. That was the one. Not one of their biggest, but that was number 1 at the time when I was born. But anyway, back to the racing. It is status quo at the front of the field, because the 2 Sam Pollitt racing drivers are 1st and 2nd in the order we've seen them a lot for this weekend, with Oman ahead of Pushka.
Yes, we go. Good performance again. It's Sam Pollitt Racing. They found their way to the front of the Micromax field. There's a move from the number 24 car of Arthur Farrow. He's now ahead of George Climo and Charlie Page, that very distinctive livery number 33 machine. Charlie Page, he gets help, JHR Developments. And the guy behind that, who's...
Steve.
No.
JHR, I'm pretty sure the dude is Steve.
No, who ran Tom Ingram in Jeanette Juniors? Matt, I forget. Anyway, he's helping Charlie Page. Age, see, it gets to me. And pictures of Anthony Jordan as a pigeon. Ava Lawrence is in 14th place. It'll come to me. He told me at the morning, I got it written down.
The Jack's Motorsport driver in 4th place, Sebastian Behrman, who's been the fastest so far, just goes up the inside of Max Jolly, and following through is also the Chaos Sport of driver at 38, Luke Millward. So those two very much on the move. They've been pushing each other along. They bridged the gap to the second group. They've made it past second group. They're now on the lead battle. So I reckon we could have a challenger to Sam Pollitt Racing in the form of Sebastian Behrmann, because he's been absolutely rapid. In fact, that last lap, he was almost half a second faster. Both Behrmann and Millward were half a second faster than Oman and Hushka.
Tony Kart Racer brings up, you know, a very good point. There's not many CRGs in the paddock. There's only 2 CRGs here at Kartmasters. 287 drivers, 2 of them on a CRG. Why is that? I mean, CRG, you look at the OK, KZ2, you know, a couple of years ago, CRG won all the Gearbox World Cup, World Karting Championships. In the UK, the OTK products, well, it's kind of one size fits all.
It's a bit it's a good word for you.
Ubiquitous.
It's ubiquitous.
Yes.
So everywhere, all the time, everywhere, all at once is kind of what that means.
Not necessarily better.
It's always good, and I think that's the reason that people often lean that way. Is that
you know that you're going to turn up at any circuit, and it's not hard to find the sweet spot.
It's also one of those things where it's kind of like a perfect storm in the fact that because people found it easy to drive and work with, therefore more people had it.
And there's a
wheel-to-wheel
wheel-to-wheel sticker swapping there between the number 44 cart of Lucian Smith there and somebody else that was.
Yes, someone else. But following on my train of thought, because people enjoyed it, then more people got it, therefore more people have it, so therefore the price potentially, I don't know if the price is lower these days, but also parts.
Mr. Rabazzi in
parts. You can pop into any kart shop or any awning or even the privateers, and I need this specific part because I've run out.
Yes.
And someone will lend you one or give you one or sell you one.
Yes. I mean, Nathan Chafer is here helping to mechanic Oliver Meek and Ollie Goodyear. Nathan Chafer, NC, I think they're the CRG importers for the UK now, and again, the karts work really well. You think back to the O-plate, the Rotax O-plate, Spencer Braum, you know, was racing with the big boys. So it just, the sweet spot is very sweet on a CRG. It just takes a little bit more effort to find it, and in this day and age of people wanting instant results, they don't, you know, instant. It's now. You know, unfortunately, that's why, I mean, the Birrell Racing Perfection, Ewan Charman, he's not racing here, you know, he's been doing a fantastic job of trying to develop that chassis, because in the UK, on the Mojo tyre, the Birrell just grips up everywhere. You know, you literally got to peel it off the track. So when you find the sweet spot, it's really good, but it's finding it.
Absolutely.
And, you know, pressure. It costs money to turn laps. It costs money to hire, you know, to go testing. You know, you want a quick fix.
Yes. But on this race, which actually does have quite a lot of...
Matt Scheuer. Thank you very much, Ollie Hancock. Matt Scheuer. Matt Scheuer is helping to manage Charlie Page.
There we go. Right, so we've actually had a lot of changes over the period of the last couple of laps.
Sorry.
So we had... no, it's okay. It's all interesting stuff, and we've got a lot of racing to go this weekend. But at the front of the field now is the KR Sport driver of Luke Millward, and the Sam Pollitt Stranglehold and Micromax is loosening.
Dangling by a thread.
Yes, because at the moment, of course, Sam Pollitt Racing is still second and third, but the KR driver, Millward, made his way through. Sebastian Behrmann also bearing down there in fourth place. The green cart, Jack's Motorsports kart.
Back to the lead. Austin Oman will not be denied. He finished on the podium at Le Mans. He has been knocking on the door.
Look for the lead, a little sniff up the inside. It was a look up the inside of a Mike Wilson complex, which is difficult to do because in these Micromax karts, you don't tend to drift too wide in the middle of the corner. But Austin Oman knows he's under pressure now. Defensive over the line. That's the last lap now.
Yep.
We are into the closing stages. Sebastian Behrmann pushing Hushka onto the back, and that's a good move.
And don't panic, Austin Oman fans. At this point of... Well, it was 2 corners later. It was coming out of the second hairpin of heat number 1. Austin Oman was 5th.
And he ended up...
And he won the race. So he's third now. Make that fourth. No, make that fifth.
Oh,
Four
Max
wide.
Jolly! We've seen 4 in 1. We've had 5 in 1. We've got another 4 in 1. Max Jolly, brilliant move up the inside. Oh, no!
Oh, Behrman and Husker get shuffled wide. Oman's back to second.
Oh, here he comes.
He was fifth again.
Jolly defending. Can he hold it off? But Oman's got a good exit out of the wheels, the Fullerton S's. Jolly's got out of shot to defend. And there we go!
Rinse and repeat. He's done it again. The same move, the exact same move. Austin Oman is going to remain undefeated here in Kartmasters. What a drive. I gotta say, I mean, we can't, that is a proper move. Okay, first Thomas Fleming officially approved naughty switch.
That's proper naughty. There was 2 naughty switches on that lap. There was Max Jolly, 4 for the price of 1 in the first hairpin.
Yep.
Then we had a potentially even naughtier one. And here we go. Let's relive that last lap. So it was the KR Millward up the inside of the bowl, pushing Oman down to second, then third behind his teammate. Then we had the run off the bridge. So we went defensive. Look at Max Jolly, currently in P5 with the yellow flashes on his helmet. Here he goes. Max Jolly goes to the outside. We've got a train of 4 on the inside. Jolly stops it, and then
2-4.
Oh, there we go.
Brilliant.
At this point, where Oman is in 4th place, he's not going to have a stranglehold on. He's not going to have a stranglehold on Micromax. But then the second naughty switch on the final lap, beautifully executed. Jolly, I said he went out of shot to defend the inside, potentially over defending the inside when. I don't think Oman was actually even thinking about the inside there.
Yeah, no, okay, we've got the 3. I don't think that any of those potential moves match the 3 overtakes of the weekend so far. However, that is the official first Thomas Fleming approved naughty switch.
Yeah.
So the shortlist for naughty switches at Kartmasters, that's here we go. Max Jolly, look, let's listen in.
They've had their conversation.
I was like, when you overtook me, I was like, had really bad ties because I was like, yeah. So when you went past, I was like, yeah.
when you went past, I was like head slap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Jolly realised his mistake there.
We can't necessarily do that for some of the juniors or seniors racing.
No, because the language tends to get slightly more colourful as they age.
Yes. But with the micros and the minis, then it's great listening to that.
Oh, it's brilliant.
But yeah, you know, Max Jolly, he's been passed there, and it's great little characters, you know. Fantastic. Great move, great racing.
That was great racing, actually. It was close, and everyone who was in that battle came over the line in the same battle that they started, which meant no one got shuffled wide, no one got spun out. There was very little contact, other than a little bit of hip and shoulder touching.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's racing. It's hard racing.
You know, it's. You know, Austin Oman, okay, he's got his dad, Tristram Oman, one of the best, one of the very, very best in karting, and he's just picking it up, and he's doing it clean as a whistle. The Micromaxes have been superb, but we move on, because as we always do, race number 34 is up next. Here we go then with the starting lineup for the 4th and final mini-maxi. Finley Lines starts on pole position, the O-grade champion. Albie Friend on the outside of row number 1. Benjamin Lawn and Zach Starbuck on row 2. Jack Collinson and Joshua Crippen on row 3. Josh Cormack and Finley Hines on row 4.
Row 5 has Sebastian Clark and Harry Taylor. Row 6, Warwick Milam and Max Gillman.
Gill. Then it's Edward Haynes, Cameron Tipping, Theo Bradshaw and Zedek Babacek.
Okay, then row number 9, Leo Livings and Jensen Chalk, Alfie Mew and Ollie Thompson. Fraser Anderson and Max Wheatley round out row 11, and Otis Clearly and Devon Taylor are on row 12.
We look back to row 13, Alfie Ward and Larry Price, Luca Holmes-Paddock and Ari Kallenberger next, Emerson McCann Jr. and Tom Reed. What to row 15? They're both be making big progress. Archie Rogers-Tyler, George Fountain, Riley Merrow, Oliver Spencer, Miles Burton and Soren Gallagher.
There are a number of people to watch in this race. I'm gonna go on the live timing. You can favourite some drivers by clicking on them and then pressing a little heart, which means you can track their progress. And I don't want to jinx them because I've been very good at jinxing drivers this weekend, but I've done Luca Holmes-Ballock, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Tom Reed because they were very much up there yesterday, and in wet qualifying this morning were very much not up there. So their dry pace is not represented in their current grid position.
Now, here we go. There's Finley Lyons and Albie Friend. In second, Benjamin Lawn for Coles Racing. He went backwards in heat number 1. Can he stay up near the sharp end coming into heat number 2, the final heat of the day? Albie Friend has pretty much got pole position sewn up. All he's got to do is stay on the track. Finley Lyons, though, from pole position, he was getting aggressive there. He did not want Albie Friend staying alongside him.
Oh, no.
Benjamin Lawn. Oh, my goodness me.
Whoever that is that went up the banking, the number 35, some of the best driving we've seen all day, Warwick Milam, you have saved both yourself and your go-kart and the driver who was stationary from a lot of pain, both financially and physically. Oh, change for the lead. That's a zip car. That is Zach Starbuck to the lead.
Zach Starbuck in the lead. Not for long.
No,
Albie Friend is back in front. So Albie Friend, he got pushed by Finley Lyons led initially. Then we
nearly had a crash.
Incredible stuff. So Warwick Milam. So the two Sony drivers, George Fountain and Warwick Milam. They've got 2 Kartmasters champions, Bradley Barrett and Leo Robinson, helping the driver coach with them. And that is instantaneous reaction. I wonder if we could possibly see a action replay of that first corner. Possibly. We will have to see what we can do.
Here we go. More fighting now. That was the two. That was the KR Sport and of Joshua Griffin and Zach Starbuck still getting stuck in. It's actually allowing Albie Friend a small breathing space at the front of the field there. So Friend, I mean, we've seen this a couple of times already this weekend. Friend, once he gets a gap, he's hard to beat, but back on the scene, the O-play in the Minimax category. Here we go, replay Henry. Let's have a look at the start.
Okay, Finley Lyons coming across there. Albie Friend, to be fair to Finley Lyons, he didn't drive Albie off the circuit. He gave Albie just enough room.
And here we go.
Now, this is, Benjamin Law.
Who is this?
The Coles cart spins. Watch, wait there. Oh, I mean, he was heading straight for a head-on collision. Warwick Milam, he's holding his hands there. Warwick Milam, well done, young man. Right.
Sorry, Henry, I'm just going to interrupt slightly.
Yes.
My 3 favoured drivers, because I say favoured, they're not my favourite drivers. I've just, on the live timing, noted them so I can keep an eye on them easily. They've gone up. And Emerson McAndrew-Uren, in 2 laps, up 19 positions. Luca Holmes-Ballock up 14 positions. And Tom Reed up 13. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is on an absolute mission from 29th to 10th in, what's that, 3 laps, 4 laps?
Yes, not bad at all. Ben Baker, I prefer your crash helmet to Archie Cole's. Now, please stop DMing me while I'm trying to talk about go-karting. Thank you. No, I'm joking, but yes, the decision final. Ben Baker wins, Archie Cole loses. Here we go. Here's a long stream of go-karts. Now, progress report. There's Tom the Farmer Reed chasing Max Gilman. So, Zach Starbuck. I know Lee Starbuck is watching. Zach Starbuck, again, last year, Zach was second in the Micromax Grand Prix last year, which is a rather fractious affair. He's obviously moved up this year. As Zach, and is doing a great job for the Zip Racing team. Also, to say that, though, there goes Josh Cormack past him for what is now 4th position.
But only
Starbucks
temporarily.
Straight back at him. And Edward Haynes trying a naughty switchback, but that wasn't Thomas Fleming approved, so it didn't work.
No, it wasn't Thomas Fleming approved. Here we go, the battle at the front, just in the bottom of shot. It's just stringing out ever so slightly, but this is the battle we want to concentrate on as we have another move between Starbuck and Starbuck and Cormac. Yes, that's it. Starbuck and Cormac, and they're still going at it in the first hairpin, and now everyone else is getting involved as well. As that is, who's getting involved in that battle but Emerson McAndrew-Uren? Oh no, Luca Holmes-Ballock.
Well, no, it is Emerson McAndrew. There he is, number 33, and Luca Holmes-Ballock.
How have they done that up 19 and 20 places respectively?
It hasn't exactly been lots of incidents. I mean, we had that one. That's incredible. That is incredible stuff.
Brilliant moves through the field.
The sensible streamer has put on a poetic. It's a very Peter Drury-esque stream. You know, it does sound a little bit dramatic on the page. However, if you do your best voiceover, dramatic voiceover voice, then it becomes this. So here we go. It is the drivers, pilots who have an intimate understanding of their machines, pushing the limits of centrifugal force through the hairpin turns and maxing out G-forces on the straights. Yes, Piers Pryor, spitting out water.
So there was just someone who came a little bit off the bridge, a little bit sideways. That I don't mean to. The sensible streamer. That sounds like something ChatGPT would write.
Oh my goodness!
That is someone who's come up. That is the 42.
That I cannot believe I got fooled. ChatGPT is the enemy of creative writing.
Number 42.
Sensible streamer. No, don't be gone. But no, that's
Oliver Spencer.
Yes, ChatGPT.
Oliver Spencer.
Can't believe I just read ChatGPT. I know, sorry, Oliver Spencer, but I'm more upset at myself for sensible streamer. Put pen to paper. Write it better. AI. Okay. 50 lines, Albert Friend. Sorry, getting triggered again.
Oh, hang on, we've missed that. Yeah, we've missed the move for the lead. We've had a complete change because it was.
Blame ChatGPT for it.
I'm not saying it was specific. I don't know. Maybe the sensible streamer just has a specific style that has been copied.
G-forces on the straight. You don't have G-force on the straight. You have G-force in the corners.
Yeah, it sounds like someone, well, maybe not ChatGPT, but an AI has probably got involved there in some respect. But no AI involved on circuit. This is all human-powered racing action.
Well,
with some gasoline in there.
Artificial intelligence. It's neither artificial or intelligent at the moment, the way this racing is going, because, I mean, Jensen Chalk, they're in 6th position. They are falling away from the lead pack. It's very exciting to look at, but it's not helping any of them. So, Albie Friend, at the moment, running in 2nd, he would lose his unbeaten record to Finley Lines. Finley Lines would sew up P2 on the grid for the pre-final. Emerson McAndrew-Uren would start 3rd for the pre-final. He's got 18 points. When you consider that he started both 2 races today from 29th on the grid, okay, there's still a long way to go, but Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and he's miles clear. Emerson McAndrew and Luca Holmes-Ballock, I cannot praise those 2 drivers enough. They have sighed their way through the pack, and do you know what? I think Albie Friend, Finley Lines, and Josh Griffin are going to battle, and I think Emerson McAndrew and Luca Holmes-Ballock are going to catch him.
They potentially might get involved, but also don't forget, this isn't like it's a team train of drivers that have gone from the back to the front and pushed each other through. This is Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Dan Holland Racing, Luca Holmes-Ballock, Synergy Factory Team, and let's not count out Tom Reed, who's also had an absolutely brilliant race from 30th to 10th, up 20 places for Strawberry Racing as well. This battle for the lead, for now, oh no, I was literally about to say for now is settling down, but no, Albie Friend did not want to get past into turn 1. Is he about to get past into the bowl? No, he is not, but that doesn't mean that Finley Lines isn't going to make, or at least try and make his way through at some point on this lap. I would hasten to bet that Friend is going to defend into the 1st, if not the 1st, then the 2nd hairpin. Here we go.
Yes, 2 minutes, so don't, there
no
goes
defence, but an overtake.
Now, if you recall, ladies, and my voice went very high-pitched there, I do apologise. If you recall earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, that Piers Pryor found a little money spider in the visor of Joshua Griffin, and he put it in Joshua Griffin's hand and he threw it over his left shoulder to make good luck. So if Joshua Griffin wins this race, it's all down to Piers Pryor.
Commentators, what's the opposite of a curse? Commentators
blessing.
Commentators blessing. Joshua Griffin, you have been blessed.
You have been
now
blessed.
Let the blessing wash over you and see what you can do in this one. I have honestly no favourites, but I just, when there's an opportunity, you've got to take it.
When there's an opportunity to reverse the curse, then you've got to take it.
And Joshua Griffin doing a good job so far, but he's going to have to use that curse to its full effect to get past the man that's been the one that's hardest to beat, with currently 0 points on the board. And of course, it's like golf. Low score wins in the Kartmasters intermediate classifications. 0 for 1st place, 2nd, 2 points for 2nd, 3 for 3rd, 4 for 4th, blah, 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 down to wherever you finish. And if you don't finish, it's the last driver that finishes +1.
Tony Kart Racer, I have to correct you, they're not tinted visors, they are Iridium.
Well, actually, I would say that Griffin's visor actually is a dark smoke visor. So
Ooh, a
it's
smoky visor.
Dark smoke visor. I like a light smoke. I think a light smoke visor is actually a very underutilised one because it covers everything from pretty much gloomy conditions all the way up to full sunshine.
I don't know, when you talk about light smoke and dark, I think you talk about a visor or eyeliner. I'm just a terrible human being. But I'll be friend the iridium visor.
It's Saturday night, Henry. You might find out later. You stick around long enough.
Yes, well, I have heard the rumours. I'll be friend. Leading Joshua Griffin, Finley Lines in third. So the point spread in this class is absolutely outstanding. 0 points for Albie Friend, 13 points for Finley Lines, 18 points for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, 31 points for Jensen Chalk, who would be fourth. I mean, that just goes to show, apart from Albie Friend, everyone else has been taking points off each other, left, right and centre, and it makes Friend's performance so far this Kartmasters even more remarkable. I mean, we've got 36 drivers in Minimax, and yeah, it's been incredible racing, and yet somehow, well, there's no secret to it, Albie Friend is one heck of a driver, and I'm not trying to, you know, obviously all these young drivers are fantastic, but I said it at the International Trophy. Oh, Finley Lines, inside lines, trademark move up to P2. Joshua Griffin says, well, I'm going to get you back and drive you up the banking, and Finley Lines slots back to third place, and he gives, right, he sends Joshua Griffin a signal saying, right, I remember that, I am coming for you. I said it at the International Trophy. At what point do we start to talk about Albie Friend as not just one of the best talents in Britain in karting, but as one of the best karting talents in the world? Because, think of this, Albie Friend, he has qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals 3 times. He has finished in the top 10 3 times, including a podium finish in 2022 when he had third-degree burns on his hand. The checker flag has come out. He has won on track. Oh, there's a bit of an argy-bargy going on there. That's the number 11 cart of Otis Cleary. Crossed the line. Albie Friend has crossed the line first in the last 3 international trophies at Le Mans. He was excluded in 2022 rather, for a very minor technical thing. It wasn't a performance thing, it was a technical thing. And he has won the last 2 international trophies. He, you know, when you put him on a world stage, he performs. We have this saying, Albie Friend stands on business. Yeah, you've got a huge array of talents. I mean, look at these names. Behind Friend, Josh Griffin, KR Sport, Finley Lines, Synergy Factory Team, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Dan Holland Racing, Luca Holmes Ballock. Then you've got Tom Reed, Jensen Chalk, who are alongside Albie in the Strawberry Racing Team, Harry Taylor, Josh Coleman, Derek Babacek, Max Gilman, Edmund Hayes, Zach Starbuck, Max Wheatley. This is a stacked grid in Minimax, and yet every single time they go out on the track, Albie Friend finds a way to win. And it's not all, you know, bumper car racing. It's you know, incredible racecraft. So yeah, at what point do we start talking about Albie Friend as one of the best talents in world karting? There he is. You know, he's got, I mean, there's Piers. He's got a little smile on his face. Here we go. Take it away, Piers.
Thanks, Henry. 0 points, 4 races, 4 wins. Karting's easy, right?
No, not really. It's not very easy, but I mean, I just have to, when I go down positions, I just keep my head, and then I just work my way up again and keep working up. So I just try to stay cool all the time.
You stayed cool in that one because you had to fight for that. Of course, Finley Lines came through a couple of times. You also had other drivers trying to push for that, but you did the job in the end.
Yeah, I managed to get overtaken and a bit of a gap, so then I didn't have to work for it as hard on the last lap. So yeah, it was good.
Well, Henry was singing your praises just a moment ago, so we'll have a watch back of that later, but rightly so, because I'll be friend taking 4 victories. But I want to come and have a chat with Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who went up 23, 22, 20-something, ridiculous number of places. Emerson, that was pretty tasty.
Yeah, I had a good start. I was pushing Luca Paddock for a bit, and in the bar I got in front and really just got to get through the pack, try and chase down the leaders. We got very close, but not enough, and I'm really happy with P4. And
I'm not going to leave out Luca Holmes-Ballock. Luca, come on in, because you guys kind of came to the field together. That was an epic race from the both of you.
Yeah, it was.
Are you happy with that? I just saw you getting a high five from the mechanic, so mechanic approved?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And can you do some more epic drives like that for the rest of the weekend?
Definitely.
Absolutely. Right, some brilliant drives from both those guys. Also, a brilliant drive from Tom Reed as well, number 36. Tom Reed. Where is Tom? Where's Tom gone? Tom's over there. I'll grab a quick word with Tom. I think we've got 36. Tom, come. Sorry to interrupt, Tom. Another excellent drive. A lot of you came through. Also, you made a lot of place up to 6th.
Yeah, it was a great drive, great race.
Yeah.
I managed to came out and got 6th, so yeah, good.
Very happy with that. You must. How did you come to the field so quickly?
I just kept going straight in, and then I got to 6th. So.
Brilliant. Well. Great drive from Tom Reed. Next up, we have Junior X30, which is, I'm sure, going to be very dramatic and fun to watch. Let's have a look at that.
Here we go then. It is time for the final Junior X30 heat race. Harrison Mackie and Zach Green start from row number 1. Joey Brown and Aston Sharp start from row number 2. Morgan Moore and Riley Cranham go from row number 3. Taylor Orange and Lewis Goff start from row number 4. Row number 5, Nat Johnson and Rocco Leon Shenton, that's your top 10. Then Sam Branston and George Edgar, Alfie Brown and Aaron Richardson, Archie Owen and Zhao Chen Ji, that's row number 8. Cameron Edmonds and Max Ewell, Monty Brathwaite and Alexander D. Benedictis, Theo Palmer and Evan Purcell, Jacob Bashler and Macaulay Guy. Spencer Allen and Ethan Woodward are on row number 13, followed by Maisie Creed and Max Wright. Marley Pareo and Ethan Higgins are next, Charlie Myers and Jake Brook. The sun is shining on the 33 cars with James Harris at the back. And this is Heat 4 for Junior X30. The drivers are in the tram line. It's a false start. Well, thank you, drivers. I wanted to take this out. So, there was a... let's go back there. Storming 2430 or something like that, whatever his face is. Could the commentators please do their jobs and stop gabbling on about their private lives? It's of no interest to anyone. I'm really sorry, but I find it's better, after my therapy, I find it better to share with the group. Like this morning, I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't get back to sleep, and I tossed and turned, and I was a bit upset. I was a bit tired today, but then I come to the circuit and I had a bacon roll, which was lovely, and I saw lots of my friends, and I had a nice hug with a couple of karting parents, and then I met my friend Piers, and we talked about Piers' shorts and how rubbish they are. And then I'm going to speak to my son later, who plays basketball, and Piers is going to we spoke to Piers' mum. We've had a complaint about us talking about our personal lives.
What's wrong with my shorts?
Well, apparently they look a bit scruffy.
Who says that?
Lots of people. But no. So you've got to share with the group, see? So there we go.
Tom.
Aaron M, shout out me please. Hello Aaron. Henry, remember? Yes, remember. Nat Johnson. Well, tell Nat Johnson to win the race. Laurie Sluggers is the latest anagram challenge for Kartmasters ex-Kartmasters champion. I had a bacon roll. Here we go. Second time of asking. Lights are out. We're off at racing. Now we'll talk about the racing because the race is on. One driver going over the grass onto the banking. All Junior X30 drivers safely through. Oh, and as I say that, though, they're getting a bit sideways going into turn number 3. I'll tell you what, DM me Storming, and we can talk about your private life and your personal life, just in case you got a little bit of aggression. I sense a bit of aggression there. My counsellor says you should share and talk and be open. I think we should do that as well. Back to the go-karting.
Harrison Mackie leading the way once again. That's something we've said a few times this weekend. Getting a little gap over Zach Green, but Zach's going to be closing that down with Joey Brown as well. And they're going to be pushing on because they don't want to let Harrison Mackie anywhere near the gap he got in the first race. It was up to about 8 or 9 seconds, and then basically he cruised around for the last 4 or 5 laps.
While everyone else squabbled behind him. Now, of course, you're going to say about saving his tyres. Well, the rule this year is everyone in the junior and senior classes, if they qualify for the Grand Prix, they have to use a brand new set of tyres.
There you have it.
Yes. They have to use a brand new set of tyres.
Asterisks, but in second place, we now have not Zach Green, but Joey Brown. Joey Brown in second place and already immediately on the back of Harrison Mackie. Teammates Harrison Mackie for Fusion Motorsport was also going through as Aston Sharp and Zach Green, and following through was our GP plate holder Taylor Orridge as well. So plenty of moves at the start of this lap, but I don't imagine Joey Brown will be attacking Harrison Mackie particularly hard because he already knows that Mackie's guaranteed pole. So at this stage, if he can follow Mackie, they're probably going to pull away at the front of the field.
Yes, indeed. There's Aston Sharp, the leading Mick Barrett racing driver. We have Mick Barrett's grandson, Lolly, Oliver, up here in the commentary box early. He might come back. He didn't want to say anything on the live stream, but he's only 7, and he commentates at home, but not on the live chat. Can you give Mattis Ankers a shout out? Yes, hello. Oh, right, okay, we're talking about dinner, yes. Let's have a look. Hashtag private lives. What did you have for dinner last night, Piers?
I had, we're going to talk about that in a moment, because for the second place, we had Taylor Orridge has gone up the inside, and following through was Aston Sharp, and now Aston Sharp goes in on Joey Brown and takes that third position, so Brown from second down to fourth. I had bolognese cooked by wonderful producer Rob last night.
Really?
It was delicious.
I went to the windmill at Lincoln, next to my hotel and had a jacket potato. I actually ordered a jacket potato last weekend at Shenington, but then it only delivered it last night.
That's terrible delivery service in this day and age, Henry, but it was, but on the front of the field.
Alpha Live may have lost 1 subscriber, we may have lost 1 viewer, but never mind. Let's talk about the racing. It's 24 hours of live broadcasting over 3 days, ladies and gentlemen.
Moving for the lead, we have the GP plate at the front of the field. This is what we saw on Friday.
2 cars off at the grass.
Aston Sharp and Joey Brown.
Oh dear, yes. No, it's Zach.
It's Zach Green.
No, it's Riley Cranham.
Again?
Riley Cranham's had a terrible day, but he hasn't come round. Yeah, it's Aston Sharp and I think Riley Cranham is being delayed. Let's have a little look.
It's definitely. Anyway, I was talking about the lead of the race. Taylor Orridge, yesterday we saw in dry conditions. Taylor this morning was in wet qualifying, was complaining that his tyres, or didn't have enough traction, he was complaining about tyres. But in the dry yesterday, absolutely no doubt, Taylor was the fastest in heat, I think it was heat 1, because he closed the gap to Harrison Mackie, pulled him in, and then went ahead and was right there. And he's done the same thing again today. Again, the gap wasn't massive, but today there's no gap. It wasn't Zach Green. Zach Green is still in this lead battle, and actually we had a contact just there between Fusion teammates, and Harrison Mackie's come out on top because Joey Brown got waylaid by that. I didn't say the word again.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. And it's okay because yesterday Dan Holland had to go into because Macaulay Bishop and Matthew Higgins had a incident.
More contact, Orange.
And so Dan Holland had to go into to play politician. It might be Dan Hazelwood's turn at the end of this one with Fusion driver and Fusion driver. Rocco Shenton has got no friends. He's a privateer.
Look at this.
And now he's getting shoveled wide. Here comes Morgan Moore. Taylor Orridge doesn't know which way to look because he's getting pinged around like a pinball machine.
This little group here from second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. That last sector was kind of like a slinky. It kind of flipped positions and then flipped back.
Yes, indeed. And at the front of it all, Black Nose Cone, Zach Green, they're doing it again. They are just giving Harrison Mackie pole position for the pre-final. There's Harrison Mackie. Nanny June has already said hello. The rest of the family are here. Orange tries to go 2 up the inside. That's good. That was good. Normally when you do 2 karts in one corner, you're going, 1 outside, 1 inside, 1 on corner entry, 1 on corner exit. He just died at the inside and outbroke 2 people into 1 corner. That's not bad going at all.
That was good going. It was helped by the fact that the number 8, Morgan Moore, was actually, I think he outbroke himself a little bit and was kind of leaning on Zach Green into the hairpin, and so that kind of pushed them both wide and waylaid them. And Green was, Orange was already up the inside of Brown.
So this is how quickly fortunes can change. At the start of Taylor Orange trying to go around the outside. Oh goodness me, that is so close, and they all somehow emerge. Points the right way, yes.
I think there may be a pushback for Brown. Have a look at his front number. Yeah, I'm almost certain that Brown has got some sort of pushback on his bumper. We'll keep an eye on it. It doesn't look like it's in the same position it was.
It's at a proper Uncle Tyrone. It's at a funny angle.
It is wobbling around. So therefore, he's probably going to throw caution to the wind to try and get to the front of this group, but he cannot afford to get an additional 5-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage.
Now, how quickly fortunes can change. Yesterday, Taylor Orange won both heat races. Oh, that was a little bit tasty going into the Bobby Game corner. He came in today on 0 points. Harrison Mackie came in on 5 points. As the race progresses, now Harrison Mackie still has 5 points because he won the first heat. He's going to win this one. And Taylor Orange is on 6 points. Everybody else on more than 20 points. They're taking points obviously the left, right, side. It's so competitive at the front. And Rocco Shenton is gonna, at the moment, is 4th in points. There he is, privateer driver. Yesterday in the first heat, he snapped his chassis. And he drove both heat races yesterday with a snapped chassis. We saw his dad taking it to get welded last night, and he is going to put. Well, he's 6th at the moment. What a drive, Rocco Shenton.
Another driver that I've been very impressed with in this category.
He's going to get a nose coat with that though, because someone comes across it. Sorry, Piers.
Is Lewis Goff. He's been right up there and making moves. Oh no, 2 drivers getting caught together through
like
the
a lover's tryst.
Yes, I didn't see who that was. Let's have a look. It is Joey Brown. No, it wasn't Joey Brown. It was.
Alexander Di Benedictis. Zhao Chan Ji has dropped back a load of places. Riley Cranham's down in 17th. I don't think Nat Johnson's going to get an interview. He's only 16th.
Ooh, George Edgar. George Edgar having
yeah, exactly. How can you describe what you're watching as? Because this is. It's for like 5th place in a heat at Kartmasters. No, 3rd place. Zach Green has escaped. Taylor Orange is now trying to escape. Harry Ewell, good drive from Harry Ewell. Max Ewell rather, he's up in the 10th. It's his insanity, and it was all going to go wrong for someone, 59. And it's gone wrong for Xiao Chanji, the Chinese driver.
Yeah, a good drive must be worth mentioning from both Evan Purcell and Theo Palmer, who have gone up 13 places for Evan, up to 9th, and 10 places from Theo Palmer from 21st to 11th. So good drives from them, and they're probably not done yet. Oh no, last corner, someone's gone off on the inside and made their way all the way through to the Fullerton S's.
I will check that as we come back. So it's number 122 kart of Jake Brook.
Jake Brook literally came out the last corner sideways and pulled himself to the inside. We've had a change for the lead. It's now Zach. Oh no, change to second place. It's now Zach.
It's
it was Zach Green already.
It's Zach Green and Taylor Orange. Max Ewell's got a 5-second penalty as well.
Oh dear.
Yes, it's not going well. So at the moment, believe it or not, Taylor Orange is back on pole position for the final. Pre-final, because he qualified fastest on Friday. So he and Harrison Mackie are tied on 5 points. That 5-minute qualifying session yesterday could prove to be absolutely crucial for Taylor Orange, because, he won 2 heats yesterday. Mackie's going to win 2 heats today, therefore it's a tie. Tiebreaker goes on Friday's qualifying position.
There we have it. So, it's close, but I don't think Orange is going to sit there for too much longer, because he can see Lewis Goff, who's had very, very good pace this weekend, fighting his way through the field, already up 4 positions in this race.
But Zach Green, he can't. 6th is about as best that Zach Green can do on the grid.
But Orange doesn't want to get caught by Goff, because if he gets caught by Goff and gets passed by Goff in a bit of a tricky place, he then might lose a place to Moore, and that's why he's going to go through Bobby Game corner. That was a very good move, actually, because he didn't get. He did that all on the brakes, and it's a very short braking zone there.
Yeah, indeed, and he comes through Mick's corner, out of the final turn, and there's Morgan Moore. Oh, I mean, we keep talking about how good a weekend Morgan Moore's having, without realising that he's got 23 points.
Can Zach Green go all the way around the outside? No, not quite. It was a good effort, though. It's the final lap now, so all the gloves are very much off. Taylor Orange looks over his shoulder. Zach Green goes to the inside, follows him. He doesn't want to get overtaken by Goff. Goff looks to the outside, but going around the outside of both of them, Morgan Moore nearly gets it done, but they are as they were on the way into the corner.
And yeah, so that move. So this is Taylor Orange defending. And there's been a collision. They've all gone up. There's Max Ewell's gone off. The number 221 kart of Charlie Myers, the Optima kart, has gone off. And there's a move. And Lewis Goff is about to deny Taylor Orange pole position for the pre-final. Harrison Mackey's going to take the win, and with Orange losing 2 places, that's going to put Mackey on pole for the pre-final, and it's going to push Orange down to the outside of row number 1. It was looking so good for Taylor Orange right up until the moment where it wasn't. We will pick the bones out of that last lap incident. Nat Johnson is one of the drivers who was involved in that. It's going to be a huge jumble order. Again, anagram challenge number 4. Can you name this Kartmasters champion, Laurie Sluggers? It's pinned to the top of the live chat. We're going to do one more afterwards, which is a real stinker. We're going to do the one that's bottom of the list next, and I bet you that Motorsport Magpie ain't going to get it. That's a challenge. So we're going to do the very last one on the list. We'll do that in a little bit. Laurie Sluggers, anagram of a Kartmasters champion. Well, Harrison Mackey, 5 points. He will provisionally start the pole from pole position in the pre-final. Taylor Orange on 7 points. Lewis Goff, the driver that passed Orange, that was the critical pass. Goff will provisionally start 3rd. He ties on 22 points with Morgan Moore, but Morgan Moore qualified 16th yesterday. Goff qualified 7th, so Goff will take the tiebreaker. Rocco Leon Shenton, top 5 for that privateer. Then it's Zach Green, Joey Brown despite his travails, and then George Edgar, Riley Craven, and Sam Branston. Sam Branston, who described yesterday as mid, and he is now in the top 10. Joe Neal, correct. George Russell, so does Liam Phillist, well done. Danny June says well done to Harrison Mackey. Mattis Ankans, congratulations, George Russell. Right, Piers is ready. We're looking at a pooch. It's a fluffy. What is that white fluffy thing called? I can't remember. It's got a cotton bud on legs. Right, Piers Pryor, down to you.
Okay, sorry, can't hear him in my ears. So we've chatted to Harrison Mackey quite a lot, and another regulation win for Harrison. We'll get a quick word while everyone else gets weighed. Harrison, another. Bit of a communication with them. Another pretty chilled win, I suppose.
Yeah, it was right. Obviously, we got underweight, so.
Oh, you were underweight?
Yeah.
Oh, that's drama. How much?
0.2.
Oh, that is going to change things, but you'll still have a good. Still be a decent starting position for the pre-final.
Yeah, obviously we'll try our best. We'll forget about this and we'll try a fight in the pre-final tomorrow.
Unlucky with the underweight, didn't know about that, but that is drama. That's going to change how things go. Who else did we have? I was going to hopefully grabbing a word with Rocco Leon Shenton, but it sounds like the next race is already going, which is going to be our senior Rotax, heat number 6.
Benjamin Baker, all I can do is apologise on behalf of Piers Pryor. I will beat him into shape for you. We will get a Nat Johnson exclusive interview at some point. Here we go then. Race number 6, heat number 6 for senior Rotax is Macaulay Bishop and Marcus Littlewood on the front row of the grid. Jamie Perilli and Ryan Ward on row number 2. Neo Clark and Jack Lilly on row number 3. Tyler Harris and Jaden Tian on row 4. Then is Deacon Russell, Brandon Klein-Nagelmore, Alex Adams, Acton, Jack Stedman, Ralph Youngling and Morton Hudson, Sam Longley and James Lingard. Then it is Charlie Morrison-Jones, Ollie Goodyear, Joshua Graham and Sam Baker, Armand Hamilton and Guy Cunnington, Stephanie Hobika and Jack Collins. We then have Austin Lee and Omar Ganoum, Luca Osmond Price and James Swindell, Zayn Salim and Harry Hannum starting way back in 30th, Jaber Al-Sabah and Jerry Montgomery Swan. Adish Mehta and Enzo Dickenberg are next. Oh dear, 0.2 of a kilo. That will shake things up massively in Junior X30. Right, what's the penalty? Exclusion from the race. He will score 34 points. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Macaulay Bishop as we head out onto the bowl and the banking in the middle of the pack. Their carts going over the inside curbs, and that's not good. So we've been talking about drivers scoring 0 points in some of the other classes. At the moment, in this class, and this is one heck of a battle, as things stand, Teddy Pritchard-Williams leads the point standings on 18 points. Caden McQueen is second on 25. Who's that going slowly? It's the coach, Danny Shields. No, James Swindells for XL Motorsport going slowly. So yeah, we're talking about drivers with 0 points and 2 points and 5 points. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, 18 points, leads the intermediate standings as we go. Caden McQueen is second on 25. Gustav Usakov's on 29. Kai Hunter on, well, it's actually, Bishop is tied on 18. That shows. Kai Hunter has 41 points in 10th position. I mean, that goes to show you just how competitive the field is.
Absolutely, and we just saw a little to and froing there in the bowl from, I think it was Marcus Littlewood, tried to go up the inside, had a little bump on the front, which then put him in the clutches of the driver behind. But we heard, I don't know if you touched on it already. We had his driver had only got a bent axle on the rolling lap.
I did see Zayn Salim, the real Salim Shady from Egypt. Jack Dex Racing has retired. Yeah, with a bent axle. Oh dear, and that was a bit of a hip check there from Tyler Harris. And the number 17 of Ryan Ward gives it back to him.
Yeah,
it's a bit like the rehearsed in Strictly, but without hip check, you know, hip check.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
All that. But no, it's very, very competitive in senior road tax. It shows it. We've just been commentating on some other groups and drivers getting to the front rows in sort of 4 and 5 points.
Yes.
18 gets you to the front of the senior road tax, which is in 4 races an average finishing position of what's that? 4.5, 4.3.
They race 2 heats a day, so that would be 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah. Between 4 and a half.
If you finish 4th in every single heat, you'd be on pole.
Well, if you finish 4th and a half,
but you can't do a half position.
I know. But I'm just saying.
You could, yeah, you could. Yeah, you could, absolutely.
What happened to Mackie? I went to get a drink. Harrison Mack, basically what happened is Harrison Mackie went and a wee before he got in his go-kart.
Yes.
And that wee cost him dearly.
Yeah, 200 grams underweight.
200 grams.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you, unfortunately, Henry, so I don't know if it was a bit of a jagged cut to me. But yeah, I spoke to Harrison having no idea. I didn't know. I said, that's another regulation win.
I didn't know either.
No, and then he said, I'm underweight. And I was like, well, that's how fine the margins are. And it probably would have been the difference between a big wee and a small wee. So Harris will be very disappointed with that. Oh, no!
Oh, Bishop!
Oh, my goodness!
Bishop's out of the... he spun! He was leading and he spun. That's going to hand pole position to Teddy Pritchard-Williams. We've got another driver out. That's
number
a big
56.
crash with a 56. Adi Schmetter, the Indian driver, he's okay.
Battenberg. Right, there is Macaulay Bishop going into the second hairpin. Let's see if we can count.
Hang
1,
on a
2,
second.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27th place for Macaulay Bishop from the lead.
Let's do a little bit of our detective Hercule Poirot.
So who was right behind him?
Jamie Perilli.
Jamie Perilli is no longer in second place.
Is Jamie Perilli in first place?
No.
Oh.
No, he's fallen back ever so slightly.
Neil Clark was in third place. Neil Clark is now leading the race.
Yes, so therefore, where is Jamie Perilli? That is the question.
Third.
That means that Jamie Perilli has been held up. So that leads me to believe potentially...
Yes. By the powers of deduction, I think that Perilli went for a move going onto the bridge on Bishop, and...
We are not going again. We have another lap under Battenberg's. The drivers were anticipating a green flag. That's why they're going fast over the line, but everyone has realised...
So, I mean, we haven't caught it on camera. There's a question, Danny, Mr. Ashton putting somewhere on those trainers saying, well, Danny, they are brand new trainers for Mr. Ashton this weekend. So, yeah, that is correct. Malfoy says that saves Bishop slightly. Yes. I think that Bishop was defending a little bit, as you know, and I think that Perilli went for a move, and I think that the same thing that happened between Gabriel Siltman and Gus Lawrence yesterday happened between Perilli and Bishop. I'm speculating, but I would think that. But without the damage, because you could see Bishop didn't go into the barriers, he was just sat sideways.
Yes.
So Perilli is third. We've over halfway through the race now. It's Neil Clark, Mark Sitton with Jamie Perilli, Jack Lilly, Deacon Russell, Jaden Teen, Brandon Nagelvoort, Ralph Younglin, Ryan Ward, Tyler Harris, the top 10.
Yeah, and then 11th, Guy Cunnington up 11 places once again. James Lingard in 12th. 13th is Morgan Hudson. 14th, Sam Longley. 15th, Alex Adams-Acton. That's the best I've said that. 16th, Joshua Graham. 17th, Sam Baker. 18th, Jack Steadman. 19th, Armand Hamilton. 20th, up 11 places, Jabba Al-Sabah. 21st, Luca Osman-Price. 22nd, Ollie Goodyear. 23rd, Charlie Morrison-Jones. 24th, Jeremy Montgomery-Swan. 25th, Macaulay Bishop. 26th, Jack Collins. 27th, Harry Hannum. 28th, Enzo Dickenberg. 29th, James Swindles. And 30th is Stephanie Hobaker. We are green flag.
We are green flag, and Neo Clark disappeared. Very, very. I wonder.
Oh, we've had on the bridge contact. It's a crash. Jamie Perilli's had another. He's had a. That was definitely.
Incident, yes.
He rode on the back of Marcus Littlewood's car, and something fell off Marcus Littlewood's car, I believe. So.
And also, I wonder if Neo Clark jumped the start there.
Potentially also there was a robust move on Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort by the 17, and it's returned. Favour was returned in the second hairpin.
When Macaulay Bishop was leading this race, he was tied with Teddy Pritchard-Williams on the front row of the grid. Yes. Marshall running across the bridge.
Someone has stopped, and the medical team are walking someone.
The driver is helmet off, is walking away.
So they're okay. They look like they're shaken but not stirred.
Marcus Littlewood is coming in with a very sick-sounding exhaust.
Yeah, that was.
How quickly can things change? Bishop was tied for first on the front row of the grid for the pre-final. He's now 10th.
Yes.
He's gone from 18 points to 42 points. Perilli has also gone backwards. Let's try and pick the bones.
Right, it's all changed again over the line.
This one. This is dearie me. Henry's Therapy Group, £50 a month. Yeah.
All of this is not. All of these.
It's not helping Bishop.
No, it's not helping Bishop.
Initially, it did, as it was pointed out on the live chat, but now it's not.
Tell you again, just Guy Cunnington is on an absolute mission this weekend. He can't do qualifying, but he can race, and he's up 15 places to 7th.
Okay, Guy Cunnington started 22nd. He has 19 points. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, he's done his 2 heat races. He's on 18 points. If Guy Cunnington started today leading the intermediate standings,
having qualified like 11th.
If Guy Cunnington passes 2 more drivers, he will move to pole position on the pre-final.
There we have it.
There he is.
I was wrong. He didn't qualify 11th. He qualified 21st yesterday.
Yes, yeah, 21st.
Oh, what? He's as much.
No, and he's
brilliant.
made. Okay, there's been spins and spins and incidents aplenty, but yeah, from 22nd to 7th, he's gonna have about a minute. Well, I think there'll be 2 laps of this race to go. Who's not in the race anymore? Perilli is down in 30th. It was Deacon Russell who was the Jack's Motorsport driver. Marcus Littleman is back in the race. Has he lost a lap?
Has he lost a lap?
Yeah, he's lost a couple of laps.
But that means he will be classified as a finisher, because we'll get one more point.
No, he's not. He's on the lead lap. Well done. Oh, no, number 155. That is Luca Osmond Price. Oh, there's another car on the circuit.
This has been a race of attrition, this one.
Yeah, so Marcus Littlewood. Well done, Dan Holland Racing. I don't know who is responsible for looking after Marcus's kart. And again, Neil Clark seems to have got the restart done very, very early. Green flag out with 30 seconds to go. 2 laps left. Can Guy Cunnington pass Teddy Pritchard Williams, who's not in the race, but for the pole position for the pre-final? There's a move up into, that's Jaden Tian. Oh, the 71. They're dropping like flies. That is Stephanie Hobika, the 11.
Oh no, 2 cars off. That is the 111 of...
And Tyler Harris in the number 84 and the 1-1 of Ralph Youngling.
Oh, this is really, really hotting up.
Silly, this race is.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit scrappy now, but we've got more move for the lead. Jaden Tian now in second place, around the outside, off the road, and still off the road is the 17.
You can say it's a little bit scrappy. I think this is pathetic. From the drivers of this calibre...
Neo Clark's rear bumper has fallen off.
These supposed to be the best senior Rotax drivers in the country, and I've got to say they are behaving like a bunch of novices in a clubby. This has not been a good advertisement for British karting.
Oh, there's another incident at the last corner.
Dan Ashton and Nigel Edwards need to absolutely tear strips off this lot. It's outrageous. I'm going to say it, and I don't care. I've earned the right. I've been doing this for 16 years. This is pathetic.
Do I even go down and chat to anyone after this one?
No, because anything they say is going to fan the flames, because they're all going to be criticising each other. They're all going to be saying that they got smashed off. None of them will admit to do any of the smashing off. They will all blame each other, and I think that Dan Ashton and Nigel Edwards are going to go down there and read in the riot act. Jaden Tian, who's the Dutchman, who has, basically, this is really fitting, actually. Jaden Tian, the Dutch driver, in his first appearance at Britain, is going to wipe the floor with this lot. Guy Cunnington is going to take pole position for the final, not because he's had a great race, because he simply hasn't crashed. And I'll say the word crash. This is not a good advertisement. I hope this is the worst race we see all week.
That was the definition of what they say in car racing, when safety cars breed safety cars. No safety cars, but basically that was the Battenbergs breeding Battenbergs. Unfortunately, scrappy racing.
Yes. Right. Okay.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Let's do the. I mean, Lord knows what the final results are going to look like.
It won't look like what we're about to read out.
Like what we're about to read you. Provisionally, Guy Cunnington will start with pole position. There is one of a dozen wrecked go-karts at the end of this one. Teddy Pritchard Williams starts second, Caden McQueen third, Macaulay Bishop fourth, Jaden Tian fifth, and Gustav Uskovs, Joshua Graham, Ryan Ward. Here we go. Provisionally, Jaden Tian wins by 0.6 of a second. It's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2. That is Brandon Nagelvort's best result of the week, and that moves him into 10th place on the grid for the pre-final. Ryan Ward, well done Ryan Ward, the Jack's Motorsport team, keeping his nose clean, finishing in 3rd place. And he'll be starting in the top 10 of the pre-final. Cunnington 4th, Hugh starts at pole. Then it's Graham, Alex Adams-Acton, Sam Longley, Macaulay Bishop, Morgan Hudson. Some great results there for drivers starting in the back and just watching everyone else take each other out. Hudson, Baker, Hannam, Armand Hamilton, Neil Clark, that'll be, he is Van off, so that will be 13th place. Jack Stedman will be up next. Then is Ollie Goodyear on the Kurg, CRG's, Ty Morrison Jones, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Jack Collins, Kiwi Mum, Welsh Dad. Good lad. Austin Lee, Enzo Dickenberg on the Sony Kart Privateer entry in 20th. James Swindell, Tyler Harris, and most of these drivers crashed into each other. And so there we are.
Wow.
I'm not going to say, right, uh-oh. It's just as well we haven't gone down to interview. It's time. It's time. It's Mikey Walker time, everybody. Yes, here we go. None of them are being allowed to leave, and we will not interject. We will just let the pictures tell us how. This is going to be like, you know, right, hands up, who got there? It's like, you know, when someone's got their hands caught in the cookie jar.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit too much jostling going on there. So you can see Macaulay Bishop and Marcus Litwood debriefing a little bit there.
No, before anyone gets kicked off, look, the racing this week has been, weekend so far has been by and large very good.
Genuinely has been very good.
It's been exciting. Do not let that will not be the standard. Hi, Dean Keeble. Yeah, I know you're not there. Harley Keeble out in the USA doing a fantastic job. But yeah, that was not an advertisement that we would like to think. Right, the final. Okay, anagrams. Let's do Kartmasters Champions anagrams. The last anagram. This is Irishman Lowliest.
I don't know this one.
So what Kartmaster champion is Irishman Lowliest? Now, whilst you are ruminating about that, think about it, let's have a look at two big events coming up in British karting this year. Kartmania is back at Silverstone on November the 30th and December the 1st, 2024. This is where you can go and see all the major teams, all the major engine builders, manufacturers, the championships, to see where you want to go karting in 2025. Where champions are born, the Association of British Kart Clubs, they will be there. And the kart boot sale is back, which is where you can sell all your second-hand karting stuff that you don't need anymore, and where anyone coming into the sport can pick up a load of cheap deals. So, that is Kartmania, and this, the 12th to the 15th of September, the FIA World Karting Championship comes to PFI. For the second time since 2017, the World Championship will be decided on British soil. In 2017, Danny Curl and Dexter Patterson became world champions, and it was voted the best karting event of the year by the FIA. I cannot wait. Anthony Jordan, not the pigeon, but the actual commentator, will be bringing you all that action, and I am so proud of Anthony for doing what he's doing. Really genuinely proud of what he's doing. And so the OK Juniors, the week before that, Champions of the Future comes to PF International. No, Anthony, no, the pigeon's not going to be commentating. Oh, producer Rob is having a fit there now. So there we go. The FIA World Karting Championship at PFI, 12th to 15th September. Here we go, next race on track now. Here we go then, now. I never thought I was going to say, can the junior Rotax drivers bring some semblance of levity to proceedings? Harrison Crowther and Hugh Moulton and all Coles Racing front row. Cole Denham and Harry Bartle on row 2. Oliver Smith and Alfie Thompson row 3. Jake Fluitt and Kai Beach on row number 4. Harry Freeman and Harrison Whitcomb. Lizzie Menti and Iron Bansell. Brandon Truman and I can't remember his name. Eli Baden and Zach Turner are next. It's Mikey Walker will start 14th, don't get triggered. Then it's Kai Clark and Charlie Neve, Albie Lapper and Ryan Gill. Then it's Eva Morris, Sebastian Lusch, Aidan Mitchell and Oliver Meek. Nathan Capman and Logan Howes, followed by Adam Wooden and Harry Holland, Daniel Bridgen and Jack Robinson, Shane Chandaria and Wraith Murdoch. That's your top 32. Reese Owen and Charlie Cox are next. Right. We're all going to summon the power of Sir Michael of Walker and put on a go-karting clinic for you now. Lights are out, a good clean start the first time of asking, and crowd the knees and through turn number 1. Hold your breath. Everyone comes out from underneath the bridge cleanly onto the bankings. Brilliant from the junior Rotax drivers. There you go. Never thought you'd say that, would you? As I said, we haven't got round turn number 4 yet. There's the Prague at the back of the field, Daniel Bridgen. Hopefully he can get to the finish of this one. There's the UK Bailiffs Org sponsored kart of number 77, Harry Hollands. Somebody has a little brief rotation going through there. We still have not many people. Yes. The Kartmasters champion is getting you a little bit confused on the live chat. I'm glad I finally did it. And what was it? Irishman Lowliest.
That's the one.
Yeah. So here we go. Good clean start from the juniors.
Well done.
Exemplary.
So far, we've still got time, but hopefully we have a better race. Of course, the juniors have already had a bit of a talking to this weekend, and ever since then they've been pretty good. Touch wood, no more commentators.
I was going to say that, you know, I was messing about with the Mikey Walker fan club. It feels like it's that wrestler Joe Hendry. Say his name and he appears. It's Mikey Walker.
Right. For the move, the lead, Harry Bartle takes the lead away from Harrison Crowther. And we've also got a move for, what position is that? The 224 going back, so that's Alfie Thompson going past the 224 of Jake Flewitt. Yeah, Bartle's already pulled a bit of a gap in the middle sector, so clearly got some good grip at this stage of the race.
Yes. Okay. It's not Steve Thompson is the anagram. Nope. Keep guessing. Harry Bartle, 6 points, leads the standings. Lewis Goff, 17 points second. Harrison Whitcomb there on your screen, the number 66 kart. Apparently his mum Donna only phoned about 3 times a race yesterday.
Oh, another move.
While scalping every single one of her clients at her hair salon.
Yeah. Jake Flewitt making another move back up into position he lost a moment ago into the bowl, as we're calling it now. It was a good move. Harrison Whitcomb actually adjusting something on his helmet down the straight there. Just in the position.
Yes, indeed. No, hopefully that wasn't, you know, again, a strap coming loose, something like that. That's not good. Oh, and running a little bit wide there. That is the number 62 of Cole Denham in 9th position. Lizzie Mentier, fastest lap of the race.
She went purple a couple of times the last race as well, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. And Eli Baden up into 9th. Now, Eli Baden had a penalty in the last race because remember he almost stalled at the start.
Yes.
The spark plug cap had come off, so he had to push it back down. He retook his grid slot after he was allowed to.
Yes, because you have to. The yellow flag is shown in the final sector, and you are still not, even though they're not racing, the yellow flag rules still apply. You're not allowed to overtake. So unfortunate for Baden in that last one, but he's having a not too bad in this one.
Okay, I'm going to summon the power again of Joe Hendry. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Mike Walker, and he is 12th behind this camera shot. So you know, I mean, the power of the people will, I'm sure, spur Mikey Walker on.
Movers and shakers in this one so far. Harrison Whitcomb up 6th from 10th to 4th. Not many major movers. Eli Baden up from 15th to 9th.
Make that 8th, make that 7th, because he just passed 2 drivers, as we were talking about it, Piers. Excellent driving.
That's the commentator's blessing right there.
I mean, I was speaking to his team boss, Cato Adams, a couple of years ago. In fact, when was it? Luke Watts won in... It was 2021 in Junior X30. Luke Watts, he was far too tall for the class, far too heavy for the class, you know, and he shouldn't have been in the class. He should have been in Senior X, and he wasn't old enough. And somehow, Cato Adams, I think James Bean was working for him as well, got that car, and Luke Watts was just magnificent on that occasion. He shouldn't have won, but he did. And it's sadly, I think he stopped racing now.
Yeah, great drive, no doubt, absolutely. Also, it's a disadvantage if you're a very, very tall driver like he was, in terms of in terms of aerodynamics, because the taller you are in these karts, the more you stick up in the air. Generally, these junior drivers are sort of, you know, what they're 13 to 15 years old, so they're not giants, but every now and again you get one tall driver that stands quite literally head and shoulders above the rest.
David Marshall being one of them in C-Rex, he's about 6'4". Okay, see the power of Joe Hendry, you know, I know my stuff. Mentioned there, Mikey Walker, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we almost saw him on camera. Couple more moves, and Mikey Walker will actually be on camera. Harry Holland is having a good one. He's the Harry Holland up into 18th position.
As is Adam Wooden, up into 16th, up 11 places from 27th.
Bearing in mind, he crashed out of his first heat race. And we are going to see the number 26 kart. There he is! At the back of the pack there, the third kart. Say his name and he appears. There we go.
In the black suit.
In the black suit and the Jack's Motorsport livery. Is it Jack Young? No. Mikey Walker is, I mean, fair play. I mean, we're not talking about Mikey Walker more than anything because he's our favourite. It was because his fans have just invaded the live chat. I mean, I would welcome tomorrow. I want all the other drivers. If you're sitting home there thinking, well, why are you mentioning my mates? Well, get in the live chat. You know, we'll have a. You know, that's the whole point of this. You know, Mikey Walker, he knows there are people supporting him, and I've got to say, we joke about it. You know this, Piers. When people you know are watching you and commenting, and you hear the announcers say, "Oh, your Piers Price, his mum's watching," it boosts you.
And it's boosted.
It's boosted Mikey Walker again.
Up one more position. He's up, gone past the number 67.
Someone give him an apron because he is cooking.
Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he is. That was a brilliant move, actually, in the middle sector, just getting on the inside of the Fultonesses, and now he's hunting down Kai Veach.
Yeah, exactly. Kai Veach, the number 75.
Is he going to go for a move into turn one? No, not this time, but pushing along, so they're gapping the drivers behind. Lizzie Mentier, another fast lap of the race. Lizzie has had brilliant pace in this class over the weekend, setting multiple fastest laps, but it just seems like occasionally she gets shuffled backwards in the close racing. Henry, what are you giggling at?
The Nat Johnson fan club ask you to apologise. I think.
What did I do?
But you haven't interviewed Nat Johnson. Oh, that's really good.
I'll get there eventually.
I love this.
In my defence, Harry Bartle was underway, and then the next race went.
Yeah, here we go. Battle for the race lead. Harrison,
second.
Sorry, for the second place, rather. Harrison Crowther has passed Oliver Smith. This is going on 2 seconds behind Harry Bartle.
Yep.
Bartle on 4 points. Easy pole position for the pre-final.
But then it's very close from there downwards. 17 points would be Goff, then 19 Wickham, 21 would then be Moulton, 30 is Walker. Yeah, it's pretty close between second to fourth, and then also fifth. Basically fifth downwards is, if you make 2 places, you'll probably gain about 5 in the grid.
Mikey Walker, well, he started okay, so in Junior Rotax, coming into today, was it Junior? Was it Junior?
Move again as Smith goes back up the inside of Crowther, but Crowther gets the cut back. They're going to go side by side to hairpin 2. Crowther with a naughty cutback.
We can't really say that. Is it Thomas Fleming approved?
That wasn't naughty. That was regulation.
Regulation cutback, not Thomas Fleming approved. Mikey Walker 5th at the moment in points. Hugh Moulton 4th. Here's Harrison Whitcomb's 3rd.
That'll change things.
Yes, indeed. Now that puts the number 38 kart of Oliver Smith down in the position. Harrison Whitcomb will move within 1 more spot of Lewis Goff.
Yes, if Harrison Whitcomb...
Lewis Goff's not in this race.
No, he's not. He's already finished his last heat because, of course, this is a double-gridded 50-something car entry in Junior Rotax. So we split the grids. This is the Heat A versus B in the second of the day's heats, the second of the heat days racing. But if Harrison Whitcomb can get past Crowther, that will then be a tiebreak. Ooh, that was a late move.
Alfie Thompson, get in there, son.
Absolutely no hesitation from Alfie Thompson, the Evolution driver,
going
up the inside of Oliver Smith and getting that done.
Smith going backwards. Only a couple of minutes ago, it was battling for second place with Harrison Crowther. 2 Harrisons. They meet again. They met in the first race yesterday.
And?
Harrison C did not endear himself to Harrison what? But Harrison C was defending because his car didn't come on, and he talked about when you interviewed him at the end of the last race, Crowther said, "Oh look, my tyre. I think we're going to lower the pressures because the car doesn't come onto the last couple of laps." So now we'll see how Coles Racing made the adjustments. He looks over his shoulder. Oh, it's my good old chum, Harrison Whitcomb.
But I think it's going to be hard pressed for Crowther to hold Whitcomb behind, considering the pace of Whitcomb on that last lap. Crowther at 58.9, at Whitcomb at 58.6, 3/10 faster.
Whoa. Harris, sorry, Piers.
Go on.
Harris and Whitcomb went at the inside. Crowther came across to defend. There was wheel-to-wheel, but then Crowther very smartly backed away and allowed Whitcomb to gather himself together, because that could have been big.
Yes,
that could have been carts coming down the bank the other side.
That could have been Stilt versus Lawrence all over again. But no, they both managed to fight on, and actually Crowther then got through on the exit of hairpin 1 again. So back to where we were at the start of the lap.
And closing in on this battle, here he is.
Michael Walker.
He's the Gordon Ramsay of karting. Cordon bleu cooking is what Mikey Walker's doing.
Yeah, he's up a fair few places, up 8 places, but also right behind him, Kai Clark, up 10.
Right, I want to say Hayden Eldridge says good luck to Harry Pratt in the next race. Bang, 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 Henry Moore Racing. We have a winner. The anagram, which is... this anagram is annoying. I'm glad it's annoying, Motorsport Magpie. It is Sir Lewis Hamilton. Sir
That's
Lewis
cheeky from
Hamilton.
you, Henry. That's very cheeky.
I absolutely done you. There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We've still got a battle going on here between White and... not White. Walker, Clark and Smith. Walker, Clark and Smith. This one we're looking at right now is Walker, Clark and Smith in that order.
Defensive masterclass incoming. Here we go, though. This is how to win from the front. Harry Bartle, take a bow, son. Another win for Bartle. Crowther second, Whitcomb third on the line. Alfie Thompson catching him, and Michael Walker finishes fifth. And Kai Clark, Oliver Smith, Kai Veach, Brandon Truman, the closer, Cole Denham in 10th.
There we go. That was a much better behaved Rotax race than the one we had previously.
Yes. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is what British karting is all about. That's what Kartmasters is all about. There was some really good racing. Yes, there was some robust defending. There was some robust attacking. But you know what? 34 karts started that race. 34 karts finished that race.
Brilliant. Stand-up drives, Michael Walker, up 9. Kai Clark, up 11 to 6th. We also had up 12 places, Adam Wooden inside the top 15. And also Braith Murdoch from 30 seconds to 17th as well. Brilliant close racing, and no Battenbergs in sight, and no damaged karts, no damaged drivers. And the provisional results are as follows. Harry Bartle, the O-plate, took another convincing win. He can, his tyres have had an easy day of work as well. Harrison Crowther in second, Harrison Whitcomb third, Alfie Thompson fourth. Fifth was Michael Walker, sixth Kai Clark, seventh Oliver Smith, eighth Kai Veach, 9th Brandon Truman, 10th Cole Denham, 11th Harry Freeman, 12th Hugh Moulton, 13th Jake Flewitt, 14th Lizzie Mentier, who a number of times during that race got fast lap, 15th Adam Wooden, 16th Charlie Neve, 17th Braith Murdoch, 18th Logan Howes, 19th Albie Lapper, 20th Zach Turner, 21st Eli Baden, 22nd Oliver Meek, 23rd Aidan Mitchell, 24th Eva Morris, 25th Nathan Kaplan, 26th Charlie Cox, 27th was Sebastian Luis, 28th was Harry Holland, 29th was Jack Robinson, 30th Reese Owen, 31st Ryan Gill, 32nd Ariam and Bansal, 33rd Daniel Bridgen, and 34 and the final runner and the last kart that kept going, Shane Chandra. There we go. That was our junior Rotax race. Let's have a quick listen in, if we can. We're having a little bit of a spy on the back of the cart. Harry Bartle on the back of the number 17, Harrison Crowther. Seeing what setup the rival teams have got on. Of course, Harry Bartle racing for Strawberry Racing, Coles Racing, Harrison Crowther in second, and Argenti for Harrison Whitcomb in third. It's quite pleasant out there at the moment on this Saturday afternoon in PFI in Lincolnshire. You can see some of the spectators enjoying the hazy sunshine Just about 20 degrees, I think, 21 degrees. So just about T-shirt weather. Not quite the high temperatures we had yesterday, which is for some people have been more pleasant. It's not as muggy as well. That rain we had this morning, taking that out of the air. And then tomorrow is a new day. There's still a risk of rain. The weather has been changeable over the weekend. But some dry racing is, I think, what most people want. And if it is dry racing, then you're going to be hard-pressed to look past Harry Bartle. He's had brilliant, brilliant pace. His fastest lap in that one. Not the fastest lap, but only 600ths away from the fastest lap, which was the Dan Holland car of Lizzie Mentier, who ended up with a 58.54. 58.6 was Harry Bartle. Right, the final race of the day. Senior X30, A versus B, heat number 6. Let's have it. Senior X30 coming up next. The last race of the day. Let's have a good one for the final heat. Tomorrow we have, of course, our pre-finals. Let's have a quick look at the grids. On pole position it is Harry Platten, the O-plate. Alongside him, Fred Green, who's been absolutely rapid this weekend. Macaulay Bishop in 3rd and Ryland Ekberg in 4th place. Caden McQueen in 5th and Louis Johnson Cool in 6th. Gabriel Stilp 7th and Lewis Bird in 8th. Jack Cox 9th, 10th is Aaron Brown, 11th is Henry Gregory and 12th Isaac Marsh. 13th Luke Taylor, 14th Ellis Stevens, 15th Harry Cottrell and 16th Christopher Bingham, who had a great race this morning up into the podium, or I think it's 4th place or 5th place. 17th Alistair Cresswell, 18th Oscar Repetto, 19th Rashan Chigarimbo, 20th Robbie Buckley, 21st Kyuho Lee, 22nd Tai Mejia, 23rd Saka Al-Masherji, 24th Harry Ewell, 25th Josh Pelfreyman, 26th Emilio van den Overberg. 27th Ethan Spanswick, 28th Natalia Dabek, 29th Katie Ashman, 30th George Mail, 31st Freddie Housley, 32nd Tony Kazuguel, and rounding out the 33 car grid is Jack Nettleship on that different chassis that he has for today.
Very special shout out to Freya Magpie.
Go on.
Motorsport Magpie's daughter. It's Freya's 6th birthday. Hello Freya, happy birthday from everyone at Alpha Live at Kartmasters. Your dad has been here, so happy birthday Freya. There we go. Well, tell you what we're going to do. We'll send you a picture of Anthony Jordan looking like a pigeon as a present.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I want to see how this race unfolds because there's a lot to play for. Again, a very, very competitive intermediate classification. Lucio currently leads it on 20. That's how competitive it is.
Let's say now, Freya, be quiet for the next 10 minutes while your dad's going to moderate the live chat for this race. Then you can, good girl.
Right, it is Harry Platten that takes the lead, and second place, Macaulay Bishop follows him through from the inside line in 3rd place. And a couple of drivers off through the grass, but everyone continues on. The one driver lacking at the back of the field didn't quite make the back of the grid for some reason. But it is our O-plate, or it was until we came onto the ridge. It still is Harry Platten. He's looking over his shoulder. Caden McQueen wants to make a move and does so on the inside of Fred Green up into 3rd place. Ryland Ekberg still in 4th. He's having a good day's racing. And then Gabriel still in 5th.
Excellent day. Sorry.
No, continue on it. It's still privateer, and we love a privateer up in the comments box here, Henry, don't we?
Yeah, no, let's have a look. Well, Ryan Ashberg, he won here at BFI as a junior X30 driver. As a junior X30 driver back in 2022, so he knows how to get round here. His dad working feverishly out in the paddock there, a real privateer effort. Now we're joined by karting royalty on the gantry. Gridman Sam is gonna wave the flag for this one, I think. Gridman Sam. Again, talking about inspiration on the drivers, there's the young man who's an inspiration for the entire Down syndrome community. He's a Motorsport UK licensed official, the only Down syndrome Motorsport UK licensed official in the country.
Amazing.
He does karting, he does touring cars, everything.
amazing inspiration for anyone in the Down syndrome community and anyone at all who wants to get involved in motorsport, not just as a driver. But we've had many changes on this lap. Caden McQueen up to second, Corley Bishop down to third, and Fred Green, Gabriel Stilt, and pretty much everyone. Ryan Lechberg, as we see the 46. A bit of rubbing. Aaron Brown rubbing is racing, and the Vismo International drivers of Brown and Gregory have been almost inseparable all weekend, haven't they?
Yes.
Apart from that one race where Brown did not finish.
No, and the other race where Gregory was the only solo Vismo kart in the race. Oh, someone's going over the grass. They get back on. Point situation. Fred Green, 9 points. Harry Platten, 12 points. Marcus Lucio and Cian Garrity in the clubhouse on 20 and 22 points. Henry Gregory, Greg's on legs, up into the 5th position on the pre-final grid. Then Macaulay Bishop, Louis Johnson, Cool, Gabriel Stilp, Oliver Stilp, and Caden McQueen, your top 10 at the moment.
That's going to change though, because Gabriel Stilp has just gone up the inside of Green in the second hairpin, so that's all going to flip that around, because that will give Gabriel Stilp an extra point. Oh, that won't make a much difference, but we'll keep an eye on that intermediate classification, of course, give you the provisional setting. Of course, there will be amendments, I am sure, but hopefully the senior X30 grid are much better behaved than the senior Rotax grid, even though there are a fair few overlaps, including that person in third place and the one in second. Wait, Caden McQueen's doing double duty, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yes,
so
he is.
McQueen, oh, round the outside. Can we have a move around the outside? No, we cannot.
Not quite.
We went up.
He thought about it.
Bishop went up too.
Oh,
and
that's going to get tasty.
Yeah, there was wheel to wheel. There was tyre smoke caused by.
Gabriel still goes from one white line to the other white line down here as he tries to defend from Bishop, and Bishop goes a little bit agricultural.
All the while, we've had a change for the leaders. McQueen goes at the inside, and then once again, still with a Brexit overtake on the inside.
Yeah, Gabriel still is being somewhat defensive here. I'm not allowed to say any jokes about white lines because that gets him in trouble with Motorsport UK, but he is weaving from one side of the track to the other.
Yes, he is.
He wants to stop doing that, really.
Yeah, Fred.
With 6.5 minutes to go, because somebody will say, right, I've had enough of you, off.
Yeah, sorry, I spoke over you there, Henry. It was an accident, but Gabriel still, in all of that, has gained himself third place, but has also lost nearly 2 seconds to our leaders. And Caden McQueen has got some serious waft, as you would call it, Henry, in this early stage of the race, gapping Harry Platten by half a second at this stage.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, hello, piggybacks.
25.
Is it the 25? Is it 26?
Actually. Oh, is it?
Oh, I'm looking at junior Rotax. Of course, number 26 in junior Rotax. That's Mikey Walker.
Bingham,
Chris Bingham. And Alistair Cresswell.
Oh,
now,
no.
They both had, Chris Bingham especially, had a really good result in his earlier race.
That was the first race, well, the race where we had the changeover period, wasn't it?
Yes.
This morning. So that was a good call on tyres.
Yep,
maybe a small factor to play into this race.
Lewis Bird almost got put in the oven there by Macaulay Bishop and the 51 of Fred Green.
A small factor that may play into this race in a minor way is those drivers that did take slicks in the first race this morning. They, of course, did well, but then their slicks are also probably one race newer than those drivers that have also done. They're one race older than those drivers who maybe put on the wets. So a minor factor.
No, I mean it's not. It's especially the heat. The weather is as hot as it's been all day, even though it's 6 o'clock in the evening. James Gascoigne at Stop Racing ICA back in 2006 when he hit 6'5". He's now 6'8", but he's got a daughter who's going to, get her with the karting now, but by the time she's 12, she'll be 6 foot by the sound of it.
Yeah, that's exactly the same reason I stopped karting, Henry. It's just too tall.
Well, the reason I stopped karting is I'm just too fat. Here we go. Aaron Brown comes in. No, I was commentating. I actually earned a couple of quid. Only a couple of quid, mind. Hint, hint. Hint.
We're looking at Aaron Brown, the 46, who's got Macaulay Bishop right behind him. Brown has been, when he's not had incidents, he's been very, very fast this weekend. And I believe he builds engines, probably builds his own engines, so therefore probably even more sweet when he goes fast.
But he won't be impressed by the waft that Macaulay Bishop has just used to pass him. Chris Bone. Oh, no. Chris Bone, I know that name. Not from the old Tabor karting NKRA Formula Blue fame, Chris Bone, is it? Is it? The NKRA Grand E Finals. Only because Ron Sean couldn't spell. So he made Grand Finals with E on the end.
Grande Finale.
Yeah, I can talk to him. Right, Danny. Me and you are going to have falling out. So the one question we didn't ask in the trivia about yesterday was that which one of the three presenters once beat ex-world karting champion and at that time Toro Rosso Formula One driver Vito Antonio.
Henry, that's I think we've got water on the road. I think we might have water on the road. That is not good. 4 karts on the exit of the Fullerton Esses, and a
kart is one of them.
And a Battenberg has been called.
And I can see 4 drivers up and out of their karts.
Yes, sir.
Danny, I beat Tony Liuzzi in a kart race once, head to head. He was a world champion and a Formula One driver at the time. I was a journalist, and I whooped his butt.
That TB car is. You might be. Jack Nettleship might be. Is that, no, it's not Jack
George
Nettleship.
Mayle.
Oh yeah, George Mayle's in pain.
And there's another of the S8 race karts there. Christopher Bingham has got involved.
Christopher Bingham's had an absolutely. I think Christopher Bingham might have been the kart that joined that incident when we cut to it, because he was off the back of the field and those karts were just awkwardly placed on the exit of the corner, and when you commit to the second part of the Fullerton Esses, it's very hard to lift off.
I wonder, did we catch the tail end of that incident?
Yeah, we only caught the karts were already stationary. We just saw Christopher Bingham joining the accident that had already happened.
Oh yes, that's what a feeling. There must be oil, water down.
To be fair, Henry, I think that was an over-speculation on my part. I just saw Chris Bingham joining the accident at high speed.
Yeah.
It may well have just been him potentially not being unsighted.
Dan Ashton is walking the Fullerton Esses.
He's checking to see if there is liquid.
Yeah, and into the barriers. I think, all the drivers are walking away, so I think we're safe to show that replay. Already, we're good. It was Robbie Buckley and Natalia Dabek were the 2 drivers already. So Buckley, Dabek and Mayle had already crashed.
And Bingham joins them.
Yes.
Here we go. Let's have a look. So this is the tail end. So these had already stopped, and then the drive. This is the worst feeling as a driver when you can see an accident coming. It did look like Chris Bingham came off at a funny angle.
Yes.
So that's what led me to believe, because he went off quite early in the corner.
Yeah, but I also think that he probably saw. Because you looked at Natalia Dabek, and you saw Natalia Dabek sort of flinch in the kart. And I think Bingham was heading towards her, probably understeering on some sort of fluid, and then jinxed his left the kart, sacrificed his kart and went into his teammate, George
I think
Mayle.
there may... I'm not sure. Dan Ashton has...
Well, I think this race is going to... I'm not sure. I mean, OK, a radiator... Or what? No. What could it be? Oil?
Just radiate. There's no real loose oil. It's it could only be water. But it looks like we are
about to go.
Yes, we are going green. So fingers crossed, all of that has been dried up by the karts driving over it. And it is Caden McQueen currently, and his lead has been eroded to Gabriel Stilt. The gap now only 1/10 of a second over the line. Immediately defensive goes McQueen, and can Gabriel Stilt go all the way around the outside? It's hard to do. Can't get it done this time, and Platten's going to look up the inside of the bridge. Can't get that done. Round the outside off the road goes Macaulay Bishop.
Here comes Gabriel Stilt trying to go around the outside.
McQueen's wise to that one.
Yep.
It was a good effort, but Stilp is going all in for this one, and he potentially might lose a place to Platten. Platten gives him room. There is a slippery service flag. Let's have a look. Fingers crossed, everyone.
Let's count them round.
No, we're okay. We're okay. That was only a potential slippery service, I think. So
again, good, excellent marshalling there. You know, they thought assumption is the mother of all evils. If you assume that the problem is solved, you don't put the flag out, then the problem isn't solved. If you err on the side of caution and warn the drivers, chances are everything will be okay. So that was good. Caden McQueen needs his red Arden Young Driver Programme suit back. I'm not sure about that. It was a bit tatty, I gotta say. McQueen looks good in white. Yes. Speaking of good in white, there's Henry Gregory chasing Air Force One, and Brown is next, and the premium karting entry. Louis Johnson Cool is there. There's Lewis Bird and the George Gibbons Motorsport machine. Gotta say again, we've got KR Sports, Croc Promotion, BMR Restart, Vismo International, Premium Karting, George Gibbons, 6 teams, 6 positions. And as you watch, the leaders, Caden McQueen, Gridman Sam and Ryan Manchester wave the dual checkered flags to signal the end. Oh, and they're stacking up at the final corner. They waited until the last second. There's Gridman Sam with the Trent Rally Kart Club checkered flag. That's the 269 of Emilio Van Overberger, the Ekmans Grand Prix team. And who else was involved in that? Eden Spanswick, Freddie Housley was involved, Katie Ashman was in that. And so, yeah, well done. Ryan Manchester, Gridman Sam. Well, we'll call him, it's not Gridman Sam, it's Sam Ellis. Let's call him by his real name, Samuel Ellis, who's also taking home a rather nice Michael Schumacher coat, as long as he behaves himself. Again, we talk about families in karting. The Ellis family, they work tirelessly at the Hunts Kart Racing Club at Kimbolton as well. Now, let's have a little look. I mean, I'm not quite sure about there's lots of talk about choking motors, more fuel, stoke oil into the chamber. I mean, when it comes to technical things, I'm lost. All I know is I talk a good game, and I occasionally race a good game. Henry, did you show a picture of my head and a pigeon on the stream by Anthony Jordan? Yes, I did, DJ. Here's the results of the last heat race of Kartmasters 2024. Caden McQueen wins from Gabriel Stilp, Harry Platten in third, Henry Gregory and McCord Bishop round out the top 5. Then it is Aaron Brown, Lewis Bird, Louis Johnson Cool, Ryan Esberg, and Monaco's Oscar Rapetto. Jack Cox, Jack Nettleship, Fred Green, and Ella Stevens. Is the top 14. Luke Taylor, and from Korea, Kuyo Lee is your 16th. Harry Ewell, Josh Palfreman, from Kuwait, Saka Al-Masherji, Isaac Marsh, Rashan Chigarimbo, Tony Cazabel, Ty Mahia, Harry Cottrell, Katie Ashman, Emilio Van Overberger, and then Freddie Housley in 27th position. Eden Spanswick, Robbie Buckley, Chris Bingham, Natalie Dabeck, George Mail, and Alistair Cresswell. The provisional starting lineup for the pre-final: Harry Platten on pole from Fred Green, Marcus Lutzio and Kean Garrity on row 2, Henry Gregory, Louis Johnson Cool row 3, Macaulay Fishman, Oliver Stilp row 4, Gabriel Stilp and Caden McQueen row 5. Notice no Gus Lawrence. The reigning and defending GP plate champion will be starting outside the top 10. Okay. Yes, thank you, Bod Cole. Don't get in a flap, Anthony Jordan. But for the final time today, we are about to go down to Piers Prior. It just leaves me to say thank you to everyone on the live chat. It has been a great day. Loads of banter, back and forth. Absolutely love it. Thank you very much. We're going to be serious tomorrow. We still want your input, but it's going to be tomorrow's the big day. A huge thank you to the Orange Army, Team TVKC, the best in the business, to the medics, and to all the officials here. And I suppose I better thank Nicole Sutherland for doing the live lounge. And I suppose I better thank Piers Prior as well. Anyway, we'll let Piers sign out. The Paddock Show, we're going to start filming the Paddock Show very, very shortly. We're out in the back paddock by the OMS team tent, so be there if you want to be on it. Piers Prior, one more time, over to you. Don't get a flap. You're a pigeon, DJ.
Thank you, Thank you, Henry. You rest that voice. You're going to need it tomorrow. But let's chat to our winner, Caden McQueen. Caden, good result. You had to work for that one.
Yeah, it's an interesting race, you know, before the Battenbergers, just trying to conserve the tyres as much as possible. I think it's going to be quite important to have them for the pre-final after the crash yesterday, so I'm going to be starting quite far back. Yeah, it was quite interesting actually after the Battenberg, having a kid that you've coached his whole karting career behind you. So yeah, it was quite funny actually. But
you were just hoping you'd left a few things on the table in the coaching department.
Yeah, no, don't worry about that one.
Luckily, you held him off just about. He gave it a good go around the outside of the bowl and then the outside of the hairpin and hairpin too, but you held him off.
Yeah, again, when you've watched a kid since he started karting, he's quite predictable. So yeah, managed to read his mind before he knew what he was going to do, and yeah, hold him off.
That race seemed like it was a little bit better behaved than the senior Rotax race, because Henry and I were not the most impressed. Obviously, not all you're doing, but you were involved in that and you saw what was going on.
Yeah, wow. For me, I just think, it's Kartmasters. It's one of those one-off events that everyone wants to win, and some people may have forgot about the respect that is needed and should be given on track. Not only that, if you're going to do silly things and make silly moves, then you're just going to
end up with silliness.
You're going to hurt yourself throughout the weekend and put yourself out of the battle.
Absolutely. Well, Caden, you've most of the weekend pretty much stayed out of trouble. Of course, had a couple of little incidents, but you're going to be there or thereabouts. Tyres will be in a good position, so we'll see how you get on tomorrow. I'll let you go and debrief for the team. Thanks very much, Caden, and I'm hoping to grab a word with Henry. Could you grab Henry for me? Because I haven't chatted to Henry Gregory, but he had a good one. 4th place at the PF plate driver for the Vismo International. Henry, no glasses right now because unfortunately you can't carry them in your pockets when you're racing, but still a good result for you, P4.
Yeah, not too bad to be fair, after a not so good heat 3, but it was a nice race starting from P11, making our ways up one by one throughout the laps, and me and Gabriel just working together in the middle to the end of a race, catching the front 2 up. I think if the Battenbergs didn't come out, would have had them both, I think.
Well, there you go. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But sum up your day in X30 so far.
Well, qualifying, it wasn't the best as it rained, just didn't have a decent track position. So well, just kind of ruined our positioning for the rest of the heats. Heat 3, got up to P6 and got taken out in the first hairpin on the last lap, which is quite unfortunate, so that could have been another decent result. And final just end P4, so it's just quite consistent really. Yesterday was a P3 and a P4, so looking good for a pre-final, I guess.
Absolutely consistent, but not spectacular. You're saving the spectacularness for final Sunday?
Oh, definitely, because I think the Sunday is always where all the, how do I say it, the craziness happens, I say.
Well, we've seen some in senior Rotax. Hopefully we don't see too much more like that, because that wasn't the best. But Henry, thanks very much for catching up with us. We'll see how you get on tomorrow. That rounds out the day's racing. It's been brilliant. We've, of course, had heats, qualifying and heats yesterday, qualifying and heats today. Tomorrow is the big day. We start the day with some repecharges. Of course, those drivers that haven't quite made their way into the main event in the classes that we have 2 grids for, and then we have our first pre-finals. And remember, in both junior and senior class, all junior and senior classes, a new set of tyres for those that make the grand final main events. Make sure you tune in for that from 9:50 tomorrow morning, 9:50 a.m. Make sure you're there. If you want to be notified, you can head over to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Just click the little subscribe button while you're there. Then you can click on the Sunday live stream, and there's a little notify me button, and that will give you a little reminder in the morning. And what a better way to spend your Sunday than watching the British Kart Grand Prix, Kartmasters here at Paul Fletcher International. We will see you then, 9:50 tomorrow morning.